started, I just got a couple of questions for Colleen and Steve. Now, all the wages and stuff we did last week, those have all been plugged in?
Except for the library, like we did, they did not get plugged in, they're not plugged into the library.
Okay.
Right, because we don't do their payroll, so
Yeah.
that's.
Well, I know, but what we've done in the past, if we give a COLA, we put that money into the budget and let them spend it how they want.
Okay, we have not done.
You have not done that. You haven't done that with any of the boards?
No.
Okay. All
So
right.
it would be the library and the museum.
Right.
Fair doesn't have our, well, they're provisional, so they'll go to the new provisional scale.
Two employees though are in events, right?
But they're county
Right,
employees,
and they're
they're
county-
county employees, they're not board employees.
Right.
Okay, and then, so the next question I have, Steve, do we have any idea ballpark figure what we're looking at as a carryover?
Yes.
And what is that number?
Right now, today, we're 528,000 short just based on revenue carryover. And I think I've got about 900,000 to spend on the last AP run. So I think right now we're sitting, we still have the rest of the month's revenue to come into. So we're probably going to be right on target. I'm guessing.
Could be what?
Right on target.
Flat?
I don't think we'll have to hit reserves where we're at right now.
Oh, really? So we've got enough to basically make up the $3 million deficit we're looking at.
Yeah, right now with revenue, we're 3 million over budget revenue.
Right.
As of today. And expenses, it just depends on what comes in.
Sure, I go down to
The
that.
last run.
Well, we've got the $1.4 million that carries money.
Yeah.
And that's what I in the carryover.
That's included in here. With that, yeah. So right now, we're looking pretty good at this.
Okay.
We kind of predicted that it would, this year would be, when Doss is in charge, it's gonna go to hell in a handbasket.
No, Doc, you'll do fine.
But it's the sales tax. We budgeted actually pretty aggressively, we thought, for what the state recommended. Everybody just bought with their stimulus money.
So circle back to the COLA, the steps. If we decide to do that with the library, the one thing we gotta make sure is that you're on the same step and grade scale as the county is, because the county changed ours when a couple months ago. Yeah, so, okay, just make sure you're mirroring the county's step and grade, because that's, if we decide to go, that's what we would do.
And actually, in our budget, what we did in our payroll is we figured in a step increase already.
Based upon the current schedule.
Well, we had already done it previously with that plan to do that, and we had adopted the previous grade and step. We did the 15 steps in the grade that you guys had previously had. And in our payroll, we had adopted a way of doing a step increase for everybody, because we had some people that were,
I'm
$19.
just making
Yeah.
sure we're on the same page, and you guys are using the same step and grade scale as we are.
The same grade, but not the same step, because we only have 15 steps.
They'll still fit into our new one though.
Well, you see what I'm saying is if we're gonna give every department 2 steps, we're not gonna give the library 2 of the old steps, we're gonna give them 2 of the new steps. Am I making sense? Because sometimes I wonder if I am.
Yeah, should be one of ours, yeah.
All right, well, moving right along. The floor is yours.
Oh, okay, well, welcome. And thanks so much. This is my first time with you guys, so it's always interesting to see how the process is. It's always different everywhere. So I just want to say thank you. This will be almost a year that I'll be here, and I'm loving it, and loving Park County, and living here in Cody, and love the library, and everybody's been so great. Worked a lot with Dossie, so it's been wonderful. And we've put this budget together. Of course, be my first year. Get the feet wet, figure how everything's going. Our biggest concern when I came on was we had a huge issue with wages and compensation. There was a lot of discrepancy among a lot of employees. We weren't on a structure or staff or grade system or anything like that. So every time there was a new employee, it was kind of a hit and miss what somebody got paid. So we went ahead and finished a compensation study that had been in the works for years. And so now we're officially on a grade step system, you know, there's a way of people to get paid correctly. And hopefully that'll, you know, as time goes on, that'll help control our salaries and how people are paid. And so what we basically did with this budget is that we tried to mirror last year's by adding some step increases, by getting everybody on the right step. And what we also noticed too, when we start doing this budget, if you'll notice in the full-time and part-time wages and salaries, it looks like part-time, you know, it looks like a huge 22%, 44%. And actually, what that we found out that was a bookkeeping error. A lot of our full-time employees were being categorized as part-time. So while it looks like things have gone up 22%, it's actually only gone up 4%. So basically, it was just a bookkeeping error over the past few years where full-time people were put in part-time. And so by switching that over, you see it in the budget differences on the line item, but down below it's only 4% increase. And then of course, you know, we no longer do fines, and so that shows. And then looking at all of our other expenses and things that we do, we try to increase certain areas and cut back at others. And so, you know, we're only asking for a slight increase in our budget, but maintaining our services.
You know, quick question. So you're saying that you've already made some adjustments on your salary line?
Yes, we have. We actually budgeted to, through our compensation study, we discovered there was a large percentage of our employees were, you know, like I said, way below the minimum. And so what the board approved the compensation study, and already in this fiscal year, we brought everybody up to that first grade step level, because we had quite a few of our employees that were way below
Do
that.
you have any idea what the percentage of increase would be across the board
For the ones we already did or moving forward.
from here?
From this point forward, it's just gonna be basically the 4%.
Okay.
And what that's doing is it's giving every employee a step increase and giving people that were still way below, and addressing longevity. So we had some people that were way below minimum, that weren't even on a greater step level. We brought them up to the first step, and then we looked at their longevity. They've been here for over 7 years.
Well,
We moved about 2 steps.
Sure. Well, what I'm getting at is in the past, when we do a COLA at the county level, we give you, that's part of your grant money.
Yeah,
And you do with it what you want. But since you already got that built in, you don't think that's necessary for the additional 2%?
well, we'll always get money.
Yeah. That was, what they came in answer.
But you would be happy if we didn't.
We would prefer if you did give us some, but we could manage. Yeah, we've already factored that into this year's budget.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. They've done it themselves.
Yeah.
Yes,
And their one step will equal the 2 steps that we got.
Yeah, and so, I don't know if you figured out, you probably can, Steve, that 4% ballpark adjustment in their wages, would that be about what the 50 cent, the 2-step would do?
This, actually, just their salaries, I just calculated is, this increase of the 64,000 is a 6.6% increase in salaries.
And the 50 cent, the COLA and the 2-step, we figured was around 4.8.
4.8.
Okay, so we have to decide if that's what we want to do. Lloyd?
Can you explain on the I understand what you're saying, the difference between part-time wages and
Yeah.
salary versus the full-time. You made it 4%, and that's actually 7%. So where is the difference there?
so,
64,000 difference is 7%, not 4%.
it's a little confusing just because, like I said, the bookkeeping was kind of,
She's saying that the 4.3 increase in the subtotal for salaries, but then we took out the bonus from last year. We gave you 2% bonus, so that's 19,000 less. And then there's some a little bit more in the insurance and retirement. So we took out the 2% bonus.
Mhm.
Overall salaries are up 4%, but that's, if you add the 2% back to the bonus, you're back at 6.3%.
yes. You did a better job explaining than I would.
One other clarification is they do not have to follow, and I don't believe are following the county's new policy on blocking the employees with the 18.2. They are going to continue to pay the 0.5 additional Wyoming retirement.
That's what we factored in for this year.
Right, and so that would change the percentage some if they are gonna pay that.
More questions on it? Clear as mud.
I think the biggest thing was getting everybody where they needed to be. You just did it a couple months ahead of what we were doing with, just county
Yeah,
wages overall. Yours was more of a realignment and catch up
yes,
than it was due to COLA or, just doing step increases. It was a realignment of where people needed to be.
yeah, that was a huge factor for us. We had so many employees that were like way below what they were supposed to be. So that was in this fiscal year with this budget, we were able to get a big chunk of our employees to where they should be already this fiscal year without going over budget.
So this is a realignment plus the new policy that we put into effect.
Not completely our policy. They just
Yeah.
did a realignment and they're looking at adding one of their steps in the
Yeah.
new budget year.
Yes, and then addressing longevity for some employees, yeah.
So it would basically, this would put us, you guys, a little over 2% over, 1.5% over what, if we just adjusted the wages.
And then, of course, for me, my philosophy is every time somebody leaves, which of course we're anticipating a few retirements this year, is to reevaluate the position. Is it needed? Is it still need to be full-time? That's my goal, is to make sure that for every employee, there's a purpose for that position, or is there a way that we can restructure it so it's more efficient? Instead of just constantly adding more staff, we're using the staff positions we have efficiently.
I have slightly different numbers than up there.
You have different numbers on your hard copy that you have there, because Steve always changes them on us.
Well, even in SharePoint, it's different.
Yeah.
Right, because we updated,
Yes.
just updated on,
I did everything this morning.
yeah,
Yeah,
we updated
everything is-
everything this morning.
So these are the numbers we're playing with, is what's on the screen. Okay, well, guess we'll make a decision on the final decision as we get closer.
Mhm.
But, any further questions, thoughts? And with all these updated numbers, obviously are what you're working with as far as thinking we're gonna be flat. Okay. Nothing.
The other thing, just to point out, one of the things that Karen's been doing, and I was just looking at our programming expenses with the 53% difference there, is a whole lot of outreach.
Mhm.
She's been doing a lot of things in all three communities and around to make the library a little more accessible to people, and I think that's important, and it seems to be working.
And that's what we did on our expenses operationally. So we went through each line item and looked at really how we could cut back, but sustain the services. So actually, we were able to reduce our operating expenses 0.4%. But what we did was we increased it in areas that we thought were important, like programming, and then cut back in other areas. The biggest increase is our electronic databases at 48%. And that's due, of course, with COVID hit. I mean, it just skyrocketed what we do. So our people accessing what we offer online is just growing dramatically. And so that is a huge increase, but it's warranted, needed, definitely. But we increased it and cut back in other areas so that, again, we wouldn't go over on our operating expenses.
Scott?
Just, I know that you were dealing too with CARES money for technology improvements, and that's all included in here, and maybe a revenue coming in?
Not yet. In terms of like the technology cares, that's still, I guess, at the state level, it still hasn't trickled down, and I think they're still unsure of the technology part. They mentioned things like giving money to libraries to purchase laptops for people to borrow or hotspots, but nothing's been official yet, or any also direction on how money can be used, so it's still at that state level. Mhm. And so, yeah, any CARES money that's gone to the state library, it's still at the state level, we don't know yet.
Anyone else got any comments?
I got, one quick question. Do you have any money left down on deposit in Cheyenne, or did we finally get rid of all that?
In the state, no, we still, well, we put, of course, so,
There we go.
and this is new to me, this is totally new and different for me. So, I'm still asking questions, like, so how does it work? So we still have money down at the state, but that is our yearly budget money that you give us for materials and things. It gets transferred down there and it's kept down there because the purchasing goes through the state. So, and of course, the Matisse replacement money, we still have a good chunk of it. And we've been using that, down as much as we can, still following the rules of how we can use it. And so that, has helped us, we're not asking for more material budget because we still have that down
All right. Well, we appreciate it. Next. Gonna be running ahead of schedule, I know.
Well, wow, okay, that was, people were telling you.
Well, we got you here. Give us some comments on the bistro.
On the bistro,
Yes.
people like it. Oh, it's open from 9 to 2, Tuesday through Friday. And so it's closed sporadically. It's always a shock. Oh, it's closed. But yeah, it's been closed a few times. Yeah. So, but when it is open, there's a good crowd there. And so, and we hear a lot of feedback about people wish it was open Monday, which was open longer. So, but people do like it. I think they would, there's definitely a desire to have it open more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
Great.
much.
Well, thank you.
Enjoy your day.
You too.
Thank you.
I think we let you out too easy.
I know, I
Any
was
questions for
expecting.
Colleen?
No,
We didn't say it was approved, we just said.
I know.
We understand.
Yes.
no, Lisa is great to work with, though, I do have to say that.
I'm very confused. We never did anything that fast.
Well, I haven't made a decision. I don't think, we could hold them here a little bit longer.
Should I be asking more questions?
You should be.
Don't be slacking.
Well, as far, what I see there is maybe 2% on the wages that is more than would have plugged in. It is with the realignment. I mean, I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just saying that's the only thing we'd have to, really have to consider. We didn't ask for any cuts this year. We asked everyone to keep flat.
So, Mr. Chairman, at what point in time do you want to make those decisions? Normally we do it today, so we can get those numbers plugged in.
Well, then I will make the decision. You guys, what do you want to do?
Final decision or just a recommendation?
Recommendation.
Right, I'm fine with, at this point, moving forward with what we've seen. However, when it gets to the end, I mean, I'm not
That's
saying we're not gonna come back to this and then cut, or hopefully we're all good. I still question, I need more layman's terms on the explanation on the wages and salary of only being 4%. I don't see how you can include bonuses and subtract that out.
Well,
Because salary and salary, bonuses is still something totally different.
but it's
one-time deal.
year over year.
So last year we had the bonus in there. So
Yeah,
that's whatever we're dealing with.
there was $20,000 in bonuses included last year that are not included this year.
We took them out this year.
So that would affect your percentage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the percentage is still the percentage.
You have to look, that's like with our COLA and 2 steps, salary wise, it's 4.88, but total salary and benefits, it's only 3.65 or whatever it was, because the insurance isn't affected
Right.
by that. So if you just look at salary, this is 6.6% increase. And overall, salary and benefits, 4.3% increase for the library.
factor everything in there.
Got it.
I think, Mr. Chairman, as far as process today, I think if we have an issue with one that we see, we need to address it at that time.
That's
And
what
if
we've
we're
done.
okay with what they left with, then we're still gonna maybe have to go back and look at things again, depending on where everything comes in at. But if we don't see any changes that we want right now, I think we're assuming that it may go forward unless we run into a roadblock at the end.
That's,
I
That
would
be my
like
thought.
to, the formal here is just open discussion.
open discussion.
The retirement, I know it doesn't amount to a whole lot, but I'd like to see the consistency regardless of whether it's a board or not with the county, so with the other employees, so they're within the county. Because in a sense, they are the county employees, and give them all the benefits, same benefits as the other county employees. So if our current county employees are having to kick in a little bit, we should, I know it's not a big deal and it may be nitpicky, but I think that should be backed out. But what would that amount to? That 0.5%.
It's not gonna be a lot, probably $7,000-ish. roughly.
And it's not so much the money as a consistency that everyone in the county has the same benefit package.
Steve, did they figure that at 18.52 then? Or 6.2, I mean?
They figured out whatever the range is and they're including. That's,
Because we have 18.12 on this side, that's what.
if they're the end number, at the end of the day or tomorrow, we're all good. I have no problem with going with what we have here, but
I agree with
I
you.
question still don't quite fully understand the percentage thing. I do, but I'm not sure it's in a sense the same amount of COLA that we.
What you're gonna recommend is that they pick up, the retirement, just like you're on the,
Would be about $5,200.
yeah.
Nicole,
And I
did
know it's nitpicky, but it's,
they have any discussion during your budget discussions about that retirement situation?
Not that I recall, but there were some executive sessions where I think they talked more in depth about wages and salaries that I wasn't part of, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Is the library the only group that we would have a separate?
So far,
Museum.
all board.
The museum, they'll have
Yeah, the
employees. Fair doesn't have employees that it would affect, and even just parking rec.
No, the library is a unique animal that it functions as a county entity to a certain extent, but it's the board that, for all intents and purposes, gets a block grant from the county. Years ago, it was based upon percentage of a mill, and we just gave it to them, we went to a zero balanced budget and turned it into more of a block grant type of deal, and so they're not following, they don't have to fall under our guidelines. We'd like to see them do it, but they don't have to. We can give them a chunk of money and they can spend it however they want to spend it.
But their employees are on the county
Yes.
health insurance. I don't know about that.
Yeah, so like I say, it's kind of unique. But so go, it's all yours, man.
Sounds like you guys were just discussing something I was.
So, no problem with the hard copy, Susan?
Yes.
No page numbers.
I just read both.
I know, but
Sorry.
we have no page numbers.
It'd be-
Well, there is at the bottom.
What's
here.
that?
I don't know if you look
You
at
see, it's SharePoint page.
Next
It
to
might
the
be your
last
last
page.
page. Yeah, just flip it.
Actually, it is last.
It is the last page.
Just flip it over.
Yeah.
Keep on going.
It's not the last page. The last page is. All right, we go to, floor is yours.
So, you guys see here, the upcoming budget for the Park County Museum Board. What we're proposing is essentially the same as we had proposed last year there. The one difference that you'll see that's pushing it up a little bit is with the full-time wages and salaries that are going into that new staff member. We never picked up benefits on the previous staff member that we had in the position there. And so that's reflected a little bit in the change that you see right here, but otherwise it's fairly consistent across the board.
The question we have, are we gonna do the same thing with?
You know, with library, they just discussing themselves.
Yeah.
And we can discuss that later, but there's like, in keeping with what we've done in the past, I think we need to reflect this number.
Go ahead.
I don't know if he knows what we did. But
I
we did.
was gonna ask.
We did a
They
50
came
cent
late.
COLA and
57 an hour.
50 cents an hour COLA and a two-step increase value.
Okay.
And I'll explain that by saying that the value of 2 steps for each employee in a department was given to the elected official or the department head to spread out as they see fit. So we did it that way.
Makes sense.
The grading step scale, I don't know if you knew we approved a new one 2 months ago, so it went to 30 steps.
Okay.
So you might take a look at what's available.
Yeah. Okay.
What's that gonna do if we plug that stuff in, Steve? For the multitude of employees and.
Okay. So we need to get our hands on that.
Yeah.
At the 139, you have all their statement.
So we'll have to find out what it is. And how it affects
About $8,400. 8,400.
We can handle that.
Okay.
Otherwise, you know, beyond budget stuff, just let you know, yes, no, things at the Homestead Museum and the archives are going great. We really made a lot of good progress here in the past year as far as formalizing the processes. We've rewritten the bylaws of the board, and right now we're going through the policy manual and updating that and getting that up to speed with current museum practices and everything. And so that's been a big undertaking. We also entered into, finally, after years of working on it, a new memorandum of understanding with the Homesteader Museum Association, which has not always had the greatest relationship with the county board there, which has made things a little bit different, as they also provide some funds for the Homesteader, and so they've kind of been bifurcated from our mission there. So this new MOU is going to bring us together more closely in what we're doing, and I think it's going to be very, very positive in terms of both working relationship and being able to get some revenue to work on some new projects with Homesteader as well. And that's what we're in the right direction. So I think that's going to wind up being a very, very productive partnership. So those are just a few of the big things that we've been working on, but I think things are running really well.
Still learning. Homesteader Museum Association?
Yeah.
Separate board.
Sure. So we've been through this a little bit too. Is so when the county museum board was created, basically there were 3 institutions that were running sort of privately that were folded into it, which was the Park County Historical Society, which had the archives holdings. Now, since then, the Park County Historical Society still exists, but is no longer associated with the archives. There was Meeteetse Museums, or what's become Meeteetse Museums now, which after joining the county museum board eventually left and went with their own city tax there that runs them. And then the third one is the Homesteader Museum Association, which that became part of the county board. The Homesteader did, and we took over all the staff and all the management of the museum there. But the Homesteader Association still continued to exist and be sort of a support group, like a friends group there. However, that relationship was never really defined, and even, you know, the details of that are still not clear to both this year we really, and I guess in the past, I don't know about that, because there was some infighting and it got to the point where they were kind of frozen and weren't even talking to each other, communities, which is, you can imagine, it's not a great situation for running a museum.
So your group though, at least the museum board would oversee Homestead, right?
Right, so what we were looking for is to define that relationship, make sure everybody was on the same page there. And so essentially that's what this MOU does that we created, is it says, okay, this is what the county does. We oversee the museum, we hire and supervise staff, and all of the assets essentially belong to us. What the association does is provide volunteers, is provide fundraising support for special projects and things like that. And it really actually defined it. It was a tough situation because there were some in the back in that had been there for 20, 30 years that were like, wait a second, we never ceded control of the museum. And so we had to do some diplomacy to really get us to the point where we could get this MOU signed. But now that relationship is really well defined, which is going to open up a lot of possibilities for us. The big reason that Rebecca Burns and I started undertaking this was that it was really hard for us to apply for grants that could go to nonprofit organizations, but not necessarily government organizations. We didn't have some kind of relationship with the association to administer those grants. And so now we have that kind of relationship, and we're actually working together to function and, go into each other's meetings and the like. So it's a much improved situation. It was a long time coming.
Sticking with our theme, do they have a budget?
They do have a budget, and the way that the MOU is written with them is that their budget goes toward fundraising projects. So basically improvements like the caboose is a good example right there, where they can actually fundraise and work on a special project. It doesn't go toward regular operations of the museum. We agreed to take that on when the county took over. But it also, can be for things as simple as they redid the carpet, they redid the lights within the homes there. So improvements to the building like that, improvements to the infrastructure, they can help take on now, which is going to be
I suppose it would pay for air conditioning.
We haven't even jumped into that conversation, but I'm hoping that we might be able to get some.
Or broken plumbing.
Yeah.
Been a bad week.
It's been a little bit rough, yeah. But yeah, I think that those kind of improvements are something we can hopefully expect to have some help on. With that. Not that they haven't been helping in the past. They've been a great supporter. They've just largely been a supporter without our knowledge of what they were doing, and that's going to change.
Cool. So did you get those plugged in the? Yeah. Yes. What would it do to us? I mean, I know it's an 8,400 increase, but you just punch it in there so see the bottom line is. Okay.
Health insurance premiums paid for.
Yeah, 5% to the insurance, health insurance.
Is a 5% increase on the health insurance premium paid by the county. Overall, it was what, 11?
Do what, I'm sorry?
Overall, the health insurance increase was 11% or something, and the county's picking up 5 of that.
Yeah, because of our reserves, we recommended 5. Yep. Should have been 11, but.
Okay.
But we have good reserves right now, so. Knock on wood, we stay that way.
For now, you do.
That's why I said, knock on wood, we stay that way.
Like, we haven't looked at that one yet.
I knew that was coming.
That one's private, you don't.
More than
really look at
more
it.
than I took some out of it years ago.
It's private, you don't even look at it.
Yeah, by the time you plug everything else in. So, what's the thoughts of the board?
I'm okay with this one right now.
Good for now.
Good for that. Copy that.
All right.
Thank you much. Thanks, Coach.
And Colton, did you guys went on our pay scale, didn't you? The step and grade? I thought we got Brian and those in on the step and grade, no?
No, we didn't. We did manage to get a little increase with them to bring them a little bit closer, but we didn't actually get them onto where they're 7th grade with the county employees.
Oh, okay.
So we'll,
See where they're close and then.
I'll get the 7th grade from Dossie and we'll go from there on that.
All right.
Thanks.
Yes,
Alright,
since we have extra time, we're plugging
Jack's here.
Jack in.
Yep, and his is on page 31. Sorry.
First of all, I think you guys need to get some wider chairs, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we don't.
You want me to comment on that, Jack?
Yes, please do. Go ahead.
Well, it's 31.
I'm trying to count them down, so that's I'm counting my phone.
Homeland Security.
On SharePoint is 31. Really? Oh, yeah. The beginning up there. Then you got grants on 32.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the top. How'd that happen? Okay. What are we gonna do to Jack?
Get rid of it.
Ready.
So my budget is the lowest it's been in the last 8 years because of inflation. So I'm not asking for anything different than I had in the past, but apparently something is different with the pay increase.
There is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, my discretionary stuff it hasn't changed. I'm looking at building the UAS program, the drone program next year, and CERT keeps going. So what I've been using, what I have, I need it. And I'm gonna have a much better presentation, but kind of push forward a little bit.
You're gonna use all this time between now and when you're supposed to be here and preparing your presentation?
Yes. Trust me, I work quick.
Another budget presentation that is gonna take a little more time on the AR money. That one was-
Trust me, I'll be ready for that. A couple of things that shifted, the advertising, because I have been doing a lot more advertising with the siren testing and the LEPC notices and stuff. So I shifted that because I wasn't using all of my cell phone service budget.
How are you getting along without help?
Well-
Some days down there,
Well, when they bring that nuclear power plant in, it's gonna be a lot different, but I'm doing okay. I'm keeping my head above water, but I would like to have that office assistant back, but that's something we can talk about a little bit further down the line.
Well, this last year obviously was hopefully was an anomaly, whatever you say.
Right, but that's just it with my job description, my job. It could be anything. A COVID, flood, bad storm, whatever, that puts me, overboard.
I just wanna say, just like you said, this last year's been kind of crazy, so. With that, I mean, this looks great, I wish we could run flat like this all the time, we're actually a little under or something. But how much do you suspect has been picked up because of COVID versus where we would be today had we not been able to shift some of those expenses?
Really, the
I mean,
only,
just roundabout.
right, I think really the only thing that took a hit was that 4863, my disaster relief and emergency operations. Other than that, I think it's just, day-to-day kind of stuff, and it's just normal operations. Normally, I don't think, I wouldn't touch much of that last line item, and just a normal. So.
Yeah, I got one quick question, just curious, actually. You sent us an email of your wish list, the grants that you applied for, the truck and all the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when do you find out whether you get that money or not?
That's up to you guys.
It's up to us.
Okay.
That's the ARP money, our money.
Oh, okay, all right, I'm on the phone.
Yeah, we're gonna have,
Okay, so in the event that when we figure out how we're gonna spend it, then this will all be adjusted, right?
Yes, it could be, or I would use a lot less of it because I would have been able to outfit CERT with that money, and then, this, I wouldn't touch near as much of this stuff.
so your budget, if you receive those funds, this budget's gonna look a lot different next year.
Yes.
Usually you'll come in with carryover for next year.
Minus $3,800 per drone.
Would you please just buy him a drone?
I know, I already knew about it.
I've seen them on eBay, I'll get him one.
All right, please.
$59.99.
I got a question with that, what do you feel would be different in the bottom?
That 4311, the materials and supplies, that would be different. Probably cut that in half. And then 4340, the equipment, furniture, maintenance, repairs, probably cut that in half as well. So be looking at getting $4,500 at least back.
Yeah, like I say, we won't know that until next year.
I understand. But you cut it in half, and you're still not even half of what you normally spend. So that line item is overrated anyway. Like, it's been $774 out of $4,000 budget. The year before that, if I'm looking at my thing right. But, I'm okay with leaving it in there because at this point, I'm just trying to see
I see
where,
what you're saying.
your wish list was $182,000 worth.
Yeah.
And I don't see, you only got 17,000 in the bottom line there, so I'm trying to see where we would save anything or very little.
Well, the thing with my budget is I don't deal with the day-to-day stuff. I deal with, what might happen. Having that there and being able to prepare for things and having the items and supplies in stock when we need to respond it's invaluable.
So that brings us to the question, we've done this before with other departments. Instead of, budgeting for what might happen, budget for what usually happens, and then the what might happen gets pulled out of reserves, if it does.
Yeah.
And we did that, I know we've done that with other departments. And so, do we want to do that right now? I don't know if we need to, but it's just a philosophical question.
Right.
Of it either sits in your budget just in case it happens, or it sits in reserves just in case it happens.
Well, and that's kind of the way I see it is it's just sitting there. I'm not going to go out and spend it just because it's there.
Yeah.
But, that's why that 2,500 there on the disaster relief got cut by 50% last year because, all right, there's a big thing and we spend a lot of money, then we go into reserves and we do a budget back. So.
I think this is
It is, and as I say, it's more philosophical than,
Yeah.
than anything is,
Okay, with these two.
we've done it with other departments, so.
Chairman, I would say leave it in reserve. And if we go ahead and plug it in the budget now, it's easier to spend.
Instead of making him come grovel in front of us.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
But I wasn't gonna say that.
Well, I mean, what's the rest of the board's thoughts?
But on travel, you foresee doing more, were you limited last year because of COVID as far as travel?
Yes, I wasn't able to go.
So we don't want to really adjust that, even though you're almost 50% under on that one. But the biggest one, back to your saying, you know, try to budget for what we have and don't budget for the unexpected. The only one I really see is equipment furnishing, maintenance, repairs of 4,000, cut that in half. And still have quite a bit in there, unless you know of something this year that we need to do for equipping your tank for this. You already mentioned if we get any arts money, you're not gonna.
I was gonna say,
probably at all.
it all depends on the art money. So,
I'm
because,
all for using free grant as opposed to general fund, but,
so
I mean,
you're motioning to approve my request?
no. Because I'm also concerned about, the thing I feel on the arts money is, I have no problem using it where it's needed, as long as it doesn't put further expense down the road on the county.
Yeah.
I mean, just throwing shit out here, but like a 1-ton truck, you got 6 tires now, is it a duty or not?
No.
But I mean, there may be more expense to that, whatever, that platform thing. Is there any undue
Oh, the
expense?
mobile
Down the road on
communication
that?
post. I mean, just
Or,
upkeep.
for the subject.
Yeah, yeah.
We got time.
Yeah, just upkeep, and that's, with my request, it's COVID related, but it's also, it would gear us more toward being better prepared.
And nothing personal, I'm just saying,
No.
any arts money, I plan to really look at what is it gonna cost us later.
I don't, honestly, with the trailer and the truck, it's just gonna be normal upkeep. I don't think it's gonna be more expensive
Than what we have right
than what we have right now.
Back to the reserve funding, are any of your grants, any Homeland Security, would that be for future spending too? I mean, we're just trying to get the bookkeeping taken care of. Do you ever get grants that say, well, this is for future expense? I mean,
No,
when we
they
get
don't,
a grant, putting in our general fund,
they don't pay
have
for,
stipulation on it.
they don't pay for maintenance or upkeep or anything. Right. That's all.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, this question to you, at what point in time in the future do you anticipate making some type of allocation of those relief funds?
Well, we plugged in a work session, didn't I, Susan?
Yes,
Yeah, when is the work session?
the 13th of July.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was my thoughts, was to have, I wanted to get all departments' wish lists in, our wish list, and then on the 13th, we sit down and start. Okay, there's no way in hell we're gonna get it in front of this budget. So,
No, I mean, my only question moving forward is there's a lot of things that I think in particular is gonna come up with buildings and grounds and Jack's wish list here that possibly could be spent this year.
I don't think we get it spent this year. That's where I'm coming from, and it would be nice, and it would be more impactful if we were, looking at a several $1 million deficit right this year. Then it might be more of a.
And the incentive would be a little bit greater.
Incentive would be a little bit greater, but, I mean, what I see it happening is, maybe in the case of Homeland Security, is it's gonna show up on next year's budget as a carry forward.
All right, I was just curious.
Yeah.
And Jack, I got one quick question. How many miles do you have in your truck now?
It's got 38,000 miles.
Oh, okay, you got plenty of miles left.
I do have plenty of miles left, but and like I said, I was gonna have a much better presentation. I've got pictures of all the PPE that I had to, distribute, and I put 15 sandbags in it. the other day, and I have a picture of that, plus 30 sandbags.
Is that a half ton or three-quarter?
It's a half ton. And, you know, I've tried to make do. I think it's a good platform. I'm glad that I have it, and I'm appreciative that I do have it, but we need it for much more than just COVID stuff.
Oh, I totally understand that.
And, you know, the stuff with the ARP money as well, I saw some comments on Facebook about it. Well, why don't we just give it back? Well, if you give it back, then it's gonna go to someone else. They've already done it. So to put it to the benefit of the county would be.
Well, you know, personally, actually, I thought about giving it back, because I don't think it's right.
No.
But, I mean, if everybody in the United States said, okay, we're all gonna give it back, I'd say, okay. But as you say, if we don't use it, somebody's gonna use it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Good to go, Mr. Chairman.
all right,
So do we want to just
you wanna adjust that? The one down
highlight
3,000,
their equipment furnishings from Ford to, you want to knock that down?
just to get some blood, just to get Lloyd and
Get
Phil some
Well,
blood.
I was gonna get some blood out of the library when they were first up. I thought, you know, it's only $1,000. But if you wanna get some blood out of Johnny, that's fine.
I like big guys, yeah.
You hired me.
And it was an excellent hire out.
All right, we'll take it to 2.
Yeah, seriously. Wait, come on, I have like the third lowest budget in the county.
3 years.
What's the lowest?
I don't know, it's like some.
Yeah, I thought you were keeping score.
Okay, well,
We'll adjust if you overspend.
oh, okay.
So before you
If they're
go,
approved.
you gotta spend.
I threw in if they're approved. We'll adjust.
Well, and you know, like I said, just think about that ARP money because that'll set me in a good spot for a long time.
Go with it.
I mean, long after I retire. So, in like 5 years.
All right,
Moving on.
thanks, Jack.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Have a good day.
When they talked about
What's the record yet?
the new infrastructure bill, the Republicans wanted to use return CARES Act money that came back, and the Democrats had already earmarked that. So, no, we're not using that.
I'll be right back.
So that's the problem you get when you get these bills, they will put it in there that it's to be spent. There's never a stipulation on when they return that, or if the money is returned.
Yeah, the money is
So
returned.
it goes into where, nobody knows.
Who knows?
That's how billions landed on a pallet in Iran that time, or wherever they brought that to, and they just have discretionary funds that float around that they can use.
You know, I've heard a couple different news reports now with all of the fraud involved with the additional unemployment.
Oh, yeah.
You know, $400 billion
Yeah.
in fraud.
Yeah. They were giving unemployment to prisoners in California.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, I apologize, I can't hear what the damn it. What did you say your estimated carryover was gonna be?
Got.
I'm not gonna hold you to it, were you talking
No.
half a million?
We're gonna be right there.
Flat?
We should have enough to cover
To cover the $3 million.
what we have now. We're
We're gonna have 3 million carryover?
That's what he
more than
said.
3 million.
Carryover.
We have 3 million in excess revenue today. So we'll add whatever revenue we get between now and the end of the month to that.
Okay, do we know how much of that is outstanding money that was already set aside for like carpeting?
Encumbered.
Encumbered money.
That's revenue. That's only revenue. From the expense side, like from the carpet, I don't know what Mike's, we need to get those projects here.
But I mean, that's carryover that your county, that money that was already.
No, that's, the 3 million is just revenue. That's nothing we're spending, that's just revenue. The spending part, we could have roughly $500,000. Carry over and spend.
That's, I mean, what he's saying is that there's about $500,000 that we budgeted last year that will not be spent with those costs.
That's what I,
Right, and so that's true cash carryover.
okay,
And so the other is additional revenue that we unexpected revenue that we had come in that we didn't.
is, but not, is any of that 3 million that you're talking ARPS or care, COVID related money?
It's just not 1.4 million. No, we got it.
Well, I think good question.
So where did 1.6 come from?
The reimbursement.
Sales tax.
No,
The 1.4 reimbursement, we got the 600,000 for the community.
yeah, the charitable relief, but that was spent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also an expense side
Yeah.
too.
So it's,
That balance is up.
So we would have had more carryover in the expense side, and less in the revenue side, if we wouldn't have had that community money we gave away. But, yeah, just increased sales tax, that's the biggest one, where we're over. So it's,
okay. Front and center, sir. You don't get to sit back there, you have to get close. Yep. Yeah, that's, but I mean, you come in for asking twice as much.
He's not
Coming in and asking twice as much, really?
Well, we'd like to, if we know the situation, so. Good morning, everybody. I guess just to be quick, point out a few things in the budget, just setting things up. In 19 and 20, you'll notice that we had 180,000 was our request, and we only spent about 133. Of course, COVID hit us in the spring. We didn't even meet for 3-4 months. We didn't have any groups come in. You know the story. So our spending went down. For this budget year, 2021, we got reduced, and we'll say cut to 140. And of that 140 right now, it looks like we're going to spend about 139,000 and change if everybody gets their bills in this month as they're supposed to. I guess a note on that, we spent 139 plus, and we actually had requests of over $221,000 in requests. So we didn't approve everybody that came in the door to see us. Some of them weren't well put together. Some of them we didn't think fit our what we're there to do, and so and some of them we reduced what the requests were because we just didn't feel they were what we're out there for. So this year we're requesting 180 again, just back to where we were before COVID. A lot of unserviced groups out there. Some of the groups haven't come back this year that we've seen in the past. A lot of the youth baseball groups haven't been back. We've seen a Legion baseball, but some of the younger age groups haven't been back. Youth football, stuff like that. We got a couple new members on our board this past year, and well, we've been out trying to dig up new groups, different people to fund, and we've seen a few of those, and spend the money a little differently. We funded 22 projects with that 139,000. So, in a nutshell, that's what it is.
I got a couple questions on the two big items of your biggest increase on adult recreation, community recreation, being jumped 100%. You have projects in mind here that you're planning and needing this for? Can you explain?
No. No, we don't develop projects.
Well, requests, I mean, why are you doubling your mud requests?
Because we think the need's out there for adult recreation. Due to, we haven't spent a lot in it in the past. A lot of the emphasis has been
That's
on
my
youth.
point is if you're not getting requests, then how do you know there's a need?
Well, one unfortunate thing is a lot of people don't know we exist. They don't know that this avenue is even out there to get funding.
So basically, what, I mean, the increase is just because we didn't fund you fully last year.
Correct.
So that that's gonna reflect an increase.
Trying to get back to where we were before, yes.
Mr. Chairman, since I'm new on the board, the $180,000 before, there was usually some kind of carryover, wasn't there?
Not much.
And then this year, there wasn't the youth programs, like the Little League program, like you said, the flag football, and they sometimes come in for that, but I noticed that, you know, some of the new people coming in, including the Sage Creek Community Club, which I didn't even know about. So they came in with a presentation, and they said that they had never heard of, that they were told by, I think it was Shoshone-Rack. Shoshone-Rack has been sending people also to Park County Rack to ask for funding. So it's, you know, these groups are out there, and a lot of them, like even the Park County Peddlers, they're trying to put in a world-class BMX trail next to the Cody Shooter Club. It has a possibility of attracting a lot of people from around the world coming into Cody to try that track out. So they were one of the groups too that didn't know about it and came to us, came to the county for funding for that.
I'm good.
Joe's good.
Guys, I mean, personally, I think it's very important that we get these folks back up to where they need to be. You know, these programs every year get more and more important to the county.
And if you look at Park County, you know, we've been talking about employee retention and keeping the actual people living in the county, or maybe even attracting younger families. So the thing that Park County has to offer is world-class recreation. And we've got the Mercedes of recreation here in Park County. And, you know, if you want to skimp on maintenance on your Mercedes, then you're in a problem. So I think to let people know who want to move to the community that this is the place to be for hunting, fishing, biking, horseback riding, jogging, walking, whatever. Park County is the place to be. And I think Park County and Teton County, you know, are vying for a lot of these people want to move to a recreational area. Park County's close. So I think that what we do is we offer the maintenance on that Mercedes.
Yeah, and one of the things we've heard from a lot of groups, and it's not totally our place to do it, but with the COVID, all the business, you know, a lot of these groups go to businesses around town and get funds. Well, they're really feeling right now, they don't really want to do that because we all know how our business has been hit with COVID, the money's not there. We can maybe fill a bit of that void. You know, it's not government's responsibility all the time to fill those voids, but it's maybe one thing we can do. And, you know, mentioning the bicycling thing, you know, these BMX tracks and stuff over by Beck Lake have just been unbelievable for the youth and adults also around here. But you go up there, you see the vehicles, people in Billings don't have it. As I try to tell people, we're recreation for Park County, we're not tourism, but it all kind of flows together. But this funding that we just did, and hopefully they get the money spent, is a new trail. Well, they're old trails for some of us old bikers out by Newton Lake. And they've actually, the BLM has been working with the BLM, actually spent money for some of the studies, which they haven't done in the past. And we're funding the archaeological study out there. And so by tying it in and making them official trails, the biking people can actually go out and maintain them. And they can look at parking and different things, they improve it so it isn't just a small group of locals that know about it, and it makes it a lot, it's some rough trails. But they're good hiking trails, they're not only biking trails, but stuff like that really helps the community. I mean, you mentioned the center out there on the Grable Highway, and it was the first time we ever saw them. And that group, for instance, you know, they requested over $19,000. They had a lot of maintenance. They had dances there. They had a lot of get-togethers. And again, we can argue forever what recreation is. Dancing's recreation to some people. Some people may think not. Sitting and listening to a concert is recreation. The next guy may say, no, if my heart rate's not up, it's not recreation. But I can argue that point both sides all day. Anyway, they requested over $19,000 and we gave them $12,000 because we thought, hey, we didn't want to fund the whole thing. And they needed to go find funding elsewhere and from within, but they don't, I think they said their members they charge members like $20 a year, $30 a year. They have concerts out there, they have bands, different things. I've never been in this place, I've driven by it a million times, but.
And also, in the old days, the sixties, at Sage Creek, they were saying most of the recreation was sometimes fights out in the parking lot.
Yes. They got your heart rate up.
Even Bucky Hall's group had played out there before, so he was explaining, a lot about Sage Creek. But, one of the things too that this board does is it sort of filters for us and keeps, well, I don't want to say keeps some of these people away, but them coming into us and asking for funds, directly to the commissioners. I think these guys will filter some of those. I know one point, the chamber wanted to get funds for fireworks.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Yeah, and we said, no, we're not spending money on things that blow up. We had to go to other people and get that. But
It was a good discussion. Again, a lot of people enjoy watching the fireworks. I do. They were requesting $7,000. It was in the spring this year. We still thought we had a lot of groups coming in. So we didn't want to commit because we knew our budget. We were probably going to run out of money. So we didn't really want to commit to them. And there was a lot of discussion whether it was really what we wanted to spend our money on. And it's kind of one of those disposables. After an hour, it's all gone. We try to, not always, but we try to fund things that are going to be there for a while. The shooting complex came in and they were asking for us to cover their insurance costs. And we just didn't feel right about that, so we turned them down on insurance. We try not to get into insurance things. We just don't feel it's the right expenditure, but Sleeping Giant was looking for a bus because they thought it could increase and that was a large request, and we went around, and that one was actually fairly easy to turn down. We really don't think that it's a nonprofit. That kind of got into it. And, one of the neat things we funded was partial, was a handicap accessible van for the Wyoming Disabled Hunters. A fantastic group. They just do great things, and they needed a new van. The old one was on its last legs, and so we didn't pay for all of it. We paid for maybe a third of it. But, we're quite diverse. We helped out with, Newton Lake, the Trouts Unlimited, when the lake level was up and the parking lot got flooded. We helped fund the gravel for the new parking lot. One of the neat things we do is Trout Unlimited in the Kiwanis. We help fund the fishing derby for the youth up at Newton Lake, which I can't remember what I read in the paper then.
350 kids this year.
Yeah.
Huge turnout, and they told us it was really. And again, we don't fund 100% of all those, but we help out. It helps everybody. So.
I just want to say that I know Joe wants to just go with it. I don't feel like I'm doing my job if I don't say something here. And that's, I fully support you guys. And you do great things. I've actually been part of something the governor's pushing the outdoor recreation committee that we've met once. And they're talking about projects and things that we can do statewide, countywide, Park County Outdoor Recreation Committee. But it's somewhat, and recreation is huge. I agree with know that that's mostly white people that live here. However, looking at the numbers, I mean, I know last year you kind of got to throw off because of, we all know, the COVID stuff, but even the year before, we did budget you 180 and you only spent 133 before that. And you mentioned that a lot of the groups have tried to go to businesses and get more and, you know, and because of businesses down, and those are the people also that bring us the general revenue. So I feel like I can't spend their money or even budget excessively. In my opinion, I think we could cut you down a little bit. I'm not saying back to where last year or what you spent or even the year before, but I'd like to see your road get turned off of a couple line items there in the lower half and bring that bottom number down at least two. So.
At least
That's
it's
my
getting, so what number you want to take?
Well, I would want 160, but I'll go for 170. For now, we're trying to be flat and flat is based on 140. So we're actually increasing them. I know it's a maybe little when you're talking 22 million, but 40,000 here, 40,000 there. As long as it's not, if we can keep flat, I'd be more comfortable, but I do know that we need to get back and things are getting more, but I don't want to increase as much as you asked.
Commissioner, the group that you're a part of, do they have some funds that could
Not
also
yet.
be tied together with?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. That might save us quite a bit if we get statewide funds. That
I'm
would help out
hoping-
Park County
I'm
Park.
hoping the state, you know, and there are some funds, but it's within different groups, and what they've done is brought outdoor groups together, outdoor trails, outdoor sticker stuff, snowmobilers, ORV, there's lots of different groups.
Because this group is always saying, here's a suggestion on
Right.
who else to go to, whether it's.
And for outdoor stuff, that is somewhere that they can push. Right now, we're the fourth group that started in Wyoming. It was started by Governor Meade and continued by Gordon. I asked what the bottom line is, and basically, I think down the road, they're trying to figure out, I think they have some excess money from stickers and different things like that, user fees, that are set aside for certain projects, and they don't have enough projects out there. But, so our committee for Park County Outdoor Rec, as well as there's 3 others in the state right now, are to find projects that this money can be spent bottom line. Some of these outdoor projects could be possibly used in the future. We're just to have our first initial meeting, planning another one in a couple months, but in the future, we may be able to save some of that from you, yes.
You know, we'll spend whatever we get. We'll try to spend judiciously whatever we get.
I'm just looking at the bid, you mentioned the businesses are a little tight. They're also the ones that are paying our bill.
You know, and one thing, we could go back 10 years or so, and this budget used to be 300,000. It's not like we're back where we were years ago, and I understand all the tax situations.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, you know, Lloyd, I understand where you're coming from, but last year at the 140, to me, that was a very unusual year. And flat to me is the 180. And that's where it's always been. I mean, even back in fiscal year 2019-20, which was the toughest budget year that I've ever experienced as a commissioner, we still gave them 180.
But they only spent 133.
Well, but that's okay. I mean, I don't really care whether they spend it or not, that's their business. It's out there. It's a matter of who comes to them and asks them for the money. And I think as the economy starts to open up, Park County continues to grow, there's gonna be more organizations coming to these folks asking for money. And so to me, flat is their 180.
You know, it's probably very hard to put a number to what these biking things have done to Cody of bringing people in. And again, I try to emphasize to our board, we're not here to bring people, our purpose is for improving recreation for Park County residents. But it all rolls over, but it's probably very hard to say how much money that little bike park up here has brought. And Shoshone Rec put a lot of money into it also, and the group has put a tremendous amount of work into it. But as we all know, recreation is huge in Park County. But again, we'll take whatever we're at the mercy of you five, and we'll take what we get.
I know where Joe's at, I know where Lloyd's at.
I'd like to wait. I'd like to stay where it is at 180, and if we get push comes to shove tomorrow afternoon, we can come back to this.
I think, yeah, that's what it, going to regular years, if we are in a regular year, yeah, to stay with the 180. I'd like to, look more into that group that Lloyd's involved in, because this might be a boom for our recreation too, so, I would like to stick with the 180.
Okay. We're at. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you guys for all you do.
Thanks, Jim. Next. We got our county fair.
Me by myself. The rest of the board can show up.
Well, the 18 by and the 18 by
Good morning. 211% increase.
From last year when we got,
And we actually gave back like 14,000 last year.
yeah,
I couldn't pass it up.
but we didn't increase from the year before, just trying to keep it flat, so.
What's your pitch?
Or from the,
We're hoping to have a fair that is normal with all the events and the grandstands full and people coming through the gates, so we're presenting a budget that's pretty similar to the 1920-ish one. Our concert, we got a better deal on our concert from what we had in previous years. They actually reached out to Audra and wanted to come to our fair.
Who is it?
Sam Cox Band.
Out of Oklahoma.
So, looking at keeping some of the other talent local, as far as the free stage acts and some of the other entertainment, to try to keep it more Park County based and also less money that we spend on bringing them in hotels. Do you have any questions on anything that we're presenting?
I'm sure there's gonna be some where I see Commissioner Teal is getting prepared.
All right, and if I can't answer them, Audra's here.
Well, now, to be honest, Mr. Chairman, using the logic of the past board request, we should increase these guys. But I'm happy to go where it is.
I would love to increase it, there's some projects we can
Well,
do,
no,
but
for your map, for their budget request.
we'll wait on that.
I mean, throw last year out and you go back and, hell, we're 70 to 100,000 under. So I mean, that's. I'm happy with that.
We're trying.
I'm looking forward to it. In fact, I don't know how much I'll be able to get there this year, but.
that's the biggest thing is through the meetings, they've done a great job of trying to figure out all the livestock things, premiums and everything that goes into this. It takes so much time to figure out and make it a good experience for everybody that's going to participate, let alone the spectators. And I think they've done a great job with cutting back, not trying to reach out to the huge names that they know are expensive and that kind of thing. I think it's been great.
We're hoping that our revenue, just because there wasn't the fair last year, that people are really excited to come. And so then maybe our revenues will actually go up and maybe we can come back and ask for some of that money to go to improve the project at the fair.
Well, as we see after COVID, I'm sure a beer sale will probably be.
Yeah.
Are there any anticipated, I suppose Mike could be able to hand it out, with maybe buildings and all of that that we need to look forward to for this coming year for the fair? Or can we remain stable as far as buildings and actual physical things that we need at fair? Well, you know, I mean, that's kind of driven by what events and stuff they're gonna bring into fair. I know one of our big issues that we have now, and we have it everywhere, it's not just fairgrounds, is storage. Like we were using a Connex container that we're packing everything in for fair. The hard part is how do you get a new building that will be used for more than 1 week of the year? You know, so we could build a nice new storage facility that's gonna house display cases for 51 weeks of the year. We're gonna pull them out for 1 week of fair. That, you know, that discussion's gotta be what kind of building could we put up that we could also use from an event standpoint, but would still give us some storage for fair. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's kind of the beast that you deal with when it comes to fair time. You kind of look at a bigger picture and what other kind of use can we get out of the building. You know, right now, I don't think we necessarily, you know, fair's not gonna happen if we don't have another storage building, but would it be a whole lot more convenient and efficient? Absolutely, you know, and is there something else we could use a building for that would, and I say building, I don't want you to think like we're gonna build another Hard Mountain Hall or anything. I mean, we're talking the pony that we lovingly refer to in the back is just an old white, used to be like a concession stand / ticket booth. You know, it's sagging and we put a new roof on it. I mean, it's not really insulated, and I mean, it's in pretty bad shape. You know, if we were to replace that with like an overhead roll door that we could actually get equipment and stuff in, would go a long ways to helping us, you know, keep things organized and free up some of the other areas. We've had several requests to use the beef barn during the year, but we can't because we've got all our equipment stored in the beef barn. You know, so are we losing enough revenue to justify replacing the pony? I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of time frame you're wanting on a return on investment. You know, if it's over 15 or 20 years, then sure, yeah, there's an actual, you know, if it's in a year or two, then I'm not sure we get that kind of you know, request. But I mean, for the most part, the fairgrounds is in pretty decent shape. I mean, like the buildings they're in good shape. They're holding up for what we're using them for. You know, could there be some infrastructure thrown at it to upgrade? Absolutely. You know, but nothing that won't prevent fair from being successful at this point, in my opinion. And I mean, that could be. One other point too, I know you were having problems trying to get people to work at the fair. How is that coming along?
We did get one of these, I think it's a speech and debate out of Powell. That club is going to donate 4 hours every day of fair. That's the only one that I'm aware of that has come forward and confirmed that. So we're hoping, I think I now have 6 applications. One of them, I'm not sure the kid will work out. I'm not sure he's old enough, but I'm hopeful that the others will. We haven't done interviews yet.
I would maybe make a point that if somebody who works at the county wants to take vacation during February, they can make part-time, get some part-time wages. So anybody, they'll take anybody at this point.
Yeah, just a quick comment. You know, when I first became a commissioner, I think county subsidized the fair somewhere around $1 million. And we've had our ups and downs with the advisory board and the fair down there, and I just want to commend the Fair Board Advisory Group, Mike and Audra, for all the work they've done, and I'm tickled to death with what they're trying to do.
And I would like to just let you know, we did get the shade order. I know that was an issue last year that came to you guys. They found some shade, so we got it ordered. It should be here.
It's
It was
here.
delivered.
We unloaded it last Thursday.
Yeah.
Cool. So a couple of.
And another point too, Mike, his group is trying to educate the people showing on our electrical system, which I guess costs quite a bit of money. Oh, man, commissioners, and there people are using some cheap Walmart cords and such, so they're stressed protecting our electrical system a little bit, quite a bit more this year. So appreciate that.
All righty.
Easy enough. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go forth with all of our.
We're excited.
Advance.
Show and beat this year, Mike. Show and beat this year.
You know, ever since Alaska,
Yeah, we want to do events.
yes,
I was gonna say, I think Larry's like out of state. Come fair time, that's not always happening.
it's hot, it's a lot of people, he's probably doing things more enjoyable than.
Well, it's right there with Paris Forest Advisory and board and events. I was wondering where you were.
And the doctor's salary also part of the.
Yeah, well, they, yes. Because they're under events.
Under that.
Oh, okay.
You have a number on SharePoint?
Not yet.
52,
What was that?
52.
52.
52?
Went right by it.
Went the wrong direction. didn't I?
Yep, Park County. No, that's the Fair Advisory Board.
Okay, so the next one down.
We're looking for
No, events would be, yeah, 1460,
1460.
right after IT, right before buildings and grounds.
Yeah, it'd be about 23, 22. Does that help?
There it is. 21.
21, okay, I was close.
That's the first thing.
Oops, I just had it on the way.
Yep.
That's easy. 2.3 increase. That's probably,
Our way.
All right, so we've only made a couple adjustments to this budget where we thought might be, where we thought if we had to offer up the sacrificial goat, we could. You know, equipment and furniture purchases over the last couple of years, we've maintained that at 10,000. We dropped that by half. That could be a little aggressive on my part, but you know, this kind of comes back to what I guess Audra and I have kind of fought with. We're still not 100% sure that we understand what the idea behind the events budget is in terms of what your thinking is. Like, I know that the events budget supports a lot of what goes on a fair. The regular employee salary and wages, you know, that is because the events department brings on the employees for that week of fair or the weeks leading up to and maybe the cleanup week after fair. So that's a large portion. There are 3 employees that are listed under the events. But the bottom part, you know, we do some advertising. Some of that is for fair. Some of that is just for letting the public know that we have facilities available at the fairgrounds that can be used for, you know, weddings, graduations, things of that nature. We have some subscriptions and things that we paid for. You know, Audra redesigned the website. We paid a subscription on that. The travel and meeting expenses, a lot of what we travel for is, you know, we go to the WAF, we go to the RMAF, that's all fair related stuff. So the equipment and furniture purchases, in my mind, I'm not sure, you know, there are some needs that we could have on the fairgrounds. Right now, we're running a couple of dilapidated golf carts that sometimes they run, sometimes they don't. They were both picked up pretty used, and if one's not running, we were fairly certain we could get the other one to go. So we'd have something to kind of buzz around the fairgrounds with during some of the larger event setups. Or just, you know, to go around and get an idea, you know, our RV, I know it's a kind of a bad term right now to talk about our RV camping, you know, we don't want to be an RV park. However, we are the overflow, like we are getting a lot of, I mean, how many have come from Cody? Like Cody RV parks are referring people to us, and when they show up, that's what they tell us. Cody sent us. We probably have more RVs on the site, on the grounds right now than we've had, except for Fair Week. Our revenues for RVs are way up this year. They were up last year. Last year was the COVID pandemic thing. This could still be, you know, with the housing market doing what it is. But for, you know, sometimes I'm not always around, I'm on the grounds, you know, it's kind of a pain in the butt for Audra to have to, you know, use her personal vehicle to run around the fairgrounds to see how many sites are open because she's fielding calls that
people want sites, we don't reserve sites. It's first come, first served, but they don't want to travel from 3 states away if they don't have a guaranteed place to stay, you know. And obviously, we refer them to Cody first, and Cody refers them back to us because we are the overflow. We've cut that equipment and furniture kind of purchase down. Our thought in the past was, you know, if we could get a reliable machine, whether that be a golf cart, whether that be a, you know, non-utility side-by-side, because we have a utility side-by-side that the grounds guys use, a couple of them that we run around the grounds. Something that would be available mainly for administrative staff, for them to do some of the checking and you know, going around the fairgrounds, doing some daily, so they have a better idea as the day goes and as they field these calls, like how full are we truly, and you know, what spots are available, that kind of thing.
Probably get you a bicycle.
Well, and you know, Audrey and I have talked about that. She says 3-wheeled only because we do have to carry some stuff in the basket, so. I'm not sure you want to see me pedal a 3-wheel bicycle around. I'm not sure I'd make it across the fairground, honestly. You might find me slumped over somewhere in the parking lot. That was one of the cuts that we had hoped maybe we wouldn't have to make. We were gonna kind of discuss it with you guys to see, you know, what your thoughts were on that. I know we're in a tough budget year. I know we want to stay flatline or save the county where we can, but there are some things that could make our lives easier on the
Well,
event.
something like that, Mike, I see that as a one-time purchase. Instead of leaving the money in there and just thinking maybe we're gonna buy it. I'd like to see, yes, we're gonna buy it, and come to us and say this is what it's gonna cost.
Okay, and we've kind of tried to do that, but it's always been, that was the one thing we're just like, okay, well, if we need to struggle and drive her vehicle around, there's something else that has come up or that is broken. Obviously, you know, dealing with the public, we get a lot of damage. And so we sometimes prioritize on the fly, and our transportation kind of takes the back burner from time to time. So, you know, I guess what we just need to do is, you know, if we know we have that money, we just in our minds need to be like, that's what that money's for, pull the trigger as soon as we can, so that money's not there later, and we'll deal with damage and stuff at a later time.
Mike, how much money do you think you're talking about? What do you, ballpark?
You know, we've kind of done some searching, and I mean, a good, like, not brand new, but a good solid used, like, reliable golf cart, it seems to be what, that $6,500 range.
Yeah, that's what we look online. I think.
Now, if we wanted to use one of the local, you know, like Mountain Valley has it's not a utility type vehicle, but it's not really a golf cart. It does have some storage capacity in the back of that little box, very quiet, you know, then you're looking close to that $10,000, $11,000 range. I'm not sure. I guess I'm gonna leave it up to your discretion as to, you know, do we go new and have something that's under warranty?
Why would you go with an electric golf cart versus a side-by-side or something like that?
Well, so the golf cart we're looking for is a gas one, and it's pedal start, so there's not a lot of ignition turn off. I mean, you cut close to a stop, you stop it, it turns off, and then as soon as you get in, press the pedal, it's ready to go again. Yep. And right now, unfortunately, any side-by-side is just kind of a bigger pain in the butt to get. Like our normal vendors that give us, that donate side-by-sides to us for fair have already called us and said, you've got nothing for this year. It's all gonna be on you. So I'm looking at used market because that might be our best availability. If what happens to be out there, our issue comes, how do we pay for it?
But I think, I'd like to go ahead and plug the money in. It's something you need down there, you've needed it for a long time, I know that.
I agree, and it's like you said, a one-time deal more so, but we still need to be in that line item for the budget. And I question of whether, and you know what you need more than I do, but I question usually going with something non-utility simply because as we move forward, you may find other uses if it were more of a utility type, easy in and out, that can haul box of stuff over to another building or whatever.
Right.
So,
Or coolers.
I would almost think that you're a little low based on, and I own 2 side-by-sides, 3 4-wheelers, and I mean, I use them on daily, and I know what they cost and what the replacements are.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna touch a new side-by-side for under 15 and closer to 20,000. So even a used one, I'm not sure whether Ken will paint enough, except for maybe a golf course or a used wore out
Right,
mule.
and we're in the same spot that we are right now, and this was just Audra and I kind of be as optimistic as possible. We're like, if we have to really put our boots to the ground and find that hidden gem that's out there, I mean, we do it, but we didn't want to come and be like, hey, yeah, we're going from nothing, we're asking for $15,000, so that was just us not wanting to come across as being maybe greedy or going over the top on the budget, because I know things are kind of tight.
We need to have a salary discussion. For those two employees,
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
they're in for those two. Okay, just want to be sure that.
Yeah, you'll get the department head numbers yet, and it's up to you guys to decide where that all
But those
goes.
are in
But,
there.
yeah. Yep, all employee raises are in.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, how much money do you think would you be comfortable in with?
I think with that 10, like with Lloyd suggested, up to the 15, I think we could, between Audra and I think we could probably find, so I mean, 15 gives us some leeway. I think it would give us, obviously, we're still gonna search for the best deal, it's just how we are, but it gives us a little bit of freedom.
Well, would you be looking for some type of gas operated side by side or go with a gas operated golf cart?
Well, that's,
for your, to haul stuff around, you've got a couple machines down there already to do that.
right.
And so basically, all you're looking for is something for you and Audra to drive around and check on the campers and all that kind of stuff.
Yep, and if we could haul a cooler or maybe haul
Yeah,
a tool bag or something, that's
I
fine.
see where this is going.
What's? You shouldn't have said tool bag. We talked about this. Mountain Valley's got a product called the Easy Go. They primarily made golf carts. Well, they have now made more of a utility vehicle that's pedal start. And it has kind of a flat, little 4 to 5 foot bed on the back, a bench seat, you can fit 3 people in it. A couple of years ago, they had one of those, and they donated us a Honda or something, or 1000cc one. And it was pretty quiet. We gave it to our the ladies that run around for the money. That was a couple of years ago he had that. He was telling us the base model of that was right in that 12,000, 12,500 range. It's not a side-by-side or utility vehicle that you use on the ranch, but it is something that you see landscapers and big city parks use, because it's got the turf tires on it, and it's,
When I was up the ranch, I had a vehicle up there, and basically it was a golf cart. It was electric rather than gas. And it had a back bench seat in it. And that seat would fold down and make a little bed, so you could haul up to a couple $100 pounds on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I bought that used out of Orland. I think it was $4,500 or something.
I just have a friend of mine just bought a brand new one in Salt Lake for $8,500. It has the 2 seats in the back, it does the same thing as yours, Yamaha.
Yeah, something like that is kind of, we've got a couple of utility vehicles that we can use if we need to, but we need something for running around.
But Chairman, I recommend plugging 10 in there, and if you need some more, you can come back.
Yeah, it's 10 already. You saying another 10?
No, I got it down to 5.
It's down to
Yeah.
5.
I got it down to 5.
Oh, I'm looking at my hard copy.
Yeah, make it 10 total.
Okay, the other thing I think we had kind of cut might have been, the fuel got cut a little bit, and I think we're okay. So events and fair split the fuel bill for the fairhouse. We just had the fuel filled, I think events just paid that, or did fair just pay that?
Events, I think.
Events just paid it. After fair, we will, as it runs out, fair will pay that because we use the majority of that fuel for fair. So one payment a year comes out of events, one payment a year comes out of fair, and there are a couple 300-gallon tanks that we have diesel and gasoline, just so we can fill the tractor and stuff for working horse arenas or that kind of stuff. So,
Well, today's prices, if you got a 300-gallon tank, that's $1,000 bill.
yeah, and
We've got 2 of them.
we've got a gas and the gas we don't use near as much because we can't run up to Road and Bridge and fill up a couple gas cans. And most of the equipment that we have is diesel. Our tractors are diesel. Our skid steers are diesel. We do run our side-by-sides that are gas, but we can keep a couple 5-gallon gas cans on hand that I can get at Road and Bridge. So the gas side of that hasn't been used in the past like our diesel one has.
And really, that's the only big changes that are significant changes that we've made. You know, part of the others, I mean, if budget becomes an issue and we need to cut, I mean, I guess we need to have, Audra and I need to sit with the board here and find out, you know, I know we've been told, like, sometimes, yes, maybe we could kind of head an event, and then other times, no, we shouldn't be heading an event because it's direct competition. So I guess we just need to figure out, we're keeping some money here, hoping, you know, or we could use for advertising and stuff to like maybe sponsor an event. But if that's not the direction that the county wants to go, then there potentially could be some other small cuts in there that we could do. But it's kind of dependent on the discretion of the board here.
I think it's been at least been my thoughts on this, is Park County is not gonna go out and create an event. That was my thoughts, and we're not going to have Park County, I think, go out and search for events to come there. But I never thought of us as creating events that are similar to what's happening in the community.
Well, in our thought, Audra and I have, you know, put our heads together and come up, and I mean, I guess you could call it a sponsoring event, but we were planning on calling all local vendors. We would do some of the advertising through Facebook and the paper, just saying there's like a spring show or an outdoor show that's gonna happen at the fairgrounds, but it's the vendors that we call. You know, they'll come in and pay us a spot fee like they do at fair, but all the profit is there. I mean, they set up how they want, we're just kind of.
Well, and in that case.
We're the organizers, not
In that
necessarily
case, if they're paying you a spot fee, then that's gonna roll over and cover the cost of what you're
advertising and stuff.
advertising and stuff, so.
Right.
I don't wanna see us, I mean, I know it's kind of, I wouldn't wanna see us going out and buying the product, setting up the booth. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we can we understand that, and from our side, we were looking at it, it's like, no, we're just making a phone call to see if Mountain Valley and Rogers Sports and One Stop would come in,
Well,
and
yeah,
we would bring boats.
I see that as part of what we want you to do. You know, it's no different than advertising for a horse show, advertising for a cotton show. You know, or seeking, using your time and your revenues and seeking events that would come there and utilize our facilities.
Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, how does that, home improvement show work? Similar, what you're saying is, we don't sponsor that, do we?
No,
No.
that
Who
one is,
sponsors that?
we have, are you talking about the one that usually is in May at the fairgrounds? Is that what you're referring to, the
There's a
home and garden?
improvement show that-
They have a home and garden show.
Home and
it's-
garden show?
Yeah, but it's more of like a craft kind of thing.
Yeah.
They just rent the buildings. That's our involvement, is we rent the buildings to them.
But who contacts all those sponsors?
They do.
All those-
They do, because they're getting all the profits for it, all their booth fees and all that kind of stuff. Whoever the organizer is getting all those. All they're doing is
So
paying
can
for the.
we, have we ever tried piggybacking, or is this something we wouldn't do? And that's kind of important as well on food vendor trailers and things like that, if they want to, have we ever tried to contact them, or do they contact them for different events like that?
They contact them
They do.
historically. We have talked about us basically doing that, but I think our understanding of sponsoring or organizing an event was different than your idea. And when those lines crossed, we just kind of dropped it. But we would basically be the one that would call, 7 food trucks. The food trucks would pay the county to be there. We call vendors, but it's their price. They pay us a booth fee just like if they were at fair. But any profit that they made was theirs, so we basically cover our utilities and we cover what little advertising and time that we put into it to make sure the county's covered, but we're promoting our space for a community event, and our goal, I guess, or dream was to have like an annual show, instead of people going to the Montana Moore Show, maybe we have a small show in Powell that they would look forward to in addition to fair, and far enough away from fair that we don't, we're not stacking them on top of just, trying to wring as much money as we can out of the public, but.
As far as working with probably Powell Chamber, I suppose, if you could work with them and maybe they could actually be the sponsor, say, here's an idea that we want an event of some kind. If you can get a hold of the chamber, she definitely has all the contacts to begin with. Maybe an opportunity for her to do an outreach too.
And I guess that's where I was kind of going to, was maybe instead of us doing all the legwork, contact some of these different groups. One that come to mind would be this new committee that the governor, from the state down, and that's the Park County Outdoor Recreation.
Mhm.
You could do a hunting committee that might help, contact the Outfitters Association if you know anybody.
Yeah.
I might know somebody.
But I mean, I think that's, yeah, definitely in your job description. I just don't know if I want to go to the expense of actually doing all the legwork instead of that. Spark the idea in some of these groups and let them take it. Would be my opinion of what we should be doing going there, so we don't
When
create
we-
more government, if you will.
When we started talking about the one that we were gonna do when COVID hit, we actually had sponsors come in, so we were kind of co-sponsoring it, and they were gonna take on some of the legwork of that stuff as well. And actually partnered with Russ at KPOW, and he was gonna assist us with advertising, but they would be the lone advertiser with it. We had 3 other folks within the PAL community that wanted to be part of that and assist with it. So I think finding people to either co-sponsor or do a lot of labor, I think would be pretty easy. There is a want to have something like that in Powell. I think they just don't know how to pull it all off by themselves.
I know that the talk of the whole convention center, if that ever gets built, one of the people or a group that was interested in it was bringing an outdoor show with Mike Eastman. And his group, the Eastman Hunting Journal, making a big hunting show that would come in. So I think that, that might be at least one contact, if you're looking at an outdoor show or a hunting show, or you have the fairgrounds, that these could sponsor the whole thing.
Right. It's just a centrally located place. In the spring, we get people prepared for boats and ATVs and campers, and in the fall, maybe we get them more campers because, hunting season is coming, and if, we could pair up with some of the outfitters or, Scott Haney or something and give them some more avenues for.
Well, that's the way I've seen it is you guys are seeking the events you're not creating the event, you're seeking the events to happen there. RVs, horse show, horse shows on the grounds, obviously, not non-indoor arena.
Yep. And I think we just want to,
Instead of having, a small event in May and a small event in April and a small event in January, we're trying to consolidate so we have a large event using those people that the public can really get excited about, like, hey, it's springtime and there's a big happening at the fairgrounds, let's go down there and, in one-stop shop, we can look at ATVs and campers and boats and maybe some livestock or something. And if we could do that twice a year, it gives the community something to look forward to, instead of having to check the calendar regularly to be like, oh, there is a horse show, and right now it's, unless you got plenty of money to bring, there's nothing really there for me. I like looking at the animals, but, but if we had a wider venue, a broader base, with maybe some food trucks and an outdoor, maybe barbecue, we talked about outdoor barbecue competition, and we'd be happy to have the commissioners be taste testers. That could be good or bad, but something for the community to really rally around, no entry fee to get in, just come in, do your browsing, we've already been covered for our utilities and stuff, and just enjoy the grounds and then know that the grounds are available for other events. We're hoping it would spark additional interest.
What time of year were you thinking of?
We were talking like April or May, and then maybe again like in September, October, where we've kind of entered our slow, we've cleaned up after fair, things have kind of slowed down. Weather is now knocking on the door. We've got some big buildings, why couldn't we have an inside outdoor or something shop, like that, where people could get. That was our thoughts.
The only thing that comes to mind is to not compete with groups that are doing things as fundraisers and things like that. And I guess my example would be, we're not gonna put up some big haunted house to compete with the one that they always put up in town or pay room for. I just don't wanna compete with groups that need fundraisers and things like that. If it's something community-wise and it's not offered over there by any other venue, I'm not.
Yep.
like to see maybe, don't say Park County, Wyoming brings you to this event. I'd like to see a sponsor name on something.
And that's, Audra has worked very hard on trying to get a sponsor, whether it be Pepsi or whether it be one of the big, Yellowstone Motors has been really wanting to sponsor some kind of, Midway has sponsored an event, but we are hosting and we're just basically trying to cover some of our utility costs that we don't normally cover throughout the year. If we could use that money to at least cover some of the utility costs, maybe that, take some of the strain off the county, for, I guess, that's my thought, and, Audra's from marketing, that's her strength, so.
Yeah, my only comment, and I totally agree with Lee, I think he's defining where we're coming from better than any of us have. We're not into creating events and going out and competing with other entities, but as far as promotion and ideas, I think I'm all for it, and just as long as we charge enough to cover our expenses. I hate to say this, but we shouldn't be making money down there.
Right. And we have a very good idea of what our expenses, our utility expenses at the fairgrounds cost, and we have fallen far short annually to even cover those costs. And I get if we don't ever cover our utility costs, but
if you and Audra come up with an idea, I see no problem with reaching out to the different entities that might want to be involved with that idea. But I don't think it's our position to go out and actually sponsor an event and promote it and advertise it and do all of that stuff.
Well, and I think that's a clarification Audra might want. I mean, we can definitely do that and come up with some kind of plan and then present it to the commission and be like, it's sponsored by this, we are gonna get some fees for, booth space or electrical use, but here's the event, and are you okay with it? I mean, we wouldn't just pull the trigger, but.
Okay.
Other than that, if there's any questions with the budget, like where else you'd like me to
I'm good with the budget.
shave or trim or?
Good. All right.
Good. Thank you for your time.
See you back here.
Yeah, I'll be back this afternoon.
Brew Fest.
Hey,
Yeah,
we talked about that.
Yes.
Well, did we get move anyone into Homeland Security spot?
Yep, the sheriff will be here, followed by the county attorney.
Copy that.
Probably do the clerk in elections next 10 minutes.
Next will be sure.
Clerk of elections,
Sure.
get her done.
Straightforward.
We're always ahead. Seems like we're always ahead.
I know, and then if we don't schedule enough time, then somebody gets chatty and we don't have enough time.
So I can cure that. Who's chatty?
So, all right. What did I do here?
Yeah.
What number are you calling?
1410.
1410
It's
Redditor on
on
the screen.
page 13.
Now you gotta take all these copies, hand letters, numbers on them.
I'll do that, so tomorrow you're not so confused.
I go with this one and use the hard copy
I
just
know.
as backup. I need to.
I do.
And then I get confused on my hard copy and forget to look how their numbers are different.
Okay, as you know, we remain steady in the, we're asking to remain steady in the meeting expenses and the trainings because as COVID, we didn't get it much this year. We're doing, we've met as the clerks twice this year now, so, yeah, so pretty standard, not sure yet, what other things we'll have coming up as far as trainings and stuff. I know we're going to, we're both planning on going to, Waco this year. Or I didn't go last year, I believe. Nobody went last year.
No, they didn't have it.
They have it.
Yep, so we're both planning on going this year. Any questions? This is the first year, I believe, that the clerks, by the end of the thing, will have made more revenue than expense in the budget, so. My girls are working their yachts off, whether they like it or not.
I'm good, Mr. Chairman.
There's that one. Okay. And elections as always.
Lloyd, you want to grab some blood off the?
I'd love to, but I can't.
Just One clarification with the clerk and elections, we used to go 50-50 with Pat's position. And now we went more 80% elections and 20 clerk because it's, the jobs kind of shifted.
Yeah, we're shifting everything around there a little bit.
So are you shifting, but we had that discussion, are you gonna shift him 100% or are you shifting him 80% into election?
Who's that?
Well,
Well, he'll be 100%, but he'll be working in the clerk side too on the off seasons or when we're not busy in elections. So
Okay,
he'll still be doing both
they'll
sides.
probably stay about the same
Yeah.
breakout with the.
just wanted to. Go ahead.
And then, of course, with that, I would like the opportunity to have 2 provisionals for the 2022 election. So part of that expense will be here because we'll hire them in March, so they can do the trainings at the state level and stuff. With back on now, it's gonna be very challenging because it's a program all in its own. So I'm gonna definitely have to have 2 people hired and ready to go to Cheyenne or Casper for the trainings. In past years, they've made, when you have 2 people, they make you pick one. One can go to Cheyenne and one can go to Casper. You can't both go to the same place because they like to keep it open for everybody because they only do it in March. And then, of course, waiting county attorney approval, but the maintenance on our new equipment will be $27,000 this year. And that'll be a carryover every year from here on out unless they up the price. I think that's about it. That's why the increase there. Steve, get anything else?
You close the polling stations with the save some money.
Yes, it would.
I think she told us that once before.
And you know, we may be looking at it again this year like we looked at it last year. We may not have any judges to run them all. So there you go. I mean, and do I really wanna, I haven't decided yet, but you know, we can go to vote centers. We can have three very well-maintained vote centers in this county and be able to have every voter vote. And it doesn't matter where you live in a vote center. So if you live in Cody and you work in Powell, you can vote in Powell. It's all live. It's all done on laptops that are live. And that's the only difference, is we don't have poll books. They're all live poll books. So that's the big difference. And we could open that up. That would save the county money. It would save us on judges.
It ain't gonna happen not in this climate.
You know, yeah. And do I want to pick that battle? I don't really know.
Not right now.
You know, and the other thing, like I said, we'll try to open all the polling locations for the primary, but it depends on how many people sign up. And, you know, God bless the souls who signed up last year, but I didn't need 47 people out of Clark. And as they know, they got sent other places. But as you guys also know, then when they didn't get to do Clark, they didn't want to do it. So I was in that same boat.
Clarkers.
We were down, what did we do, 120? We had 132 judges where we usually have 170. So our judges worked their behinds off, them.
Well, that's a
14,
discussion
15
for later. I
hours.
shouldn't open that can.
Yeah, you should.
Way to go.
Anyway, so
Took our hands together or what?
the biggest change is the S&S contract. And remember, you know, we didn't pay the $800,000, $900,000 for the new equipment. The state picked up all of our equipment, so we will be in charge of doing the maintenance agreement on it, like we've done in the past, so. Last year there wasn't one because it was on the equipment, so that was part of the deal. Any other questions?
Is that set up on a calendaring basis, so you know it's all completed before you need it?
What's that?
Maintenance on the equipment?
It's due and payable by the 31st of July of every year.
And when do they have to do the work?
They do it yearly.
Kind of ongoing.
It's ongoing and they do it and they notify us when they'll be in the area to do it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all, no, not a set time. They notify us when they'll be in the area, and they usually give us 2 to 3 months notice.
Oh,
Then we go over and plug in all our machines and we're ready for them to come, so. And the new machines, they have to be plugged in twice a year, so we just finished that project a couple
We talked about your ladies having to go to training or go required to, for elections assistance, will, Vance, or whatever you determine to do there as far as the new person, will they have to go to that training also, or has Cam's already been?
Well, Hans has already been, I have already been, but it depends on legislature and how many changes they're gonna make in the programs, whether, but he'll probably wanna go just as a refresher, because there are changes in Wire Ridge on a regular basis, well, not on a regular, only once a year. They make those changes.
So your travel and stuff is enough to allow him to do that?
Yep, yep.
Okay,
Okay.
there we go. Great.
Oh, coffee. I have a breakfast
Good.
drink and coffee.
So as we go forward, this running tally change as we move. And I'm not gonna, I don't want any numbers until the end of the day, but I'm just, you're suspecting 3 million with carry over extra and all this, it would be all right. But every budget so far, we went over.
We're up $11,000 from where we started.
That's it. Over 11,000 more than what is based on the expenditures,
Started out at a deficit.
projected expenditures.
We started out at a deficit of 528, we're now at 541. We really haven't changed that much. So museum salaries, Garza was, the fair board was the same, Ben's was the same.
February was the same.
We're 5 up. We took away.
We're getting 5 for the event.
Oh, but, so the 24 expected projected expenditures are based already on their budget for this year, not last year's. How did we come up with the projected expenditures? Is that based on what people has turned in, different departments already for this year?
For this year.
Okay.
Next year, yeah.
Because we're within 300,000 of last year, what we actually are projected, or what we are expenditures for last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We spent 24 million,
yeah,
or that was projected last year, 24,189,000.
yeah, but
And
they're,
this year is 24,500,000.
it's actually 24,937. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's all.
I thought our projected expenditures were running flat from what was last year. No,
No, they're not flat.
we're getting close.
Yeah, Brian wants a lot more. Let's see,
Are we looking at him today?
I don't think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, Road and Bridge is almost 700,000 more than last year.
3,100.
That's the only. The only one that's really big.
Is that chair helping? Okay, good. So Joe, you want me to show you how to film a PDF that's so easy, you will just be blown away.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, open up one of those PDFs on in your SharePoint.
All right.
Oh, we got them.
Well, I mean, I got it filled out. I just,
Yeah, but you have to
some of them I haven't figured out how to send it. Okay. So what do you want?
just open up that one. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
So if you were to, guess we can't do it in SharePoint. Okay, can you go to that form on your email? You wanna go to your email?
Yeah.
I guess we can't do it in SharePoint. It's not gonna allow us to do it there. Edit it.
I think it's still there. Okay.
Can you open it up? Open up that PDF. Okay, so now what you need to do is, this one's really easy, so you have your fill and sign. So when you go down here, do it on yours. Have a different PDF than I do. Oh. Okay, so let's go to our edit. Oh, this is different than mine. I'm sorry. Mine says just fill and sign. Oh, add text. There we go. So fill and sign, you push this, add text.
Yeah. And I got that far.
Okay,
And then I couldn't get any further than that. I couldn't figure out how to send it. That's all.
okay, so you did all of that.
Yeah.
So hold on, let's just put something in here just to see. It's for Joe. Okay. And then you can say send.
And I'll tell you where to send it.
Send via email,
Okay, good.
and then you proceed,
Good, proceed. Yes, good.
then we'll go with everything filled in.
Okay.
It'll open it up. Well, took you.
I wasted an hour and a half checking.
Wow, that is weird. Mine doesn't do that. Well, we should be able to go back. Should be able to save it. File. Save
Well, I
it.
mean, I tried to do that because on my personal computer,
Uh-huh.
I've done it before, and I fill out a document, and then I save the document,
Uh-huh.
and then pull up the document in a Word program, and then I can email it wherever I want to go.
Yeah, see, so if you just save it to your desktop, there it is, then you can email it. And you know how to email, right?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
go over here, yeah. So it did save it to your desktop. Yours is different than mine is. Yours has to go through Adobe, mine doesn't, so you must have a different Adobe than me.
Well, then he kept asking me to create this Adobe account. and I'm going, I don't
No,
want to do
no,
this.
you don't wanna do that, yeah. I'll get with IT and get you some Adobe.
Okay.
Adobe Flash is fast.
All right, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Appreciate
You
it.
know, the problem, ours is.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Not a problem. I mean, it was easy. I just called him.
You know, this year, we're turning no transcript.
You know, and I-
Yeah,
It's
I
ours and
see it,
stuff,
I
you
just
know?
fill and sign and then I just.
Yeah,
email
because
it
we'll
back.
go for
Well, if it
months, you know,
was
without even,
county
you know,
business,
without hiring
something
it.
like that.
Yeah.
But it's
Just,
just private business.
I don't know.
Look at that.
I don't mind doing it, as
Interesting.
long as
And
you don't
Amazon
share
is
it.
killing us.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we've even,
Anytime you-
so we started going to what we call simulations, there are these guns that shoot these paint rounds.
I know,
So we started using them,
I know.
but so is everybody else, and now that's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Because nobody need that.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to the sim edition now. So it's dope.
Well, I know you don't mind, but the taxpayers mind.
We had it.
Well, you know what,
We're meeting
I stay here for meetings and don't take my time, so I just figure that's time off. that I-
Last year, the travelers at night, thermal vision
Mhm.
and heat
Mhm.
sensor scope and
Thank you.
theirs. And they're, you can video everything you're doing.
Yeah, and audio.
Do you guys have any of that kind of stuff?
No, we don't. It was funny. My brother's got one. My older brother, he's got it on suppressed 22. And he gets bored. He works for
These are
ECI.
like 6.5, great.
Yeah. So he's got several different guns, but he's got this one on a suppressed 22 rifle. And he puts these corn pellets out back and he shoots mice.
Oh,
at them.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it's funny because he's shooting these mice one night.
he's got the beat on one, because it records your audio too. And this cat pounces on this rabbit of his mouth. He's like, you don't you. But
Need to get.
I ride my motorcycle down there to get a budget today.
So I heard there was a report of defacing public property with.
The one about
You know, there's a reward out, is that something?
Which one?
No, I think there was someone put a bumper sticker on the county vehicle.
Yeah, and I would be facing that. I mean, is that reward money available for turning somebody in for that?
I think that's close, yeah.
And Brian's working on an ice maker job. He's like, hey, somebody help me, beavers are stuck in a freezer. And he goes, hey, and then the pole out there. Hey, you fucker, I could ride in that vehicle too. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, I could ride in that vehicle. I forgot it. He goes, I could ride in that vehicle too. I'm like, my work truck. Oh, did you hear what it said?
There's a bumper, did you hear about the bumper sticker?
Yeah, that's why I was saying, and I heard all of it, that's why I was saying, I think that reward money might be, who's holding that money?
Yeah.
I did get a letter or an email from the scout over the weekend. She lives in Suffolk. She's got a rental property above our place at the law enforcement center. Oh, I should have brought this up a couple years ago, but there was this kid in there. What was his name? Tyler, or no, McCarville. And he has a bunch of like signs in it that said stuff from like Upper Sunshine, and it's like, and she goes, that was back in 2017. It's like, that might be in, on Johnny on the spot.
Perfect.
Those thermal vision, yeah, I was telling Scott, prior work we bought last year, night vision.
Who bought them?
Thermal, predator.
Oh, Predator board, yeah.
For the travelers to use, and they record some videos of taking free knowledge out. I'll do it out here this way.
Cool.
I mean, that's freaking.
They don't understand how it works, so.
It's got a big picture when they show it like that, and then a small window at the top that's on 8 power or whatever, it has the scopes set on.
So I
The
did.
videos that it's used, so you can see the crosshair dot.
I
You know,
didn't
where
know
it's
that
shooting,
one
it lines
thing
up, and then when it shoots, but even the blood splatter coming out.
And you can change it from white hot to red hot. Change different, like from white hot, you can change different things.
That's cool.
Who was what was the guy's name?
Right on, because I think museums and stuff.
President got trouble.
Jim.
I know,
One time, he goes, hey, what are you doing?
And why they
Like
put it
Thursday
there,
or
I have
Friday.
no idea.
That's my husband.
From the get-go, doesn't need to be there now, but.
Hell, yeah. It was when I spooked 11 of them, I got to take out their their cows up there, the sunlight. No, I got to get 12 of them. So he goes, I blew him today, but he goes, we'll go back. You got an AR camera.
Oh,
They're got
okay.
there like 4 in the morning. He puts his call in on this sagebrush
Oh,
ladder up
okay.
there. We'll hide the truck. We're laying out there. He
Give me
turns
the
that
new one.
mask on. You can hear him up on the couch. Wait till they get down close. You started left, I'll start right. We'll shoot the farthest ones first. When I tell you, go. So, okay, we got 11 out of 12. Then I'm them to win. So I'm like, lay him out there. I'm gonna get pictures. No photos. I go, I promise no Facebook, no photos. He threw them in there, tarped them up. I don't know where he took them, but.
Yeah, they got 3 out of 4. One guy.
Are we still gonna have a working lunch?
Pardon?
We're still gonna have a
Like,
working
you know,
lunch?
yeah, some cows and calves, obviously,
Yeah, I
yeah.
did. I remember.
Tell exactly what it is.
Since we're so ahead
And
of
that
schedule.
sound.
Well, it depends on where we get. We're still gonna be.
Oh, county attorney's coming right after the sheriff.
My God, he better.
All right.
I need him.
Just bump everything about 50%, we'll call it good.
50% down, you got it. Got it. What I heard. County sheriff.
Hey, first off, I apologize for my tire. I forgot to run my scooter in and then realized I had to be here today, so.
Very official.
uniform too.
Yeah, we need more uniform budget. Yes. I don't know, can we go line by line or just start where we kind of make some changes?
The big ticket things that
Okay.
we're, the big ticket changes we're looking at, justify those and
Okay, so first let me touch on training and some of that. We did increase a little bit. We had some people like myself get in kind of mind with not having training hours because everything was shut down. So what happened with the post-Wyoming peace officer standards and training, they allowed us some leeway and actually allowed us to do more online and do some, kind of like, for instance, myself, I needed 39 hours, like bam, all of a sudden by May something. So they granted me an extension. I got 16 hours, I got more to do. They granted me an extension until October. They've done that with a lot of our folks. So we're going to be sending some people to train quite a bit at the beginning of this first part of the fiscal year just to get hours in. They extended some of the long distance learning stuff. And so we were able to, again, get some variances on some of that. They're going to probably shut that down. Like, for instance, dispatch training right now is all online. So we don't have to send them to the academy. They're doing online right now. But that's definitely going to change, I think, as COVID goes away. So we did throw an extra $2,000 in there for training there. The next big one is obviously ammo. We're struggling right now. You can see we're already over budget. We've cut down a lot of our training hours, and I was telling Commissioner Field that we have what they call simunition guns. They're just like our Glock pistols and rifles, but they shoot a little paint. It's not these big paint, but these paint cartridges. So we started increasing some of that training. Well, what happened is everybody else did the same thing. So now trying to get that ammo is even more expensive. So we cut down as much as we can on some of it. We did a lot more scenario-based training, not as much trigger time at the range, but certainly, as you see, we're over budget right now. And that's just getting ammo when we can. We're looking at, went from 250 to, say, for 40 caliber per thousand, 250 to 280 to almost some $500 per thousand.
Scott, Sheriff, do you take part in any of Dave Patterson's training facility over there at the college?
We do. Very effective. And what Commissioner Mangold was saying is they have that 360 degree shoot house thing. So we have, in fact, what they've done now, through our request is he built up some training modules for our detention staff as well. So we can, again, try to get away from doing so much shooting at the range and do more in-type training. And that's one thing with posts, they require X amount of hours of perishable skills now. It used to be 40 hours every 2 years. Now they have, I think it's 15 or 16 hours of perishable skills, which we have to do custody, throw firearms. So they actually have a component of that now that we have to meet that requirement.
Do they charge you for
No,
that?
he does not. Wow. Yeah, the college does a great deal. They have no greater charges yet.
Just a quick question, about in your training and detention stuff, dispatch stuff, it sounds interesting that if they were able to do it online and get it done for the year. Do you know the reasoning behind discontinuing it? I mean, if that's saving money for all the sheriff's departments around the state and it can be done that way, why they don't continue?
Good question. I think part of it is they want to see the actual hands-on training. They've always allowed us X amount of online training. I think it's 6 hours a year or 6 hours, but they require a lot more hands-on. Not so much for dispatch, but for detention and patrol. So, like I said, they lighten it up, and I see them go back that way. Moving down, I think we adjusted a little bit on the uniforms, nothing major. Again, I think the fuel oils, crapshoot. That's, always kind of a big guess. Now we threw just a little bit more than anticipating, some go up. Tools and installed equipment, we bumped that a little bit only because last year I had 3 vehicles. This year we're going for 4 vehicles. And we were able to reuse a lot of our old stuff. That's why we didn't spend a lot this year on cages, light bars, some of that we reused. But that's going to be a little bit different this year because some of that stuff's older vehicles and it's not going to work in the new ones. We did increase that slightly. We'll try to reuse, whatever we can off-road vehicles. Certainly light bars. And actually, I think what we did is that's going to be, we can take the 4,000 out of there because we just purchased the light bars this year.
out of this year's budget for the new vehicles. So we can take that 4,000 out and have it think about it. And that's not reflected in that 13,000. So that would be a lower number that we're spending this year. Or I should say a higher number that we spent because the light bars will come out of this year's budget. Moving down the tactical, just a little bit increase there.
The big, I guess, the big ticket one, this is up to the board to see what they want to do with that. I think I talked to some of you folks about that 20,000 that we're not going to get spent for that search and rescue vehicle this year. We've asked that to be carried over. It may be more appropriate if the board wants to actually move that 20,000 down into the search and rescue line item to reflect where it actually goes. It's up to you guys.
Yep.
Drop this by 20.
So drop that by 20. And then put it down to that 40. Search and rescue, or I'm sorry, down, put it on the bottom with the 48,000. And then that next one, the contract services, that will reflect again, that additional vehicle. So with striking and all that, plus the installed equipment with the contract to upfit that would be an increase. And typically, for those that don't know, we seem to rotate. We go from 3 vehicles 1 year to 4 to 3, just kind of whatever the mileage shows on. And for pursuant to our policy, we're supposed to rotate at 80,000, but we never get that done.
Well, 80,000 doesn't mean what 80,000 did 10 years ago.
Yeah. I will say that these trucks are the way to go. There's the resale on them and they just hold up so much better. They're not having near the repairs we did with the patrol cars.
I see a lot of folks are going that direction.
And fuel, I mean, we started looking at fuel, doing some studies on fuel, same as what the cars do.
Is your time frame on bidding those fairly soon? I mean, it sounds like it's taken a while to get vehicles.
So when I talked to Bert down at Denny Mentals, he said the fleet vehicles are taking priority over. So we don't know when we'll get that search and rescue one, but typically we haven't been bidding them out until about August, but we may do that a little sooner.
You know, county's gonna go green, we're gonna require electric vehicles. So
Perfect.
you might want to figure that into your response time.
I'm gonna get down to the electric KTM dirt bike there. Patrol those back country. The sheriff over there in Fremont County years ago, Skip Warner, really gave him a propane truck 1 year to try. He was not happy.
Okay,
Any questions?
we got any questions on the sheriff's budget?
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
I know, I'm good.
No, I got a quick question. Can you scroll back up to the salary related? I'm just curious. Oh, okay, all right. I don't have the same numbers on my sheet as on that.
No one has to say that.
No one has the same numbers. This is the new, so this is with the raise.
Okay, but the one I have that was printed this morning. It's different numbers.
Yeah, because she did,
We
because we didn't send out those clearance.
Okay, I got you. So the numbers were just plugged in. That's
Right.
the only question I got.
Yeah, he comes in at 7, so he plugged all the new numbers in,
Okay,
because he was gone on Friday.
all right.
Catching myself on that one morning.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Mr. Chairman, the overtime, does that reflect your hiring problems? Added overtime?
Not so much in this one. It does in detention. But we're not so much in this one. What kind of, it's kind of hard to explain, but the biggest thing with the overtime is so much of that overtime you see is actually in holiday pay. Very little of it, comparatively, is actually in overtime. It's mostly, most of our guys, if they get called out, we have a minimum 2-hour call out. So if they get called out more, most of our guys, they want the comp time. So, I mean, they want the time off, government tax them, so most of our guys pay comp time. But most of that you see in that overtime is actually for the holidays.
Is your hiring problem taken care of?
Oh, no. We're having no problem at all for patrol. I mean, we've got stacks and stacks of people moving here that want to work patrol, but they just want to go back to detention.
That's usually where they start though, right? A lot of times.
A lot of people like to stay there, but right now, we should be at full staff in detention. We've got one lined up, I think, ready to go for retirement in July. She is a certified detention officer at Lee, Oregon. So we should be at full staff shortly. How long will keep it, because 20 PD is probably losing one here coming up in July, so.
Any questions? Lloyd? No? Man.
The clerk's office is really getting good.
I mean, I had some questions, but Scott pretty much covered everything. I mean, the equipment one for 108.
So really in the detention side of things, the inmate transport cost is going up only because marshals are taking less and less people for us. They were the cheapest way to go. And then with the Northwest Shuttle, for those that don't know, Northwest Shuttle runs across the northern part of the United States. We all participate in it. So to be traveling from South Dakota, wherever, Colorado, coming through here, we might take their prisoners and overnight them for nothing. And then vice versa, we take, we send somebody. So that Northwest Shuttle works very well. It shut down obviously because of COVID, some of that, but the marshals, big ticket. So we did bump that one just a little bit. Uniform workwear we took down. The biggest one you're gonna see there is that medical service, and that's because they bumped it their typical 2.3% or 3.3%.
It's the one he contracts out. Yeah. Which saved us a lot of money a few years back when we went that direction. But it's still a big ticket.
Yeah, it's tough fight, but man, I mean, we can't get, nobody in the hospitals want to do it. They don't want to, they may sit in there, and this is actually, I think 2 years ago, they increased the amount of staff they gave us, the amount of nurse hours, I think from 60 to 80 hours. Like that.
What's the employee services? Oh, Scott. Am I reading that right? Yeah.
Oh, that's for our psychologicals and all that stuff we do, and the physicals and some of that. Yeah, so it's $400 a physical right now. Or I'm sorry, psychological plus some others. And one of the things we did implement years ago, so we've got 2 that are leaving before their 3 years is up, so that we'll get reimbursed for that. We charge them within 3 years if they leave, they have to pay for their ammo for the academy. It turns out to be about $1,100, $1,200 that they'll get reimbursed for.
But the more interviews you do, the more you're going to be spending.
Sure. By postals, we have to do that psychological and a physical. The physicals used to be $50, now they're charged like $100 for the DOT physical.
Is the psychological only on hiring, or
Pardon me?
is the psychological only on hiring?
Correct.
You don't have to redo those 5 years or whatever.
You don't want to do a cycle on while you're staying.
I'm the only one over there that has never done a psych. It wasn't required then.
It doesn't take one.
Never take one. That's why it keeps re-upping. We might want to take one.
Mandatory.
Well,
really, that's like I said, pretty straightforward.
It is.
I think we've done a pretty good job at tightening over the years. Like I said before, ours is so dynamic, you just never know what's going to happen. You get one big major investigation, blow that one line item wide open.
But as I've said earlier, we can't budget for what might, the random what might happen. If it goes over, it goes over. I think a budget is for the general everyday expenses that you expect.
One of the things I did want to address on that too is you look at that one down, inmate boarding. You look at how light we were spending this year, and a big chunk of that was, we're encouraging the judges to not put people in jail because of the COVID, and we really cut down on that. But what we've seen in the past, once the fuel prices start going up, then that the cost of food goes way up. So we're kind of holding that steady, hoping that that'll cover it, which I think, I feel pretty good with all right.
Anything else for Scott? Okay, good to go.
Now bump it by 20. Yeah, if you have any questions, give me a call.
Don't pull me over till we get the budget approved, okay?
You know,
Thanks, Scott.
thank you, appreciate it.
Could do commissioners, youth services, land and environment.
Well, what
Texas County Attorney.
I didn't hear.
county attorney's on his way with.
But gentlemen, I gotta make a comment. This is my 11th budget, and this is the easiest one I've ever experienced.
We're just getting so good.
Again,
This is
Oh, it
because of
must be
new
the
commissioner.
chair. Oh, it's the new commissioner, yeah.
Yeah.
The commissioner.
It's all the clerks, sorry.
Oh, the county attorney. There we go.
Ooh.
I'm not looking at the screen. I'm
Page
looking up here.
17.
page 17.
Correct.
Okay.
Or Brad.
Good morning.
Should be easy, I think it's the same budget as last year.
That's what you told us.
Postage, almost to the general. Just a note, the victim witness, Colleen and I are working on, that it should be the same, maybe some different buckets.
Yeah, and it'll be dependent on what Brian approves. I figured it both ways. I figured it with those two getting the raise that all in county employees are getting. Of course, the county would pick that portion up. Their health insurance did increase like everybody else's by 5%. So I believe in, don't quote me on the exact dollar amounts, but I believe the state puts in like 117 and their total budget came to like 142. 140, and that's with the matching, because we do a percent of matching with that also. And I think last year you came to us and requested that little bit of difference. That difference didn't go up a lot this year.
So, Mr. Members of the Commission, last year was the first year that I did come and ask the board. It was either between 15 and 17,000, I believe, which was the shortfall on grants.
Yep.
I'm gonna be requesting that again, although I am hesitant to ask for pay raises for those two positions and have the county cover it, because that would be the first time we've done that. And I think once we get into that, we're stuck. And it's sort of an odd position not to be advocating for pay raises for employees, but with that state grant the way it is, and I know this year they came right out and stated that you couldn't use division funds for pay increases.
Pay increases, health increases, insurance or retirement increase. I don't think they were gonna cover any of that, Brian.
Yes, so due to the reduction in available funding, sub-grantees will not be allowed to allocate division funds for new projects or positions, salary increases, and associated payroll expenses, on-call overtime, or swag. I don't know what swag is, but somebody might know what that is. I thought long and hard about that over the weekend. I'm real hesitant to have the county start absorbing pay raises in the victim witness program. I think there has to be another way. So it'd be the same request from last year, but no pay increases for those two positions. And they're, when I compare those positions to the county positions, they're currently funded pretty well, in terms of salary.
Question, Brian?
Probably a stupid one. What is VOCA?
VOCA, violence, what is it? Victims of Crime Act.
Yeah, victims of crime.
And then there's VALA, Violence Against Women's Act. It's just the federal funding passed down, given to the state and then passed through to us.
And so when such a thing as retirement, what does that mean?
Oh, so on that, so in their, excuse me, Brian, you want me to try explaining?
Sure.
On their federal grant, they're allotted so much money in VOCA, so much money in VIC-WIT, so much money in VAWA. And then a percentage of that has to come out of each line item to cover those expenses. So in VOCA, they will cover the whole retirement. So that's why it says retirement hyphen VOCA, because the federal dollars in VOCA will cover all of their retirement. So it's just a way of denoting the dollars that are given to us in
And
the
it's still,
different categories.
is it still a state retirement or is it a different type of?
No, they're on our retirement, comes out of our payroll and stuff, but we charge the state for that.
Okay.
And so
So in this instance, what happens to that 0.05% that we're asking to pick up? That's still
0.5, that'll come out of their pay.
still comes, same thing,
Yeah.
it can't be picked up by.
No, unless Brian wants us to pick it up. I mean, we have it figured at 18.12, just like we do all other
No, I
county
think we
employees.
should, I think
And then-
that's.
But
so-
with that mindset too, I also figured that they would all get the raises like all the other county employees. So that's, again, not my call, but we figured the budget's both ways, just to save time.
And right now it's figured with those in. Up here,
These dollars don't project any of that right
any
yet.
of them.
Because their budget isn't due until, Brian should be signing off of it soon, shouldn't you, Brian? Should be signing
Yes.
off on it soon, and then we just have to wait for their okay, for them to say yay, then we put in the numbers.
Okay. So we could see a slight increase there.
Could see a slight increase, could see a slight decrease, somewhere in that vicinity. It'll definitely be the increase that last year, because we'll for sure cover that. I mean, that's the amount that we covered last year will be the same amount we're requesting this year from the board, right, Brian?
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, when I came in here last year, that was the first time for that request to cover that shortfall. Those programs were reduced significantly last year statewide. I didn't want to do it, but I didn't know what else to do. And so I was hoping I wouldn't be back this year saying, can I have the same amount of money I did last year? But I will say, for what those positions provide for the county, for the amount of money that the county actually puts into it, we couldn't function without that program.
I would anticipate we're gonna continue to cover it for some time.
And the only reason, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, that I'm not advocating for the pay raises is looking at where all the other employees, and I've tried to kind of keep a balance there. And over the years, the victim witness program has crept up faster overall than county employees did. And at some point, I have to say, we need to stall it for some time. And I think now is the proper time to do that.
Good.
No other questions? And I'm not a fan of federal grants, but this one, it was here when I came here and we've made it work and they do a good job. Keep dollars rolling.
One question, you still have an open position in your
I
office?
do.
And is that in the budget if it?
I believe it is.
Okay,
Yep.
just to make sure.
So that'll be obviously a return with everything, 100,000 probably with benefits and everything to this year's budget. So,
But it's in next year, so if you find someone, okay.
if you know anybody that wants to work, let me know.
I know, right?
Shoot. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
You bet.
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Chairman, Patrick will be here in a
Okay.
few minutes, and then Mike will be, Connors will be here at 11. ITS.
Rock on.
This one should be an easy one. I just put in
9.
for land and environment, carried that 100,000 over since we didn't spend any of it.
We're gonna need to. Go ahead, Dustin.
This is where we need $250,000 to $300,000 for the land use plan.
What do you think?
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Chairman, I was a great advocate of this. But I'm beginning to wonder, the $250,000.
Where I'm at on it is we just leave the 100,000 in there, and if it's gonna cost us more, we pay what we pay.
So you're talking about go ahead and doing the process or bidding out the process and figuring out where it is,
Yeah.
where it comes in.
I mean, it's just,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, to me, because that's what we haven't seen hard numbers. We're seeing estimates we're hearing estimates from planning and zoning. That's all we've got. And,
Yeah, but Karen, if I could, I would agree with you on that. Originally, we thought $100,000 plus the 50 we got from the state to do it all. And now you have one person saying, oh, it's not gonna touch it, it's gonna cost you $250,000, $300,000, and maybe that's true.
might be true.
So I would agree, I'd like to see the 100,000 left in there and go ahead and put out the RFP and see what it comes back.
Okay.
And then that's what reserves are for.
Okay, I think that works fine. I think the basis for some of what that cost increase that we were seeing is what we ran into with the RFP with meetings, and that was even during COVID where meetings were restricted. And then if we look at 13 planning areas and having those meetings, we know the time frame is going to be a little bit ugly. So yeah, I have no problem starting there and then getting the bids and knowing where they need to go.
You know, I would think that I would probably vote to move forward with the project, because I do believe it's something that we've got to do whether we want to do it or not.
So would we come back with a budget adjustment?
Yeah, we'll do a budget amendment. Anytime we have to go over any budget, we have to do a budget amendment. We just do them all in one shot.
It is possible too, though, that we're looking at a 2-year process. So it may be that in the single year, we could be.
The 100,000 may cover it, and then the next year. we
Yeah,
do
so
budget.
that might be a good way to go about spreading it out as far as the finances.
And I mean, if we were looking for every single nickel right now, it might be different, but I think we're gonna be, let's just see how it all shakes out.
Just slightly change the subject, explain to me the contract services for the Forest Service. Professional fees.
That,
Or should I need to look up here?
Or
Oh, yeah.
that, the numbers on this are,
But it's still up there.
That was part of the.
What is that?
which line?
The only other cost up there other than our land use.
Contracts and services.
Now,
That's not where we have the road bridge stuff.
No, what the hell is that? I know what it is.
they're jumping around, that's why I wanted to know what it is.
The contract services, concert service professional
Forest
fees,
Service.
forces, when we were working on the forest plan, wasn't it?
I believe so.
And we were using that money with ERG.
Does that need to still have
No,
anything in there?
that doesn't make sense.
No, because that would be in,
do you recall what that's for, Steve?
What was expended? 30?
was expended on something, so let's come back to us with that answer if we could. You guys can plug it, figure it out.
Well, I mean, that's got to be what it is. We had the Forest Service plan. And then we had the winter deal in Yellowstone
Hey,
National
would you
Park,
look
and then we had the BLM
Tyler
RMP. And
Look
the
up
only
the
thing I'm trying to figure out for the forest,
1932.
it was done in 2018, 19 budget. But we always kept a little bit of money in there. And never spent it.
700. And can you
Well, we
tell me
spent some
what
last
we
year.
paid?
Which I think that's what we're doing right now. And so, I mean, I have no problem leaving that for 10,000 in case we need it.
I ain't problem leaving it, explain to me again exactly what it is.
That money went to ERG.
ERG,
So
ERG.
what is ERG?
ERG is, okay, when we were going through the forest plan and the winter use plan and also the BLM RMP. And they're the company that basically did our natural resource
Which is
plan.
now.
DJA.
Right,
Okay, okay.
and they were our consultant.
Okay.
And so moving forward down the road, I remember I was.
So what are we paying for last year out of that?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, we had a total of 2,000, what, couple thousand bucks, then,
What are we called? Expenditure, what's it called?
and I'm not sure what that was.
17,000.
Are you that part?
We spent.
Last
And
year,
if,
not
if I
according
did
to
that,
that.
okay, we'll look at it.
Budgeted 32, and we spent 30.
30.
Yeah, the numbers.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay, you're
10,
doing it.
821 must be the second part of a bill of some kind that we have to pay, right?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty specific.
He'll call us back. Yeah, so if you want to move on to.
We'll just move on. I mean,
Do this one after.
Hey, Nye, how are you?
Good.
Good.
What'd you say?
Nye. I'm page 9. You're page 9.
So we
Okay.
get
That was page 50. Yeah, yeah.
more.
Nine.
or just look up on the big screen.
Okay.
Okay, Patrick.
Hello. How's everyone?
My room is.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. You'll notice that we didn't spend any of our meeting, travel, and, in this last fiscal. There was one district clerk meeting in Vermont, but I didn't do it out, big deal. 21, 22, I'm gonna use that plus more. I'll probably have to come and ask for more because the state has mandated we go to this new case management program, full court enterprise. So my entire staff is required to go for training. They're not condoning the trainer training anybody. The trained training when we come back to the office, which I'm pushing back against because I think that's silly, but I'm not in charge of the Supreme Court. And I asked for a $200 increase in my materials and supplies. Our case file binders went up, sorry, I have to look at my notes, went up $12 per 50. So I had quite an increase in that order, plus the postage, of course, the shipping went up almost double. So I'm asking for a little extra in that line item, plus our checks for child support and for our general account went up 33%. So, and I've shopped around, and that was using the discount that we got in the mail. Everything has just gone up. So, of course, it went up more than $200, but I figured $200 will help. We'll just cut elsewhere, but that little bit will get us, I think, over the hump.
Patrick, on the meetings and trainings, do you have, are you not plugging the number in there because you're hoping to not spend as much as you have to, or?
I'm trying to talk them into
Okay.
Zoom training.
Yeah.
I don't see the need to go to Cheyenne and sit in.
No, I understand. That's all I'm.
Yes.
Because if you knew this, if you knew you had to do it, and you knew it was gonna cost this much, we put it in, but since you don't know yet, okay, that makes sense to me.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm pushing for Zoom training. I think it works fine. In fact, that's what I was doing before I came in, is a Zoom training for a privilege jury program. It works really well. So I don't see the need to go to Cheyenne a week of hotels and ridiculous. So I'm pushing back, but they may be mad at me, but I don't care. I'm pushing back. And some of the clerks may as well, but some clerks want to go. They want to leave, they want to go. Well, we're not crazy about that, you know. If I lived in Wheatland, maybe. Or,
Okay.
you know, but anyway, that was all. I asked for an increase of $200 because of our supplies, our checks and.
You're good with the Lloyd?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, my only comment with the exception of the salaries and wages, which we know about, this is about as flat as you can get for a budget.
We're trying.
Yep.
We're trying.
That's how it is.
This, of course, doesn't include the projected proposed 50-cent raise and all that, right?
Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah.
It's in there.
We approved it last week.
It's already in there.
And I didn't guess I had to print that one out. I have the old one.
Well, that's, I mean, that's why your salary line item went from 430 to 442.
Yeah. And this one that I have printed that I have used is the old one.
Yeah, we won't send the new ones out until we're done with all this process. Then we'll send you the one to look at, double check. Then we'll send you the wage sheet so you can let us know where you want your people put. That's what you called about on Friday, but Bobby was gone, so sorry I didn't get you called back.
That's
But
okay.
yeah, we'll explain that process to
Okay.
everyone.
Sounds good.
moving
All right,
forward.
yeah, I just had asked for that 200 extra. It might help some with the increased costs.
One other question, Patrick, you said something about postage. You don't take your postage out of materials and supplies, do you?
Well, we have.
Okay,
Until-
it needs to
until
come out of
I
the
emailed
postage line.
Steve and asked him, and he said, no, there was a.
Yes, comes out of the postage line for the whole county. Yeah. So, I mean,
That was just, we did that one time when the postage meter was down and I
Yeah.
wouldn't buy roll stamps.
yeah, yeah.
So.
We try to catch it, but we don't catch
And I think
everybody's. And maybe
Steve
Steve didn't
did.
catch it.
You were gone. I don't remember. Anyway, it was a roll of stamps.
Yeah. Anyway, we have a separate line item for that.
Okay.
Yes, now I know, thank you.
Moving right along.
I got one other quick question, just curious, is your organization gonna push for some more fee increases down in Cheyenne, or you just, have you given up on that?
I'm hoping that we've given up on that. I think that the cost of the Chancery Court is gonna be enough for everybody to swallow. They're trying to get that passed down there, with $500 to $1,000 filing fees and whatnot. So I think us asking for more is, at this time, is not a good idea. Not that the association will want my opinion. I'm past president, I'm really nobody anymore. So I hope not, because the Supreme Court got another increase in the court automation fee. You know, it seems every time we ask for money, they end up getting a portion of it. So my opinion is don't ask for any more, because they'll end up getting a portion of it. And they waste, sorry to say this, but I think the Supreme Court wastes a lot of money.
Oh, I'm sure.
So with this Y-User and now full court enterprise, and Y-User, the program we're running now, costs more than $9 million. And now they're kicking it to the curb and starting this new program. I think they're very wasteful. But that's just me.
Thank you for your.
Okay.
Patrick.
Don't get mad. Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, everyone. And thanks for being commissioners. A thankless, painful thing to do. Thank you.
So far, it's been pretty easy.
Hey.
Would you do the coordinator?
Each one?
Mr. Connors.
Oh, so you.
Where?
Is this one we're taking off tomorrow?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, they just get shorter tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have to apologize a bit because I was gonna kind of read through and refresh my memory tomorrow.
Everybody's sick.
Squash me in early. So I'm gonna be a little slower here today. But in actuality, we have a couple things probably here to cover because it always sort of gets forgotten until the last minute. We always have 911 to deal with too. So, and That one's probably the easier of the two, so I don't know if you wanna go through that one first, or
Let's start with the hard one.
the hard one,
Yep.
okay? Well, I do. First off, I guess, do you see anything here? Well, let me preface that, I guess. A lot of what you see here is gonna be leftovers of catch up from last year, and we cut everything with the bone so hard that it hurt, so. So that's where a lot of it's at. You're gonna probably see, let's see, increases in telephone and cell service, and that's mainly telephone. One of those is actually, we gotta beef up that circuit between here and Powell. That's a big jump, so that's like 15 grand a year right there. So, plus some of our other services went up a little bit. But if we don't beef up that one to Powell, we're gonna start hearing from them people over there pretty quick about how their systems aren't working. So that one's a guy that we've been putting it off for a couple of years. We actually had in the budget last year, and we still put it off because the budget was so tight, we just didn't dare do it. We had some issues over not doing it, so.
I have a question on the cell service. This is, do we have a countywide service?
For cell service?
If not,
I'll take a little explanation. So as a rule, the departments manage their own cell phone bill within their own budgets. Okay, so
I understand, but can there be some overall savings to the county if we implemented something like that?
we already have, to a huge extent. We probably cut our cell phone bills in half because we ended up moving to a system called FirstNet. And government entities can get on there at a substantial cost. So we get a flat rate for unlimited data, unlimited text, unlimited.
I remember asking this before, and I see it on everybody's budget, that's what I was.
That's what it does.
That reflects their portion of that.
Right, so all the entities we can get on there in the FirstNet, we put on there, so like Road Bridge is on there, they've got a ton of cell phones, the sheriff is on there, they get a ton of them.
I thought we discussed this before, that,
Yeah.
And as a side note, that first net, if things start crashing, we get priority on the network.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
That's government.
So,
Awesome.
Mike, on a few of these things, we know that there's a few things in communications that will fit the ARP money.
possibly, yeah.
I realize it's in your budget, but if these are a couple other things that you're also gonna list on whatever you provide to us that could be purchased with the ARP money as far as your thought process?
There may be some things we could morph into that, depending on how that all lands, but it's so uncertain right now, it's hard to say. These are things we gotta have regardless.
Right.
So, yeah, but there's a whole list of things that we still need to review that we would like to proceed with that. There were things we did get off that last grant, stuff like that. And of course, that's one of the other things we need to touch on here too, that's not in this list because we didn't have it yet. We talked about the last staff meeting. We have this telephone switch that we gotta deal with. That one's not a normal budget thing, and whenever we have something bizarre like that come up, we have a couple items down there called special project 1, special project 2, that zero in them right now. My recommendation, we probably stick it in there for an amount of money, and as we talked about right now, we're shooting for about 225,000 as a maximum to go in there. We still don't have the numbers completely balanced. So if we could stick that number in there as a starting point, I guess, if we have to take it back out again, we take it back out. But that's when we really were hoping that this money coming down the pipe is gonna help cover. So, because it's a big dollar item.
I have a question, Mike, once we get the phones switched over, will that possibly keep from happening what happened to us last week? When all those people were getting phone calls from somewhere in the courthouse and they were calling us back and saying, well, somebody there called me and I don't appreciate it.
That's not me.
That can't be fixed with anything.
Oh,
So,
And that's not here.
other than the shotgun name, we could find the people that are doing it, but, yeah, it's really irritating. That's something that I would really like to find a fix for, but they're doing it offshore and they're just creeps, so. But it
Well, I
will.
mean, I guess what's the board's pleasure on that, putting the phone?
I should mention that
Project
some of our telephone line costs will go down when that switch comes in too, because we're paying for some lines now that we won't have to pay for once we make a complete move to an IT system. But I can't tell you exactly how much, but
I think we have to either list it here or list it under the capital projects, whichever budget we put it in, but I think we've got it listed, we know it's coming.
I think it would be better under the capital.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So we know exactly, because those are, something we said, one time thing that.
Yeah, this, and it doesn't matter to me which way it goes either way. So in the past, some of those big projects like the 911 system and the radio console, a small one under that one, but as long as we have a place as a placeholder for it.
Actually might work better to put it in Mike's actual budget, so he can monitor it, and he gets the expense reports. It might be his project.
Okay.
The better in here.
I'd give it to somebody else if they want it.
I mean, Mike's in charge of it, he's a lieutenant.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way to, if we're gonna be using some of this Recovery Act money, would it be better if we had a separate account just for those projects or just for that account that would cover the money coming in, just to make it a lot easier bookkeeping? This is the Recovery Act money account that we have.
Well, I see where you're going with it, but we don't know 100% that it's getting spent there yet. And
Sorry, it is done. Could you say it again, please?
Kind of love technology.
Government's listening.
The government's listening.
We will do that once we get this set up too.
Yeah.
It's that,
There will be a separate.
it's under the 44115, that's all kind of our CARES COVID Act grant money. We'll set up a new revenue.
That's where I'm at on this is kind of, I go back and forth. We got projects we're pretty, I'm sure gonna be, they're gonna qualify. But just the way I operate, until it's 100%, I don't like, planning it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do we believe that this money for the phone system will qualify?
Looks promising.
There you go.
Best I can say.
And in the event that it does qualify, if we go ahead and put it in the budget, not knowing whether it qualifies or not, and down the road, we find out, yes, it does qualify. And
there's carryover.
we can adjust the budget accordingly.
Or we have carryover next year.
Okay, I got it.
That's what I was getting at earlier, with some of the other, some of the other stuff. I mean, I know that Jack's budget was very small,
Right.
but we have an anticipation that it's probably gonna get covered.
Okay, well, the next question is the phone system. And we've been band-aiding it. It's something we desperately need. But if it's not covered, is it something that we are
We're
really
gonna spend
pay
it
for anyway?
I think we're fine.
I think that's why we put it in.
Okay.
If we don't do it, eventually it's gonna crash, and we're gonna be without a phone system. So we've been donating it going along.
I mean, you said at the max 200 and some odd thousand. What do we plug in?
225 is what we guess is a max. We still have some work to do internally that we're gonna have to deal with. They say over the annex, we have a lot of wiring to do. We'll be doing that, taking care of it. We're gonna pay for wire though, and connectors and weird things like that to get all the infrastructure all built. We haven't run much IP stuff over there. We've been working on the network backbone here, the wiring and all that stuff, to get it up to date. There's a lot of stuff under hardware that's gonna be things that we're actually using to prep for this, whether we buy the telephone system or not. We have to change some of the network switches to support it, things like that. So that's actually already built into this new point. Because we're planning, we don't get a telephone switch this year. Maybe we can nurse it along till next year. I don't know. But we're trying to prep and get there so we're ready for it when it does come. And like I said, the annex is kind of out there and we just haven't had any IP systems over there. So we're just beefing that one up. So that's a fair amount of money too. Okay, so let's see. Other highlights, I guess, hardware maintenance went down this year. We lost that Motorola service contract. We made the last payment on that, so that helped a lot in that, some other things. So we actually went to the better on that side. Not something that happens very often, but kind of nice. Another big increase you're gonna see is down in the contract service and stuff. That's gonna look kind of big. That's because our new people are gonna do this year for another 3-year bill. So that's the biggest chunk of that, bumped it up. Aside from that, most of this stuff, like for, software support and stuff like that, those are just yearly increases we deal with every year because it keeps going up and never goes down. Unless you see anything else that stands out, you want to question on? See, a lot of this just catch up from last year.
Yep.
One quick question, Mike, on your materials and supplies line.
Right.
You've been averaging between 24 to 27 max, and next year it comes up to 31.
Wire for the annex. That was the biggest chunk of that increase.
All right.
911. That one's fairly easy. Yeah, the revenues are just what it is. I mean, obviously we increased the rate up to 75 cents, made a big difference. So we're what's the word? It's soluble, let's put it that way. So taking forward, not having it run. But so we're doing good with that. On the expense side, pretty much the same. We have we've seen an increase in the hardware this year over the previous year. We're going to replace the workstations. Each dispatch center, there's 3 of them each of them. $1,000 workstations we're adding. Since they're in the dispatch centers, they run 24 hours a day and they beat that tar out of them. So they don't last as long as you just try to replace them every 3 years. So they're due up this time. The only other big difference you're going to see is going to be, aside from software and stuff going up a little bit, just because it does for the maintenance. Travel and meeting, education. One of the things we used to do before budget started getting really tight was that the software that we use for 911 record system and stuff like that is called RIMS. They have a yearly conference every year, which is always really, really helpful to go to because they actually get all together in one big place and they actually decide what they're going to do with it every year to make better improvements, things like that. We haven't done that for about 5 years, trying to keep budget down because we were hurt bad in that budget and things like that. We have budget money again to do it, and this is a little bit of sheriff, and he's going, yeah, it's probably time to try and do that again. So that money's in those 2 line items to send. It's 2 representatives from each interview for Powell PD and the sheriff's office. So those are the only real differences.
That's all fun. This budget's entirely funded by 911 fees.
Exactly. So it'll come out of the general fund. It's all covered by that. Doing pretty well with that right now. So
there's one thing you wanted to bring in 262. Yeah.
So it continues to build up. And the next time we get a buy a 911 system for $400,000. So right now, I think in the budget has in it right now, or I shouldn't say the budget, but the 911 collection is sitting around 300.
I remember when we did when we bought the last.
Oh, wait, is that now? Oh, yeah.
479.
Okay.
When we bought the last upgrade, and we did some projections on how long it would last, how long it would take us to collect, and we adjusted accordingly. So
absolutely. So
that's what we're bankrolling for the future when we got to repair and replace it again.
Yeah, under the old surcharge, we would have run out of money. Yeah. So the new one is going to get us about exactly where.
Okay.
Certainly.
Anything else, Mike?
All I got, unless you guys have any questions or something we forgot. You guys all covered.
Good.
All right.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you guys.
Stay here. Good boy. All right.
Your turn.
Page 19. Mr. Chairman.
Ma'am, you look at us.
DJA is who we're paying.
Yeah.
that.
And
Forest Service stuff, or was it on the wrong line? item?
Yeah, that's
Should have been
what I'm wondering.
RMP.
The 5142, yeah, the payments all went to DJ&A, so do we need to do should it have come somewhere else?
It should have been under the land, NRMP, the resource, the line above
So
it.
all those funds need to be moved, Steve. We'll do a journal entry
I thought Steve gave me the Wi-Fi for that.
to the $100,000 then?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll move all of them.
It wasn't, it shouldn't have been spit out under, it shouldn't have been coded as the forest plan,
Oh,
because it was in RMP,
okay.
which would have been land, et cetera. Yeah.
We'll get that correct.
Should be in here shortly.
Great.
And take your guys' lunch. Then I moved everybody up, so in the afternoon, so you should be done about 3:15.
Okay.
This but I'm just not talking to myself, Darcy,
Okay,
and I'm arguing.
They do that in Clark.
they do that in Clark.
What? You argue with yourself? Can you hear yourself though? That's the question.
Man, I'm only when I mumble.
My mom always said that's better than arguing with somebody that's not there. Okay,
Well, I'm just looking, 16.6, there's obviously some number changes and all
well,
that.
she had a new employee come in during the year last year, wasn't in last year's budget.
No, from that to this.
Oh, from that year to year,
Yeah, we're 5% difference, just the last.
I thought you said the 16%.
She's ready for.
Steve, he has to be complicated here, he has to be most up to date.
I think it's important that he's the most up to
Probably
date.
somebody needs to be up to date.
When I get back down to chance, I'll resend one to Susan.
Okay.
Family went to $2,155.23.
So yearly.
I don't have your, but I can figure it.
So what went that wrong?
What was it again?
2155.23. What was the other one you needed? What was the other one you needed?
That's it.
Oh, I thought you had another change.
No.
Sorry about that. I tried.
Just thought, yeah.
All right, go easy on me, I'm a day early, so.
Well, if we give any more time, that bottom number just keeps growing.
Yeah.
I know it. Where'd you like to start?
The top line, top column.
All right, so, couple notes on wages and benefits. Of course, we had Jenny added this year, which I used to have a part-time employee under there, which was then pulled completely from my budget. And now we've added Jenny as full-time. So that's a pretty significant change that wasn't there before. And obviously, I think we've justified the addition of that staff with our permitting numbers having gone up so significantly in the past couple of years. And so that's been a great addition. I did want to mention on the healthcare side of things that there's a potential that 2 employees that haven't taken healthcare in the past 3 years could jump on to healthcare this coming January. That change would be a little over 30 grand should that change happen. So like 33 grand if those 2 employees jump on the healthcare. I'm not sure if the numbers I was given, do they reflect the healthcare increase or does that, they do? Okay. And then I did discuss with you sort of just on an early basis, this concept of adding an intern to my office just for the summer months. Mostly the plan for that is to clean up boxes and boxes of material that are sitting in my office that we just don't have time to get to. Now that the provisional scale has been updated and has an intern category, I wondered if it would be something to toss around. I don't know what the rate would be. I was thinking $11 an hour, that was before the COLA, but I don't know what it is now. And I was looking at a max of 344 hours in a fiscal year. So for this year, I'm looking at July, August, and then for next year, it'd be May, June. And that's a max of 3 days a week, 24 hours a week. Obviously no benefits, other than I think the workers' comp has to be added and probably social security.
Yeah.
So if I estimated at $11.50 an hour, which again, I don't know what the actual rate is supposed to be.
Starts
Starts
at
at
12.
12, okay, so at $11.50, we were looking at about $4,300 for that number of hours. If it's gonna obviously go up 50 cents or whatever from there, so I did not build that into the budget that I prepared for this because I didn't have a classification to put it into, but now I do, so just wanted to put that out there as an option.
Sure.
Joe,
Yeah, well, I think it's a good idea. Because obviously you're under the gun in there and you're behind, and it'd be nice to get all that stuff cleaned up. My question is, you're talking about hiring somebody just during the off time, summer and then, or late spring.
Well, when I say off time, I'm thinking students.
Yeah.
A student, so their off time from school, which actually for us is our busy time.
Well, would it behoove you to, okay, do 4 months, 2 in the summer and then 2 in the late spring? Or just try and find somebody and just do it for 4 months and get it all done?
Possibly.
You know, I'm thinking maybe a college student or something down in the Northwest would like a part-time job.
Exactly.
To me, that would be the way to go.
Yeah, and I'm just afraid I might not be able to find somebody
Yeah.
that would be able to continue, into September, October. But if I could, that would be awesome.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it.
If you looked at also the opportunity of maybe just contracting somebody to do the job, because somebody in college driving to the courthouse and that you're gonna have expenses added to it, to just pay somebody to do that job flat outright so that they can maybe even do it at home. Instead of us, worrying about if they're getting their hours and just pay them a straight out fee.
Yeah, it's not really a job that somebody can do at home because they need to have access to all of our internal files that aren't electronic potentially. So it doesn't really lend itself well to that type of a position, but I do understand what you're saying, which is kind of why I thought I might not be able to find a Northwest college student. If they have to drive from Powell, it probably wouldn't be worth their time for that pay, which is why I thought I might be limited to students who are just home for the summer that would include possibly, but it's kind of an unknown, what I.
But just making it a contract service might look more attractive on paper to somebody than $11 an hour.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought about that.
okay, moving right along.
All right, so then we.
Mr. Chairman, is that something we want to put in the budget?
Yeah, I think we need to have it cleaned up.
Yeah.
If it's something that, we've already run into that, so before we go back and using staff to look up paperwork, then so it'd be nice if it was actually put together, electronic.
Okay, that's the plan.
So we're gonna get farther behind. The
So,
way things are going.
I hate to be the bad guy here, but I will. We know that you're extra busy because of what, but every department is, from the assessor's office to the clerk's office and everybody. And I just can't, and I understand you trying to make your office better, more efficient, do all that, but we're practically doubled the planning and zoning budget in the last 4 to 5 years. You can't say that about any other department. And I know the workload has increased, but that same amount of more people changing, doing things in this to fix the assessor, to fix the clerk, and fix everybody. And so I just have trouble every year, just more and more and more. Until we have a more and more revenue coming in, somebody's gonna be taking it away, you're taking it away from somewhere else. And I understand you shall, I'm not saying they would be wasted at all, but back to a discussion we had earlier, at what point do we drop from here to PayPal until the public realizes that revenue is short and we can't, it's not gonna, things aren't gonna happen as quickly as you would like to. I like to work as efficient as possible also. I get that. Not that because of that, I would support this, but I can't, I don't like the spending that we're doing.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can I comment on that? So I think my budget is unique in that a lot of other departments, even when they lose people, they've been able to keep their money. And in my department, over time, the employee line, when employees are gone, it just gets chopped. And so if you look at my budget, which is very different than everybody else's, it goes up and it goes down, it goes up and it goes down. If it had been left steady all the time with the same number of employees, this would not be looking like this. The other thing too that I think is difficult to gauge is benefits. I have not taken benefits since I started here, to the tune of 25 grand a year. If I took benefits up front, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But I haven't, and I have another employee who hasn't either, to the tune of 35 grand a year. Makes a big difference.
Mr. Chairman, my quick comment was, and I understand where you're coming from. But, nobody's crystal ball is clear looking down the road. But this is something that needs to be done. This year we have the money. And it'd be a one-shot deal, and I would hope that if we went ahead and did this, that it wouldn't turn into a year-round position. We get somebody in, get the job done, get them out. And if we don't get it done now, we're not gonna get it done. That's the way I feel about it.
And really, a lot of what's been brought to my office came from other offices and was put in my office. So it was like they went through their stuff, and then what they didn't need or was left over that applied to my office got dumped in my office. And so now it all has to be, that's like a one-time deal, that happens, so.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm not quite done yet. Because I know you got a couple other things I want to question there. I'm gonna find almost the $4,100.
Well, and the other thing too, I'm sorry.
If I could add, I was thinking along the same lines, because my question is, a lot of these advertisements per se, in any way does this budget reflect the money recovered from advertising? I know the advertising goes up, but a lot of those advertisements are recouped from the developer. Does that show in this?
Not in that. It
You have to
shows on
look at the revenue side.
the-
Look at the revenue
On the
side.
general revenue side.
Right, under her line item. So she has a number line in the revenue side also.
Okay, so
That shows what she's
for
made.
instance, the $12,000 in there that keeps going up,
Yes,
that is actual?
can you jump to that page for me, Steve? So there's her revenues.
So right now, we're right around 13.5, like to date revenue, which that doesn't reflect.
It's all actual, it's updated.
Oh, I didn't see it on there. Anyway, so our revenue has been going up, and you can see that in the county budget year after year. So our revenue is going up. And this year, of course, would look a lot higher because we had finally had a fee increase, which we hadn't seen in 16 years in the county. So I think we're estimating we're gonna fall somewhere around 93 grand this year. And on the advertising side, as I had reported a while back, we're averaging 82% that is coming back to us, people paying back their newspaper fees and their mailing fees and stuff. But we still need to spend that money up front. So I still need to have the money in my budget to pay for it. And yes, it is coming back on the revenue side.
Well, I guess that's my bottom line question is, we're looking at back, I don't know if that's for this year, but $426,000 budget, but that doesn't take into account the revenue that's brought back in.
Right.
So it wasn't completely fair to say your department is the only one that keeps going up, because yours also doesn't reflect, which I guess clerk's office does.
Every department has a revenue side also.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, if they have fees that they charge for. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is it agreeable we're gonna plug the 4,100? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, I had right around 43, but that was based on 11, 15 hours.
It's gotta be more.
It's gonna be more.
again, if we advertise it as a contract to somebody for $4,000, that would eliminate an ongoing fee every year, and make it sound more attractive. You know, if somebody can get the job done quickly, instead of, oh boy, it's time for lunch, with the time, you get paid by the hour. If you could cut that down to a $4,000 contract, somebody do all this paperwork, that might sound more attractive. You don't have to pay the upfront.
Okay, so, yes,
Put it in.
So you can put it in under contract services and professional fees.
Okay.
4,000?
Well,
See if it works.
okay. Next,
All right, so if that gets us out of the top, you ready to move down? All right, so, we don't have telephone, choose our own. Advertising, of course, we've already discussed. So last year we bumped it up to 12. Like I said, right now we're at 13.5. I try to be a little conservative on that line, but I have no way of predicting, right? But based on what's going on right now, it's looking like it's gonna be a steady increase, so that's why I stuck 12 in there. Estimating it could be anywhere between that and, 15 grand, who knows? Dues and subscriptions, that basically just covers YOPass, YGO. I also didn't realize it, but I have 3 notaries in my office, and every 4 years, we have to take care of their fee.
Mr. Chairman, July 1, that changes. I believe the Secretary of State's office is gonna eliminate the fee for county employees. You do not have to be bonded, it does not have to be recorded, and the fee is now $60. And so I believe, not for sure yet, but I believe they're gonna look at eliminating the fee to the county employees for the loss of revenue that we'll receive in the recording side. So notaries might not even be an issue anymore for the counties.
Oh, good, because my number didn't include that, and I just found out about it because we just had Jolene go through it. So if that's the case, then I would just leave it at the 8. And that also compensates for if Kim can actually get his floodplain administrator this year, like due to COVID, it's been canceled 3 times.
So, yeah, Steve, would you go back up to appointed board? That one, yeah. Which one? Yeah,
Appointed boards.
appointed boards and the committees. Yeah, that one. I'm just curious, you've been budgeting 10 grand every year. The most you ever spent was 9,000.
So,
I'd like to see that go down 1,000.
well, again, COVID really screwed up our line this year. So we didn't get any of the reg amendment meetings that we wanted to do. 2 board members weren't even present for several of the meetings, so we weren't paying for their mileage. And so this was not a good year for a comparison on that. Plus, when the land use plan starts, I'm anticipating there's gonna be potentially some PNC.
Well, I'm trying to find enough money to just pay the 4,000
Oh, I
extra we
see.
need.
I mean, you can take the
Give
money.
me 500.
Yeah, you can take money away. I just fear that because we are now full bore on the reg amendments. And literally in the past 2 months, we've had 3 meetings just for that in the past 2 months. And it's costed me, I don't know, $400 to $600, I think, every time they show up for those meetings.
Okay, well, how about give me 500?
Mr. Chair?
I think 1,000 is warranted, just last year was only 58.
well, last year is,
4,000,
Yeah, that
but
was,
you go back,
I don't even.
you go back 3 years, it was 9.
It was not.
Right. Year before, the year after that, it was 8, the year after that, it was 7, so 9. Would be good.
Okay.
It's your discretion, absolutely.
Okay.
If it isn't, we'll adjust it. There you go.
All right, and then the next one would be the next one down. Travel and meeting expense. Explain that one to me, because it was.
So again, last year, COVID screwed that up, no conferences.
Yeah, well, I'm not looking at last year, I'm looking at the trend.
Yeah, well, again, we didn't have time to send anybody to training. I had no way I could just let staff go.
Okay.
We're just too busy. I'm hoping, and now we have Jenny, so that kind of adds another person that I'm hoping, but I'm hoping this year we'll actually be able to do some training off-site and maybe get people up to snuff on pro. We just did some in-office training on pro so that staff didn't have to travel. Unfortunately, that training just, it wasn't very good.
Well, my only question is, if you've been budgeting 3,000, that's your trend, and the most you ever spent was 1,200.
And again, I didn't have time to send people to training. And last year when I wanted to, I couldn't because there was no training.
So let's double it and drop it $500.
Can you give us 5, Joy?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm trying to be cooperative here. I'm just trying to find some money, because I went out on a limb to get you to $4,000.
Well, I appreciate that.
And then the next one, the same deal, education, training, and meeting.
Yes.
You know, you got budgeted 5, I realized because of last year, and you haven't been able to send your people. Linda, before you were here, she wouldn't be on education, and you are, and I'm all in favor of that, but I can see dropping that a little bit.
Sure. You want to go for 45?
Yeah, give it up, I like 1,000 out of that one.
4? All right.
Go with 4. Okay.
Keep going. You're doing good, man.
I'm done now.
Just give Joe whatever he wants. Just say the word. Not much else has changed. I did have a little bit of money in there for vehicle maintenance. I know we have a brand new vehicle, but we're gonna be looking at some possible filter changes, tire rotations, and I don't know that those fit. And car wash. We need to get this thing into the car wash because it is like getting dirtier than ever, walking out on those small wastewater sites. So I just built in a little bit of money in there for that, if that is sufficient or okay.
Can you give us $2 there?
Now tell me what I can get for $2.
Yeah, that doesn't even buy a car wash.
I know, right?
Get you from the wash to deluxe.
Yeah, I'll take it to my house to wash, I guess.
That was gonna be my next suggestion.
Well, I'll give you my water bill. Like that.
Bring it up to my place.
Sure. I'll put it in the leaves.
Give your little guy something to do. They'd have a wall wash in the car.
That might be.
And then send the county a bill for $50.
Yeah, that might be nepotism. I'm not sure what. And that's the only other change on there. And then I did over here, you had a little bit of discussion about the land use plan side of things today. I completely understand where you're coming from. Unfortunately, I don't have better numbers to provide you than the ones that were provided. It could go anywhere on that, so I respect what you want to do on that. The other thing I want to discuss on that is just if you could please consider the addition of the supplies that are needed for those meetings and the public hearing notices, because that does add up. You know, when you have public meetings, obviously you need pens and display boards sometimes and things like that. That's just stuff that I would like that to be an overall cost for that project, as opposed to nickel and diming your budget or my budget for little things. It'd be nice to know what it really actually cost, you know, beginning to end. So
That's what I was just gonna say. I think we need to look at that 250, 275, 300, whatever, where it ends up, but do the bid and then figure out what we would need to add above that and do it right there at the same location. So we just need to keep that in mind when we do bid.
Yeah.
Or request for proposals.
I'm good.
Good.
I'm good. Joe didn't have any. If Joe does it, it's fine. Why?
So, do I need to add what insurances do I need to add for January?
it would just be me and Julie potentially. And again, that's an unknown.
Well, in there, no.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the question is how certain is it?
I won't know until we know what's being offered and what we're being, like, I have to look at what my husband will be offered at that point in time, and I compare them.
Then let's just leave it out for now.
And that's usually what we do. 'Cause
Yeah,
when we
okay,
hire
get a new
a person,
employee, you know, or.
we have no idea, are they coming in as the family or coming in as a single person? So that line item is always, so when they actually sign up in November, we'll get it added to the budget and, we may or may not have to do an adjustment in the next year.
Okay.
Ready?
So if I run out now, everything stays, right?
Maybe.
Or we just talk.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right.
Thanks,
145, 145.
What else we got?
We can
Youth
do
services,
services.
youth services. Which is not, we're not gonna do anything there.
No. It's good.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Steve,
Commissioners.
which is number
1331.
Oh,
Get lunch, we got.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a quick question on our budget.
Yes, sir.
You know, we canceled our board appreciation dinner last year. I think that's something we should reinstate. And I'm not sure which line item that came out of.
What is that? We held a board appreciation get together for all of our appointed boards out there. That's in the county.
Oh,
Yeah. Library board. We, just set
Drink barbecue or something.
well, we've done a meal, but we've also done just hors d'oeuvres and drinks.
Which line item is that in? Is that in the contingency fund?
That would be the only.
I think that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that up a thousand bucks.
They'll increase his budget by $1,000 for a party.
hey. Yeah,
What, if we're discussing this, put on legal service fees. What happened 2 years ago?
That's the Vanguard.
Way up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's the
Vanguard
bad
lawsuit, that we're trying to settle that.
that's why Barb's on.
Is 3,000 currently enough though to cover some of the stuff that we have now?
She might know more after today.
She's in a hearing.
And again, that's one, like, if we gotta spend it, we gotta spend it.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I leave it.
Okay.
Because there's no sense in carrying 30,000 in there when you have,
No.
I mean, when it could be
Unless you
nothing.
knew
Yeah.
it, well, unless
Yeah.
We
you
knew
knew
we
it
had
was
some
coming.
coming, I would put it
Yeah.
in, but we don't
It's
know
coming, yeah, so true.
if we have one.
So look, if you look back.
And then when we had to hire that attorney, out of town attorney, when Brian's court had a conflict, that came out of it.
If it's our case.
Yeah. Anything else on our budget?
Unless you're advertising.
That's our meeting notices,
You notice there's a lot of
hearings, special hearings.
Minutes.
That came out of yours. Dang.
Salary schedule, that comes out of yours. Everything set by statute that the clerk does for you guys comes out of your budget.
It was down the year before, but it kind of crept back up.
Mr. Chairman, I got a quick question on your travel budget. You didn't charge anything off this year? I mean, you travel a lot for the county.
WCCA, I didn't charge anything.
I know, that's why I'm asking the question. Why not?
Yeah, you'll have one, I think, that'll post tomorrow.
Which one did I charge?
Mileage, I think the word.
No, that was me and
Those, yeah.
Lloyd
Lloyd and Scott.
Lloyd's got.
Yeah, but I mean, you were traveling a lot for
Well, I was
There was
going
one
anyway.
though I saw you.
I mean, you're being a nice guy.
Yeah, I didn't see, I guess I just didn't see I needed to.
Okay. I just asked a question.
guess I didn't even think about it. I probably should have plugged some mileage in for back and forth from, for legislative stuff.
Your lunch is in the kitchen, hopefully it's okay, they were a little ovulated in there today.
While we're here, it's
Yeah.
again, we're looking at the commissioner's budget. Susan, under, I saw it a second ago, material and supplies.
Yes.
We only have 500 up there, if it's the same as my sheet.
Yeah.
The last 3 years in a row went over that.
Yeah.
Not that it's an issue, I guess, do we need to up that?
I'm just putting everything online now, so I'm not buying as much material as we've had before. We're storing everything in our files, so electronically, it makes everything so much cleaner when I have to go back to reference everything.
Well, if you think 500.
Yeah, it is, actually, it's plenty,
But
yeah.
the year before, last year we spent 715.
Yeah.
No. The last year we spent 1,200. And the year before that, we 400 and then 623. Anyway, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. If you're good on
500
this,
should be plenty.
that was the only thing I saw. Trying to-
Just trying to keep the cost down as much as I can in the office, so.
Okay.
Joe, you didn't have any travel either.
I didn't go anywhere.
You went fishing.
Well, man, if you want to carry the favor, that's fine with me.
Well, looking at your travel, is that gonna change any? Yours is down.
I don't think much, there'll be a little bit more, but, I was under this year a little bit.
Yours is free.
Cause in August, I'm planning on going over to Gillette for that, Nui tour. And then obviously next year
I think we're all gonna be, you're gonna see it next year.
I think everybody will be.
Everyone's gonna, hopefully.
And I watch it, I try to really not go over, last year. I did go over,
I think it was the year before you did.
the year before I went over $81. Then there is another, I think that the Rock Springs is not included in this current.
No.
No,
so
not yet.
You guys just,
There'll be another, I think that between the monthly stuff and the Rock Springs stuff, I think I'll have 600 or 500 or 600 of them. That, which will still be
Already
under,
in there, yeah.
but I think 3 will be fine for me next year.
Mine was included, though, right?
No, ours aren't, the vouchers for WCCA aren't in there yet. Oh, your room is, but not your,
Oh, that's
not the
the room.
mileage, that's the room.
Okay.
Somehow your room got built for you.
Because
Hey, I took care of it, Lloyd, I don't know about you.
ooh,
Now, on this, where would, if the WCCA decides to do a year-to-year congressional tour, it was suggested in Rock Springs for the body, that they feel that they didn't want to make a decision, but of every county in the state kicking in $1,000. If you did something like that, where would that come out?
contingency.
Contingency?
Yeah. We could do that contingency, I guess it would come out of commissioner's budget. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go. Yeah.
And I think we're still fine. But we don't know when this one of those things, but it would be a year-to-year deal if they decide to take it on.
We'll move around the state, but all counties.
Yes.
$1,000.
Right, but it would come back to us every 4 to 5 years.
Right.
So that's still pretty cheap for our out-of-county expense. They're gonna be more, but, we actually hosted it, but, 4,000 to do it every year. Or I mean, 4,000 for you to do it in your county. I don't know, 5 years. I don't know where.
Right, well.
Okay.
Go grab lunch and plow into, special funding. We're cleaning them up. Richard, how are you today?
Richard, how are you today?
Good. Just gotta come in here for self-defense sometimes.
Well, you know, you're the only person,
The
we,
biggest problem is people are saying this and that, Trish and that, and this, but they don't come in and talk.
Putting a 15-year-old in charge of my garden. They expanded 4 times what it was before. Nobody's gonna be home.
Oh, no.
Figure out the house.
How's the farming going, Mark?
Well, I shut down last night.
That's not good.
What the hell was wrong?
What happened with the machine or lack of water or?
It ended up being a cutout blew up on the power pole on the bank, the transformer.
What did you get?
So it wasn't mine.
Mine has a BLT
Like
in
home to their for Sunday night, had to do their call
Yours
out.
have a hamburger?
And the lady argued with me.
Mine's supposed to have.
Well, we got, you know about the outages, we have a crew over there down my door, they're working on it, because that fire, and I'm like, well, first off, full shift, because they kept that fire. Because there is no power up there on the force where that fire is, and I tried to explain to her. You fix everything down the line, and it's still, I can see a cutout burn. And the only thing that cutout does is supplies electric to me. To me, so you fix everything down the line, and I'm still gonna be out. I finally convinced her to go ahead and put a work request.
Whatever. What did we order? Does anybody know?
But other than that, I don't know, water's creeks up, now that word is crazy. So much running off. Especially after today and tomorrow, oh my gosh.
That's what I was gonna add, because it was open up.
It's dropped a little bit, but we're still in the
I think they just
high
get
water rate,
everybody
they doubled. But we're.
Did you get BLT Tuesday?
July, August.
What'd you get?
I know the river.
Turkey, pastrami, and bacon.
The best thing for us, but it's still fair,
Oh, well, I'm not that fussy, I'll eat it.
You know, the majority of the ones that I use anyway come from.
No, no, I mean, I gotta be able to, that's fine. I just ordered a hamburger
Have you
instead.
ever studied the American stuff, there's everything that runs through a little rocky low deep place, you know, it gets trapped, and that's a hard place where that costs.
Pretty complicated.
Well, they could have designed
I must
it as-
decide I ordered it, you know.
But
You get one or two sandwiches.
There's only one.
Yeah, two.
maybe it's three sounds, it's a tributary.
One of them per burger?
All of that runs around.
New one?
When deep, that was over 3 years.
What did you order, is that right?
They brought it here.
Thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
You ordered a deal 2 years ago.
Well, we're gonna deal too. I know, but
I do too. And they did that, right?
Uh-huh.
It's avocado spread.
Well, I ordered a hamburger and it's got strips on it, so I'm pretty sure.
It was a similar deal up in California. Up in Newport Creek, there was a big plant up there, I don't know how many thousands of years ago. You can see where it actually formed a big lake back in there. And something happened and the dam broke. It breached, I don't know, thousands of years, but it created this little meadow up there in the middle of nowhere where the lake was.
I didn't look. Alex was looking at renting it this winter. She just texted me, said, place I was looking at renting burned down.
That was probably it.
She's the last
So might have been renters that burned it down.
You mentioned you have a work session put together for the 13th on,
hard money.
you know, you'll make any hard decisions or for discussion.
Well, we could.
I'm not gonna be here.
Yeah.
Not that it matters, I
It'll
mean.
basically be a list.
There'll be a list of what folks are thinking, and then I think we'll consider that list and we'll take action on it.
If there's any way we can ask citizens or have that list somewhere put together before. So I can at least weigh in opinion before I leave.
Yeah.
You don't have Zoom at your house up there. You don't have Zoom at your house up there.
I took the phone hard line, I actually have a hard line phone. I cut it off the house and I spoiled it up way back in the way. I don't want it.
Pardon? No. So we're live. They want to watch us eat, they can watch us eat.
I'm gonna be gone the 9th to the 20th. I'm actually gonna miss.
You missed the public hearing. But it-
I'm gonna miss the 13th. Then it was very quiet.
You could get people showing up for that.
I think the year I was campaigning, I'm the only one that showed up for that.
We had a gentleman that used to show up on a regular basis about his road. Mr. Jinsmold, I believe. Peter, I didn't grab one.
The rolls are really good.
Brioche.
One house with 36 cars. I don't know what else. I couldn't find any stats online. DLT with avocado. Last year to this year, you probably got 4 inch, 6 3 miles for
Sisters.
Got to hang out in Watford City over the weekend.
Yeah, how was that?
They got money there, so. Yeah. Thanks to their beautiful recreation center and their right baseball complex. New high school, the football field.
Yeah, they're actually probably getting more now, revenue wise, because the expiration.
Yeah, their housing is quite different. Here in Park County, you see them all around the county, but they're all in town. All the schools and stuff. They don't have, their fire whistle went out and I found out it was a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
There'd be a fire somewhere. So no, that's a tornado warning.
It'd be handy to know that.
Did you see that fire down by you? Couldn't see it.
I didn't see it.
And what was that burn?
Huh?
You know what that was burning yesterday?
45.
I was wondering if it was a control burn.
No, I haven't heard what started it. Robinson Rock, just across the lake. It's literally in a mile. But I don't think we have a whole lot of, because I remember when it was that, they called it the whole wildfire a few years ago. It pretty much burned up everything. So if the wind did shift and come over on us, I guess you could take out, I guess perhaps. 50 acres. It pretty much died out this morning. They had land crews and they were supposed to get the chop right, and I don't think they got it.
Lightning strike? Was it lightning?
I don't know. I haven't heard what's on. I don't think so. Mike, looking at it, what I can see from my house, looks like it probably started in the bottom. There is a track road that goes up. So we had a campfire, or Tammy was joking there, probably a Can Am went in the wind. Because ours did that last winter. It caught fire. But it's on that, just off that main road that a lot of people take their ATV side by sides out anymore, park and then ride across that long way. But I mean, it's a route, scenic route, easy trail to go to Red Lodge, and they go right all the way to Red Lodge. So it's pretty popular anymore. I'm suspecting that, I don't know many lines we had on, I guess whatever it was.
I was coming back from North Dakota, I saw some of the, we had some tornadoes that were hitting the eastern part of Montana. In fact, they took out mostly county signs.
Yeah, on your radio station this morning, they said it was a first Wyoming forest fire in the season. Right. There's 2 fires there. There'll be a lot more. I would still like to, take like once a year, and maybe one of us run over to Carbon Town in Montana. So in county, just good. And just, just introductory to say, hey, because it would have been great to be informed a little more, informed, over there, that's in Park County. Really a lot of people, or contractors and housing and stuff that were in Wyoming. Just, the other side of Granny. Different things like that.
One of their repairmen was living in this house. People responded to the repairman on the you just find out.
Figuring out what I'm doing. Oh.
We might call them back. And then they should put up another wing or whatever they're called, they bring. And they take it to a landfill.
Which I don't care.
Well, that's what we did, I had that discussion about the
Oh, perfect. Maybe I changed, I was like. Sorry. Oh, you're good.
Steve, maybe you can answer this, but if, we're talking about like on these special funding requests or anywhere that we could use the ARP money, I think we could use the ARP money. If once we determine that we could use the ARP money for that expenditure, would we be able to just backfill that into the general fund with ARP money? See what I'm saying? So if we use our, the county money right now to do the project, and then we find that it could be covered with our money, would we be able to just pay ourselves? See what I'm asking?
Yeah. That was the question, Bill. The answer was, we think so.
I love it. That's the standard answer.
That's money can come in for general, and, part could just.
So the reason I'm asking is, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this, is that we're gonna have to apply a project to the ARP money. We're gonna say, okay, this is the project. We need reimbursement. We need the money for this project. Whereas if we've already spent the money, Are we gonna be able to just go to the, pull the money back into the general?
I mean, we could,
Okay,
we could just do a voucher to Park County Treasurer,
because the funds are already sitting there.
expensive
Okay.
out of the, or expense line and put it back into the
And then
general.
report it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because Mr. Chairman, you can extend stuff that you've already spent since you were last year's act. It says in there, so if we've extended something, we can use that.
That's what the guidelines are today.
And it hasn't changed.
Yeah, believe me, and I've been thinking about it, that's one big question I have. Was, when we go ahead and allocate the funds, say, okay, we're okay to use those funds. Then that money goes into the general fund, cover what we've already spent. And so that amount will just carry over to next year's carryover one.
If we have it in the budget.
Yeah, if we put it in the budget, and then we find out if we cover, we're gonna take it out of our, put it in the general fund. At the end of the year, that's gonna be cash carryover from that department. You know, I've been doing this for 9 years, I maybe starting to get a little bit. Oh, you're doing great. Figuring out this.
I've been at it 11 now, and I'm finally just getting the hang of it.
Well, these last 2 years, I mean, 3 years ago, we're trying to cut out cash carryover, cut down to what's sustainable. Now it's so up in the air on some.
Well, I think it's a unique situation with having a pot of money there to spend out of that we're not 100% sure yet how we're spending. And so I think the safest way to do it is to absolutely leave it in there.
So how much carryover would we have today or right now coming up? If there was no COVID-19? No carry, none of that.
You only got 1.4 million. You only got 1.4 million.
1.4 million.
Yeah.
So when it's all said and done,
We go
the
back.
only additional revenue in our budget right now is 1.4. That has anything to do with COVID?
Well, that's just.
More than that.
For COVID, so.
COVID,
Boy, I think in answer to your question, personally, I think we'd be have cash carryover 25 or 60 without any federal money at all. That's what I think.
it would be, right now, where COVID was about 2 million in revenue.
Yeah, we spent 600 of that.
But we also had 800,000 in expenses. So it's really about that 1.4 that we got for nothing. They covered
We had
something.
those, if we wouldn't have had those expenses.
Yeah, right. Some of those expenses we wouldn't have without COVID. It's just, it's hard to determine the sales tax was way above what we thought we were pretty aggressive with the sales tax revenue projection. And it just got blown off. Sure. Sales and use tax. You know, 1.2 over budget.
See, look at the clerks. We had 142 is what I estimated as revenue and filing. We made 222,000. I said 185 in titles we made, so there's 100 and some thousand right there.
Now the clerk is over 131,000.
All the people moving here.
Yeah. I don't think that's good. Let's office, but I went over to the side here, left night, it was black, so I'll go back.
I went to the grocery store the other day, and there's 12 people. Yeah, there's probably.
Since the third person I know, but now it's like,
Don't know any of that.
Let's put that special funding back up there. Would, let's start whittling through that. Anyone see any of them they want to change? Yes.
And then, remember the Cody Conservation District is requesting that 88.
Or,
I don't remember what was for, I remember.
oh, they're one.
They're the one that grant match, grant match, what I
but employee.
Find it, send it.
You know, another thought also that he brought up to me. I think it's a good thought, at least for discussion, that we should know.
And, you just don't pay attention to utility bills. We pay one of the utility bills for the Cody shoot.
Don't do it.
It's not a part of the Cody shooting complex.
We pay the utility bill.
But we try to check with Garza and see why, if there was something that there was happening.
Well, the Cody shooting, obviously, the Cody shooting complex first came to fruition. They convinced commissioners at that time that they needed money to operate. And I think I'm not on that page.
It's for profit business. We give them rent-free land.
Yeah. Oh, they charge membership.
The strata and the parking rent. I would like to see, I would support shooting complex going off that list. If they would at least consider them as recreation request. I think that then we would feel more comfortable knowing they still had it.
They do, they have two avenues. They have two more avenues, and they have shelter rec. Shelter rec's not there too. In fact, the insurance, our county parks and rec does mostly material items. Ski gates, golf carts, I mean, material items are gonna be around for a while. The shelter rec will a lot of times help with the other things like the insurance coverage. Okay, they have some liability or that kind of insurance stuff. T-shirts for a function, that like walking, things like that. Show rec will do that kind of thing. Cody Shooting Complex comes into both organizations almost every year with some type of.
There was a discussion when I first went on about them paying for some fencing out there as a shooting complex. So they come in and receive money for something. Yeah. They can enjoy that fencing down with kingfish. So I'd like to find out about that utility bill. And
because they receive membership too.
they do. They do.
So I guess I just didn't understand what it really is.
Oh, yeah, find out.
Nonprofit, is it the profitable business?
The board of directors will do it. They just lease the land.
They lease it for $0.
Yeah.
Do we own the building?
You want to start at the top of the
Yeah, just start at the top. Start at the top. If you got any of them you want to talk about?
Do we own that building out there? Do you know?
No.
We don't own the building.
No.
Buildings and.
No, it's they've got all that. They're just sitting on the land.
Curious if they're on. They basically requested the same as they almost.
Requesting 35, we gave it 3 left.
This is what we gave them last year.
Requested 35 the year before. entirely. And under this right now, are we looking? Trying to follow you, for the second column is what we're actually is in budget price. So we're at 3. I have no problem with that. Dale?
Cody Council, Cody Senior Citizen Center. Judy wants us to chalk the funding.
City recycling, you can go get it out.
No, I'm okay. I think that it's going to get bigger and better at some point. I would like to visit.
The Cody Conservation.
I was from excuse me, minutes from 518. They got a grant from the state, would like it matched.
No. They were just wanting us to match what they got from the state conservation.
They don't say useful, but
We don't fund any other conservation. PC or the park.
No, the TC has their own mill. Cody and Howell has their own mill. Cody's never voted the mill in.
Yeah, Cody is trying to get that on the ballot to get their own bill, but it's not.
It's not flying. And I remember that back in the days when John Julian was it was one of the most awesomest, well-represented programs in our county, and I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened.
they still have some responsibility in some of the development as far as subdivision stuff that has to be worked.
So everybody goes to 0. Cody Council on Aging, that's the seniors.
Yeah, it's a senior. And the thing with that funding there is they use it 47,000 hours and so many more dollars. So.
And didn't they get some CARES funding too? For that?
They did. Yeah. See why your county shooting complex did for example like that. Okay.
See why I said it could be a later ask. Yeah, crisis intervention may be a later ask also. Included in this, but they're also looking at a possibility of remodeling their existing building, recoding, make it work more where they are, so they may come in and ask for some funds.
Remind me again what was.
They're on what?
Oh, no, never mind. I was looking at that, I was on the line of, no, crisis intervention.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with leaving where they are. I'm fine with leaving with Cody.
You gonna leave for Cody, or you wanna take one for everybody?
I don't.
I'll just make a little bit for him for sitting on the board for a while, but one of the things that happened over the last year, and the reason they did not come in during the CARES charitable funds, which they qualify for, is because they were not hurting at that time. Things looked like it had just kind of leveled. They didn't have the fundraisers, but things were fairly level. But since that time, because of the impact on the businesses in the community with COVID, a lot of their members are not doing their pledge amounts for this year as far as membership goes, and that's why they are far behind. There's quite a few, in Wells Fargo and some of those that are pretty significant donors, so they are a ways in full. I don't know if there's a way to help them with the CARES or ARPA money or not, but that's their reasoning for the discussion. Yes, the budget is down, income is down.
Well, if it could, Doctor, what's your preference? Do you think Dan would be adequate or should we bump up a little bit? I mean, they're very important department.
I think they're doing a lot of things, trying to get businesses and economic stuff done here. I don't know that we need to go all the way to the 17th.
15, 14, 13.
I think that if you're going to be doing that, what you have to put it at two.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I plan on it. You know, and that's one of the problems I've had with special funding requests in the past. Is we have budget problems. We end up cutting them. And those organizations are very, very important. And a lot of times the county money is a big part of their overall budget. So I think it's very important to fund those to the best of our ability. Or Cody and Pet being one of them.
I don't disagree with you, Joe. I just, at this point, in time, I'd like to leave it where it is and see where we're at. I mean, if we come in under, let's go back specifically to the special funding.
Well, I mean, to me, where we stand right now, Steve pointed out early on, the budget that we have right now, the bottom line budget is pretty well, we're in really good shape. And all these numbers have been plugged into that budget.
Right, so you start increasing, we're gonna take it away from somewhere else.
No, I'm saying that the numbers, the request has been plugged in there.
No,
The requested, not approved last year, approved is what's been plugged in, not requested.
Okay.
Requested is not this was approved.
Well, I can tell you, I can find the money, but I just think it's important to make these funding requests. And COVID was, hit everybody hard, and especially a lot of these different organizations get funded at a certain level from the state. The state's cutting back. I just think these are very important to the well-being of our county. So I'd like to see Fort Cody maybe not go full 17, but go up to 14. How's that?
I'll agree with Joe.
I'll support that if tomorrow or whenever they don't get to them. We can balance without cutting some of our necessary as far as that concerned. Departments.
No, and again, I would totally agree with that, but if you look back in our discussion with the planning committee, there was some idea that came out of the budget committee last year was $1 that we didn't use, and I'm holding those dollars in reserve for this year. They don't know it yet, but that's where the money, that's where the money's going.
Thanks, Steve. Okay, so we put that one to 14. Manor house, don't change anything with a dump, something like that. Right, bump up for the code.
Senior center, I stay where it's at.
Yeah, they came in.
There's one at $30 good bucks.
I would leave it at 10. And I think the senior centers, when we get right down to it, will be eligible for reimbursement for the police money.
Well, and they also keep in prepared.
Yeah.
Cover the food program.
Now, the McKinsey Visitor Center, I'm on the county liaison, so I mean, in a smaller scale, and they are a smaller town, of course, they don't do as much as 24 or that, but that is also what they do, so I mean, you wanna bump them or maybe them,
I have no problem leaving them.
where they're at,
Yeah.
686.
Yeah, they're a total different entity. And they say economic development, but it's pretty much the business.
No, they do. They try to put all kinds of programs to promote all the business.
Oh, yeah.
And they actually do.
But to me, that's not what economic development.
Right, you're right.
4-H, yes.
I'm good.
Animal shelter, I'm really good with that one. Shelter.
The reason we went to 0 was because they did their capital campaign, we put the money into the capital campaign.
We gave them the money into that.
Right. So there is no more capital campaign, but you don't want to do anything else for them.
All right, Dusty, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
So the reason that we went to 0 on them is because my understanding was participating in their capital campaign, the money went there, it did not come to the special funding side. But, so that's why I'm wondering if there should be something there on their, excuse me, their annual side now that they're putting the building back to work.
They come in and they come in and look stuff.
Never respond. Oh, you managed to just respond at all?
No, brother.
Okay. Oh, wait, animal shelter, yeah, I'm sorry. She did. I'm sorry.
Animal shelter did come
Yeah, she did request. How much they request, 8 or 10?
Well, they're normal.
10-5.
Yeah.
I would say put them the same as now. And put 3,000.
3,000?
Yeah, if you go up to the very top line, caring for owner, caring for all animals, 3,000.
Well, you know, I mean, as far as the animal shelter is concerned, I think you really have to think of what they do and what the consequences would be to the county if they want to.
Well, it's fine, but that's not a county shelter. I understand that. I'm not, it's a zero now.
Go, I know, yes.
Do you think it should be more than 3?
Okay. The reason it's at 0 is because then we gave them the money for the extra money when they, for their building. And they said, since you gave us the extra money, we'll go to 0. In the past, they have requested, see what they've requested and received in the past. And so the only reason, like I said, the only reason it's at 0 is, they, like I said, we gave them extra money for their building, for their new building. Now, as far as like the animals that are found around Park County, they bring them to the fowl shelter and the Cody shelter, and just the Cody shelter. Split them up.
My understanding
Everywhere.
could be wrong. Yeah.
If they're collected, I believe they go to the Cody shelter. Park County.
You know, and from my perspective, if we did not have that facility here, those dogs, pets wandering around out in the county would become our problem. They become the sheriff's problem. Whether the sheriff went out there and killed them all, I don't know, but that would be the problem. So I would say, I mean, historically, we'd give them around 10,000, but I think.
Anyone else?
No, maybe.
I'm okay if we can stay there. If it's someplace that we need to look at when we get to the end, that's fine, but I think we could do that, that'd be great.
Well, you guys are wrong if they're not taking up the town, because if the finance for animal or pound, the animal shelter, and they take it just as fast as the code.
No, we're
We don't
talking about
need to
law
take it.
enforcement.
Law enforcement picks it up.
City. law enforcement. We don't have a county law. We don't have a sheriff who goes out and picks them up, do we? Does our sheriff department pick up animals, stray animals?
No, we don't have someone specifically to figure that out. But if there's a call about an animal out in the county, sheriff will take care of it. And in most cases, they'll call the animal shelter, the animal shelter is what they.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I don't even get started on the whole concept animal shelter. Like,
Oh, I got problems with it. I've argued this with them numerous times because we do run a no-kill facility, and I'm sorry, I think that's wrong.
But I did talk to her about, I think it was.
Yeah, it was in the meeting.
Here about not taking out of state or transfer animals anymore, which they were doing after a while.
Also, I mean, the other part I didn't agree with, the doctor who was released.
I don't agree with that either. I could take care of that with a couple boxes of 22 shells.
Those are more expensive than this 10 grand is gonna be.
But the only problem with that is them cats are getting wild. They won't kill. I still want haystack all around and trying to kill.
All right, how about we base it on the same percentage as we're supporting cows?
As we're supporting who's
What was their request? What did we? They're probably gonna end up exactly what you said.
Well, animal shelter was free.
they requested 35.
But we've historically given them how much? We've historically.
So we're giving them 85%. So Cody is requesting 10.5.
You know, I mean, all you have to do is just look at what we've historically given them.
I'm just saying that's 89.25, so 9,000.
So,
You would agree with mine?
Based on my,
All right,
what
go
I
with-
said,
go with
what I
mine.
said was treating
Yeah,
people.
I'm willing to compromise.
There you go.
Okay.
We're both happy, right?
maybe. All right, that way, howdy.
Okay.
Supervisor Freeman, that's it.
All right, Mark Kennedy.
Supervisor Freeman.
Yep, let's take it as well.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, they're asking for 14, taking it 12, all right. How are you? Are you good with that?
It's better.
I'm good.
How about the recycling gifts? You ever hear anything from carcass management, game and fish? Leave it.
Leave it at 0.
Game and fish carcass management, they were go out and collect livestock that died in the within the grizzly recovery area, and then they would take it on themselves, they haul it up to the dump.
Oh. Sign the account, I can call them and they'll come pick it up, and that's the cost. That person get picked up. And the county waived, he didn't pay for it.
Well, that's what basically what the 1,200 was for. Yeah, $18. You charge? Yeah, 18 for a large.
Mr. Chairman, on Yellowstone behavioral health, I thought they asked for 40.
They asked for 50.
No, they asked for 50 last year, we gave 40.
That's
Same thing. You could fall under some.
That's what I'm thinking. And my biggest concern about them is how they will revisit it is they really got cut. They got hit hard. And now they're almost consider Wyoming is going into the point out. It's on the line.
Gordon has it on his list for our state art.
So there's the fact of the question of do we put it in now and expect that we're gonna do it, or we're gonna come back and
Put it in later.
come back and back it on, we'll give a little bit more. So here's what I would like to do, I guess on something like that, is if we feel that we're gonna be able to spend our money on it. This is the only time we're gonna probably, next year we'll have some too. Let's use it as if we're gonna give them more money, don't do it in this budget. We do it later, so it doesn't stay in this budget, so you don't see a $70,000 bump or whatever in this budget.
And that's what I was saying with that. My only question is, and I'm having a hard time getting a handle on it, is the Title 25 stuff, because I do believe that they really helped us on Title 25. I think that has gone down a little this year, running $106,000 on Title 25. I don't know. That was not a decline. I don't know. But I would know, I'll agree with you.
72.
Who's that?
They asked for Yellowstone.
I want to say the figure 70,000.
No, because it was crisis intervention, it was talking about how much was cut from the state for her.
The problem with the state of Wyoming is they have also, a lot of their language has been talking about covering every time hearing. I don't think they'll be quick to jump on something this year. Maybe reimbursing some of these might be a couple of years down the road.
Well, and then the other thing, depends on what they're gonna get from those, but
He was requesting 70.
That's what I thought.
to be a
That's
typo.
the
Sorry
number
about
that we
that.
pick up.
It's stuck in everybody's head.
What's your pleasure on that?
I think we'll give them the 40. Yeah. And then we're gonna know here shortly if we're gonna spend it on there.
We just need to be sure we get these on our list.
Yes. I would, when we go to the end of that work session, let's have all these special funding sitting in front of us again. Yeah, the ones that would qualify.
Mr. Chairman, I'll agree to go along with you, because I think their service is very important to the community, and I don't want to give up.
I'd also
My
like
worry is also, when she was here, she said that, you know, her way of balancing the way something else. So I have to give her at least a message. Her that. Not to do anything right away.
Okay.
Talk to me about you, sweat it up and all.
Boys and girls.
It's the old Boys and Girls Club. They have only one. It's in Cody and Powell.
Cody and Powell,
That's the only youth clubs. Yes, that request,
The only ones that just do funds.
they get these funds. Or we just call it this. Or,
So if you want to know
Boys and
something,
Girls Club.
call or get Joy to come in. Because, you know, our kids are involved in it.
Oh, I think it's a great thing. I just said you put.
There's a reason.
There was more than that.
Yeah, there's a reason why they don't call them Boys and Girls.
Boys and Girls Club had a franchise fee
Yes.
of $50,000 a year.
There you go.
That's what.
It was Boys and Girls Club had a franchise fee of $50,000.
We couldn't call them Boys and Girls anymore.
Yeah. It looks like we've given them for the last 2 years the same amount. And we're planning this time to make requests for the last 2 years.
We gave them quite a bit.
Cares.
Cares.
And then they donated the landfill when they tore down the Powell facility.
So I'm okay.
Yeah, I'm way okay with it. But that's another one I'd like to see if there's any way we can give them.
Yes.
Yeah, if we can give them more, we'll just.
So I know it's not, no, it's not. Schedule to shorten this list. Does that take an action item for the regular meeting?
As far as what do you mean?
Not have some of these that we're not using.
Oh, yeah, if we feel them off there. We can just.
It doesn't take an action.
No.
Steve can delete them.
Well, we can't delete them,
Delete the
we have to
history.
hide it, because we need the history for years.
For 7 years.
Actually, I believe the county is forever.
But that kind of, you can hide number 27. And. Anybody else?
I like that, yes.
Well.
Then YRA is still nothing because they got all that money.
Yeah, they're,
CYR is possibly later in the year, depending on how that
Yeah.
sorts out.
You guys want to look at your general?
sure.
There's unemployment, we kept that. That one's just an unknown.
Yep.
Do we have a property tax one?
We have to pay some irrigation tax every year. The irrigation, you're not exempt
Nothing.
No.
from. So I put postage in at 70, but they're going up. Again, I'm not sure that's gonna be, we were at 79 this year. Just it's increased activity.
Why did you take it down?
Well, I just threw a number in there.
Right, to miss you guys out there.
I think that should be back at least 75.
At least keep it at 75. Postage.
And then we're at,
I think that's your commissioner dues, so that's just a little over 18,000, I'll adjust that one actually.
Keep that in.
Yes.
That's yours. Bar. Claims and deductibles. We have a $5,000 deductible from insurance. So we have budgeted one incident. What's Cobras? Copiers.
Oh. Covers.
no, you're right, it reads Cobra.
Oh,
but yeah.
Yeah, there's 9 in there.
I'm in a bad angle.
That's a Garza one. Tannins, is that the right numbers?
What is it? I can't see it.
94, 250.
That prevention grant,
I don't know what that one is yet.
is that the health grant?
Yeah,
That's the one, we need more stuff.
yeah, I need to figure out how much is left on that one after we're done.
Okay.
Goes one more year,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it goes one more year.
so I need to get with Bill on that. I don't have the income in that either, so it'll be an offset would.
Okay.
We're all set with that. Insurance, still waiting on a couple of actual bills. But it'll be pretty close to that.
What is community service support?
That's what we just went over, all the special
Oh.
funding.
Okay.
That's audit fees. Unanticipated costs.
What happened last year?
Something,
Not sure.
$9,000 worth.
Trying to remember what the hell happened in 17, 18. 53. Yeah, 53 was, we were here. I was here, Joe was here. It probably wasn't a legal thing. Well, you know.
Okay. I think we always just leave it 0 on this. That must have been something we knew about, because we budgeted for it back in 17, 18.
Anything else? What else can we look at?
Go through Brian's budget pretty quick.
Yeah, we'll go through Road and Bridge real quick. That make him happy. He's sitting there, he's probably listening to us right now.
I'm always running now.
Yeah.
We'll get that Road and Bridge cleaned up real quick.
I'm sure the judge will want to come down, but pretty much stayed flat.
Nothing gonna happen there.
Yeah, you can tell us to secure the second window.
No, he probably won't come down.
Yeah, I think your company's like,
I think that's about all the one. That's really here.
What do we have left for tomorrow?
you will have public health and you will have, treasurer, and then district court, coroner, and public health.
Okay.
And
the other day, Steve? Did Mr. Powers say the other day about coming back to budget? He was in Penguin Mills the other day.
Yeah, email me and call, let the message, right?
Until one. Extension office, we pay for half of their salary.
Salary supplies.
Yes, but
Contract services. Which is, used to be 2 or 12 plus, I think it's 1 now. I don't know, did they ever hire anybody in call? I think obviously they could both right now, but not positive on that.
Should feel free to leave more. We can see him.
Yeah, we're gonna go again until
1 o'clock.
When did you get it?
Did we need to university, whatever?
Didn't even hear that she had it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't mind having baptized.
no, I don't mind her telling, I don't actually don't see anything.
No.
I would question. I mean, if we prove it as is, I'm guessing.
Said she could make it till Zoom in, so that questions.
Oh, for Tyson. Oh.
Oh, I do have a question for you about before I forget. You said something about EMS services. I'm ready to call.
Okay, I'll get them.
Well, I left the slot for it. So I just.
Okay, I'll check in, let you know.
Okay.
I'll just sit right here. How's it going? Yeah, feels good here.
Decided to rescue myself while I was in my truck.
Oh,
120 degrees.
okay. But it works. Not giving you the too hot message.
Oh, I haven't gotten that yet. I had a cell phone once that turned pink after I fell into a lake.
I got to where I was using that, like an iPad, out doing softball, baseball, game changers, so I do all that all the way.
Yeah.
Boy, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
You're in the middle of something important and it just box says to speak on. Back to the dugout, trying to clean it off. How's it going? Good. Hello, Steve. Ready for this? No, I don't know. If I could just do this. Yeah. Really? Good. So I feel like you're able to get everybody else in the triggers. I'm ready. Trevor just talked about the yeah, and the one, what do you show, there should, if it's gonna get carried in this next budget, it should be 160. And I had I can look and get you back, because we're just waiting for FEMA to activate. Yeah, because I just saw, we got that initial 71,000. So we had the 361, we got that 361. Then 176. Yeah, and that's what ended up happening. There's some they could give us. They would so that's how much. 176. That's how much. It's all the way through. It's like we estimate they'll authorize. It feels like some stuff in the South.
That 22 grand left over still from the 1% of that for the teaching bridge?
That is for. No, that was actually Southport, 2 Southport bridges. Or was it 1 Southport, 1 out in Powell? But our profit was all done. And I think they had extra revenue there, so they put that item. We just don't have anything to spend. Like we didn't spend it out of the league.
On the budget for one specific purchase use tax.
Oh, yeah.
You want to see tempered rising?
I do, somebody other than Bud.
You might want to.
Right there. Remind me next time that I lose my temper, do it after budget next time.
Yeah,
that was very smart. That was very smart of them. What the hell are we looking at? 13%.
All right.
That's right. Hey, the chips are done. Are they good? Did you get a hold of you? No. It's probably still hungover. Right. No, we're beating on that damn rock. Yeah, the, good. Good.
get out there and check it out. Sure can. We've been running pretty close, but there's a couple others.
He said that, there was a discussion on the last pile.
Yeah.
Quantity, so we want to go over, he says.
Okay.
We'll see what you guys come up with.
Yeah, we're usually pretty close with them. I don't know what, because they said our density was right what they use. So he thought maybe there's something off on their scale. Yeah. He was gonna fly it with it. We're gonna drove double check it.
Of course, there's an out kind of swing. Part of the driveway.
Oh.
The wind kicked it out,
Yeah.
it's at
What do you guys get up to on that way? You get up to 80 miles an hour?
111.
111?
Yeah, I don't know where the hell Jack gets his weather reports. At one of the weather stations out there, gusts of which is still 50 mile an hour less than what it could.
All I know is I picked up a lot of sticks.
Oh, I'm still branches out of it.
I knocked on it with no big trees.
Wind doesn't blow in my house.
Funny, what's that out?
Yeah, that's not fun. Yeah. Where is your
So we're doing.
We're right on time. Brian, your show.
Okay, here we go. Proclamation of Waukesha Fire. Let's start with 1442. Yes, skipping over all the wage stuff, that's just kind of easy.
And nothing's changed in your wages.
No, other than
That you've done.
no, other than Aaron with half or a month in there. If you know, he would, so we'll be down in person. So Aaron's not included in. Okay, well, I think his last day is in July, so he's here a month. So we just pull a little bit for that. But other than that, we should be, yeah. Unless somebody spins off.
That's Ben comes to you said.
You never know. So we'll start with like the postage stuff, just looking at basically like last year, I think it was like we said.
I took it to zero because you should be taking that out of the gym.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Try to do that. We should. Okay, we'll make sure. Telephone cell service. You can see there, yeah, we left it 3,000, a 3-year average has been about just under 3,000. So I think we're right there. I think we're gonna end up dropping a cell phone like off of traffic just because he doesn't use it, we use it as personal for him. He never would give up his personal, so we might just drop it. But for now, I say leave it at 3,000, but you guys connect to that. So we're close to that. Sure. So that's pretty good. Then under advertising legal, our 3-year average is about 727. We got it at 1,000. That's, you can see we spent 1,042. I tell you what, on mine, I will. Oh yeah, we talked about changing. We can change that kind of fast. I forgot we did some last week. So I think that's a better fit because we're $800 ish. And based on us spending 1,042 last year.
Yeah, we feel better if we made those cuts.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good job, Bill.
Well, I have to have a couple cuts for the team that we've got.
I know what he's doing.
All psychological.
He knew this, he already figured out he was gonna make the cut.
They did this a month ago.
Also, I told him. Then the dues and subscriptions, same thing there, I've got 1,000. 1250. I think we could go 1,000 because of 3 hours, it's about 850. Travel and meeting expenses, we've averaged about 500 bucks in the foreign country. That COVID year really kind of. I think it's same thing there, we really. Probably, we ended up doing a lot of webinar type things and that kind of, so our travel was way down, you can see 0. But we did a lot of online webinar stuff. I think I left that at 1,000, whether or not that's, that may be a little high. So that may be negotiable.
Well, Ryan, you give me a thing, it's a little high, where you want to take it?
Well, I was just noticed, actually, I'm gonna say that, that's, we got safety officers, and that's when we skipped 2 years of that. That's why, almost got a 3-year average kind of skewed. I think we probably ought to leave it, honestly. We've just had 2 years of not doing much of anything. And you'll see on the 3,100, we had to go back a couple of years to get back to where we were training our crew. So that one I think we probably ought to leave. Office supplies, I trimmed that down to 1,200. Aaron buys a lot of stuff. Coach Aaron
uses a lot of paper.
Aaron uses a lot of paper. So our 3-year average has been about 1,100 bucks. Build supplies, put 900 there. Same thing, we've been averaging 650-ish. We blew our budget last year with 990. Science is the budget of this, it's our hardest thing to get our hands around. We spend so much, yeah, you can see, what do you show, spend 17 grand. We put that at 23, and it's based on some inventory things that we've got to get caught up on. Our 3-year average there has been about 22,955. Again, it's been all over the place. 1 year we spent 28 grand. So kind of hard to, we're the trackers getting it all inventory. That's something we haven't had before. So we're trying to level that out and keep a certain inventory. Instead of what happens is we beat them and then we go, we have pretty big purchase. So we'd like to get that a little tighter when we plan for like a business with a side inventory. But yeah, I think, yeah, we changed that to 23. Fuel, gas, oil, I think we're pretty good there. Even with escalating prices, you can see where we're at there. I think we've got that one pretty good. Our 3-year average has been about 7,100. We didn't go anywhere last year. That's part of on the engineering side. That's part of why that was so low. Our 3-year average is about 7,100. So I'd like to get that at 8,000. Equipment, furniture, maintenance, and repairs. Show 0. That's probably good there. We just don't know anything to plan for there. Vehicle, machinery, equipment maintenance and repairs. Left that at 0, right? The equipment furniture purchase. We thought leave that at 500. I'm trying to think what we said that trap. Or reason we look at.
Yeah, just
Our 3-year average has been about 499.82. So maybe leave that at 500. Road petition to vacate, we just leave that at 0. We've got some things to do on
couple of those. I like that little bit that you do it on the Wood River, we probably do that on the county road, but yes, and part of the county road. Okay, road stripe we moved to 3,100, so we go over to keep money of that. And then, I think the rest of these we've left, professional services, surveying, we've been averaging about 3,600, but we do have some survey related things that we're gonna need to do. That relate to, some of the alteration, vacation things, and, so we can send it on to the county road, but we'll probably just leave that at 5,000. The engineering, 2,000, we've been averaging, about 1,400. There's always plenty to do. And then the other professional services, that gets into like some of the archaeological wetland consultant stuff. When we can tie it to a project in the county road, but we do. We got at least 5,000 in that, so we're gonna do that. But, yeah, I think, that's not gonna be. Kind of 1442. Anything you don't like?
So, yeah, you scroll back up to the dollars. I'm just curious with all the numbers plugged in and what we've done for our employees. Why is so much less than what we've done in the past?
Aaron's people.
Okay.
You know, we're going from 5 to 4 people. That's what raises figured in.
But you actually anticipate going up.
I think we budget and plan that we're not. And unless somebody spins off, goes, they're pretty good. It's gonna be big. I got to get
Fired?
or trap. Trap daily whether, you know. I say we roll and see how it goes. And if we get it applied, we'll come back to it and say we fell. We're gonna try. It was a good try. Whitney's feels great. I think so.
Yeah, she's gonna move out to the front and take over the air. She's gonna be the face of public works, so to speak, so. Send her to some verbal judo classes.
Okay, so 1442. Okay, 3,100. Let's get it all the salary things.
I do just on salary, but I did not replace from. There's nothing.
Okay.
There's no more provisional or.
And you got chip moved up.
Chip moved up.
And so what we probably ought to plug in is they gave me blessing that we're gonna fill that spot that we have open on the bottom here. So I probably need to get you guys a number for a replacement person, because the provisional guy that we have, so he's paid. So we're gonna go ahead and chip speed to the next.
And that'll be a full-time
It'll be a
employee.
full-time employee, but it'll be of the, whatever that entry level operator one level. So cell phones, we were leaving that alone. I think that's pretty good, 3,700. Those prices just keep going up. There's no other reason other than that. Advertising legal, we've been averaging about 5,300. And we had a big advertising year last year. We dropped that, or we think we need to change that. That's just, like I say, we've averaged 5,300. Maybe we had a really bad year. If you look at the previous year. Maybe we'll cut somewhere, but plan for the worst there. Travel and meeting expenses. We averaged about 2,000 because
there's a reason here. We've had 2 years of no travel, so that's gonna go. Again, that's our road and bridge guys going to training, safety congress or whatever. And so we went back and you can look at some of the early years, like 17, 18, see those travel expenses quite a bit higher. That's because one year we just didn't go because of budget, totally didn't do nothing, and then COVID. We like to bump that to wherever that's at, 2,000. Okay, education training, same thing, I think we've got that at 18 period. That's what you get, that's the same thing as the travel. We'll be focused on that. Probably get there. Got a good crew and some young people in there, so just all about improving their skills and their training. Materials and supplies. I wanted to change that to 2,000. We've been averaging about 838 there. I don't have any other good reason other than that. There's a lot of miscellaneous that go into that. Anything that we can find a spot for. So
That's my, Mr. Chairman, what is that? What, for an example, because I mean, most of the materials are separated out later, so.
Yeah, this is stuff like,
Like rags and,
shop stuff.
yeah, just shop supplies.
Shop supplies?
Yeah, just, it's kind of a filler for what isn't like tools and equipment or related toward maintenance, just.
We go get survey stakes, flags, or just stuff like that. Yeah, we don't have a spot for it. Diesel fuel, we bumped that up just because prices are really going up. We've averaged 224, 126. You can see he's got us at 203 in trap, so we just bought some more, right, Trav? For fuel.
Yeah, there should be a little bit more going through.
So, and then like I say, with prices going up, and with us doing work up at Sunlight a lot this summer, we halved our fuel prices, our fuel a little bit. So we got that at 250, I think that's good. Unleaded, 28 grand, and I think we blew that this year, right? Yeah, we were over on that. Our 3-year average has been about 22 grand, so.
So to clarify then, Brian, fuel, gas and oil is over the road fuels.
Yes.
So what's unleaded?
That's, our pickups, trucks. We have separate tanks. We purchase it different. It's got a different price. And so that's the way we track it. In our fuel master, we go fill up with, so we've got diesel fuel, unleaded, and then anything else is like hydraulic fluid, brake fluid, all that.
I know, but under fuel, gas and oil, you can then underneath that, you have diesel
Oh,
fuel, which I'm guessing
You
is.
gotta ignore those gray ones. Those grays are total. The grays
Oh, okay, okay.
Gray is just.
Grays are
total.
totally.
And so, they used to all be grouped together, and it's easier for us to track.
Okay. I follow.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Blues are on my hard copy.
Okay, and so unleaded, I think we're good. Our oil lubes and all that, we've averaged about 18 grand. We spent about 92 this last time. We've left that at 25. That, again, just mainly because things are going up. We're having a hard time judging things are just getting more expensive. We've seen a big difference in.
I want you to notice the psychology here, but all of these things cut earlier, they're nowhere near what he's at. Just FYI.
Well, also our mechanic's a little more, he's very thorough.
Proactive and preventive maintenance, and so, which in the long run.
Discussing the animal shelter, every time you add $100, you're killing a pup.
That's no pressure. Like I say, stuff going up. New tires, you can see, we blew that again. Same thing, I think you gotta check some of this to have a new mechanic, needs a little more,
being proactive on things, plus what we looked at our leave at 80 grand, is that what this says? Yeah. Stuff's going up, and that's just new tires that really doesn't affect our mechanic. He's doing a lot of the mount, dismount, and all that himself, but yeah, just cost of everything going up, 80 grand. Tire repairs and maintenance, our 3-year average has been about 2,600. What are we at, about 3,000? We're getting that dialed in pretty close. Ted's helping a lot on that. Safety equipment. 3,000, our average has been about 24.56 for 3 years, so close. We try to, on safety equipment, personal protective equipment, we try not to scrape on any of that. Then on our PPE, 2,500, we've been averaging 2,100 over the past 3 years. We're at 2,251, so we've been there. Safety training. And this, I gotta be careful, this is not the Safety Congress, this is our headshot training and, things specifically related to safety. And you can see, again, there's, look at a few previous years, there's 4,100. I mean, I show our 3-year average has been about 2,300. There is a 4,100 year in there. I don't know, 4,000 might be a little high.
I was gonna say why you wanted it.
It might, that might be.
Some of that's flagger training too, Brian. We haven't really done enough in the past.
We brought that, Bob was doing a lot of that himself, and I don't say we're not doing a good job of it, but that's what our people are doing today. We've got a whole room full of people now doing flagger training, and what does that cost, Travis?
For Safety Congress, it was $75 a person for a 3-year card.
So that's.
I don't know if that's what it's gonna be this time, but I would assume it'd be somewhere right near there.
You probably could lower that 3,000, though. I'm looking at 2,300 for our average. We'll probably get there. I gotta cut something so these guys don't let me discuss.
You cut them, we cut them.
Yeah. Drug testing, we've got that dialed in pretty close now. Our average has been about 1,252, and it looks like we spent 1,160. Seems like you got more coming on it, don't you, Trav? For the drug testing bills?
I believe I just turned in our last one.
I have a question on that. I don't see that as a line item in like building accounts. And they're doing the same drug testing, so where does that mean?
He's got to plug in somewhere.
It is, but it is paid, it's paid by the department.
It's same with landfill. We do it together, but we bill landfills to landfill and ours to ours.
I know, I see what you're saying is you don't see.
But road, building and ground with, say, between the staff and the custodians, there's 10 or 20 people.
Our budget used to be like that where it was real, and I couldn't deal with it. So I had to break out lots of categories, but some don't like this.
That's a question.
That's gonna be what I do.
Not you, but I just, because I don't see that in road, in building and grounds.
Yes, for us to consolidate.
Well, and I don't know how they have it set up, but ours, we pay a third party. They administer all of it. They do random selections every month. And, so it's basically all, they tell us who's selected and we send them in, kind of a deal. So I don't know if that makes any difference.
I understood that was the same system.
It's just, all I'm saying is Mike has it, he's paying it for some of the.
He's probably got it grouped into something. It's not broke out this much. Like I said, some hate this much detail. It helps me, so. Machinery repairs, I think we spent a lot this year. 141, so we're a little bit below our budget this year. We left that at 140.
our 3-year average has been about 111. Again, things are going up, things are expensive. Ted's repairing a lot more things than we used to send out, so hopefully we'll have money left over in that. I think we probably plan for the worst, hope for the best. Let that look good. Tools and installed equipment. This is where I need your help here, traffic, and that would be really bumped up, and that's, again, new mechanic, there's some things we need. He's redoing our whole oil distribution supply. We had some issues with cross contamination, keeping things separate. So he's redoing our whole, at the coating shop, I think Powell shop, we're in good shape. But our oil distribution system, he wants to get another lift. Because he can really only lift certain trucks. Remember the whole deal with that truck?
I don't.
Okay, but there's a lift.
A cage for the tire machine.
Yeah, cage for safety for doing the tire program.
Was there some diagnostic equipment?
Diagnostic, but I think we bought most of that this last budget. I think we're in pretty good shape on like the truck diagnostic stuff. We bought that. Which is where we budgeted for that. I can't remember what else. That's what it was. Something else.
Your systems for tire repair were pretty hefty.
Yeah.
Yeah, we spent some money.
We spent some money. You can see what we spent on, I think we blew that, what is that? Look what we spent there too, 20 grand.
I don't think these are in there yet. This is where that, one of the vouchers is.
Oh, that's roads not in there yet.
And which was what, tire repairs and stuff? Yeah, I think that equipment he bought though was in that 19, where we blew that 8,000. So I think we're, we've got some stuff. I'm trying not to shackle him too much, because he's a go-getter, he's doing a great job. Trying to help remind him that we're not white hot. Okay. Chip oil. Chip oil. I think that one's pretty straightforward. Left out at 761,000. That includes our hauling chip oil, which is Big Jones truck into that. We plan on 60 miles. We've got ourselves set up on about 60 miles. We had a few years where we wasn't chipping Cody, and then like last year we didn't chip. So, in the long run, if we stay at it, we think our payment management program, we're gonna do less, but we're so out of kilter now with what we did, trying to save a little money on some budget. So I think that's pretty solid there on the chip oil. And keep in mind, that'll be the chip oil we use. That'll be the first thing we spend out of the budget, because we'll pay for it in July. But then we're locked in on the price. We locked in on that January. Tack oil, it's about $5,000. Paco's got we've averaged about 3,800. Paco's got some pretty good patching things that he was some cold mix patching done, and so we'll get a little bit of tack oil for that. Fog oil, same thing. We do about 60 miles. That includes about 30 grand of trucking in that. So I think that's good. Striping, we're kind of making up for a few years like we did not. We have anything, but we did stripe last year, so we cut that. We got plus with the spawning. Yeah, see how we had 60 budgeted, we didn't use it, we didn't do any striping. We're gonna make that now 80, what this is. So we did bump that up a little bit just because we didn't spend any last year. And everything that we bought and striped, it's pretty much gotta be striped. And there's some older stuff that we just missed it last year. Get caught back up. Crack sealing. This one, you can pay attention, you guys, you like this. So we're gonna cut that to 100,000. Down to the road. That almost makes up for almost.
Not quite, but almost.
Our 3-year average on the crack sealing has been about 73,000. Just looking at the roads we've got coming up,
we think we can keep it under that, under 10,000. Try to be a little more deliberate. You don't have to crack, just because you have cracks, you don't have to crack seals, just in the places where you got expensive soils. Cold mix, I left that alone, that's, yep, $2,000. Leave that alone. Hot mix, we've got that kind of dialed into, 568,000. Those, you see on that 24,600, you gotta kind of ignore that, all that stack that Dawson's got over there will have all that. So that's pretty much spent, that 600 grand. There's some big bills in there, but I think we're, what we planned for next year, that should be close. 568. Chips, notice that that's zero because we did 2 years of chips this year, so we'll skip a year making chips. So there's a little bit of savings. Crushed gravel, we've got that at 200 grand. We could 3-year average about 183,000. I think we decided that that's pretty good there, I believe. Always need crushed gravel. Pit rod, we left that, and that should be 15 grand. That's going to be a tricky one. It's like we don't get it from Liquid Ready Mix anymore, and you can see, oh, he shows 20,000 in there. Okay.
It's better than Pyramid.
Yeah, I thought we didn't spend.
I sure didn't see that on
Oh,
there.
oh, that's probably got some, good brand.
That should be all, oh, no, it doesn't.
And Lawson, we're still getting.
Okay. Okay, that does, do this that much. Let's leave that at 52. Let's see, the other 20. I hate to say it, we really built that up a little bit, looking at the others. Still 18 grand. CBAC, I think we got that down to pretty good, 195,000. Which for that, it's kind of tricky because we carry some money over, but I think that's pretty good. You can see some of that we didn't use last year. So that gets kind of carried over into that. We'll double check that before we go final, but I think that should be pretty close. Because it's really the difference in what we have plus our new money, which I think I wrote that somewhere.
On the desk for the team, does that number reflect the revenue, the grant money?
No, see, that's our total expense. The revenue, which is 80%, is in the revenue column.
Okay.
And I would kind of want to double check those with Steve, but like, so what we had left over from last year plus 71 grand ballpark is what, in fact, that's what we should do. Yeah, that's gonna be, we probably, I need to sit down and double check those out. There's 190,000 minus the action. Yeah, what I'm showing is 190,000 minus the action, which would be about 40 plus the 71. So it'd be about 110. Let me get back to you on that one. It's really confusing. There's like 3 years of CMAC there.
$500,000.
Yeah.
Showing right here in the last 3 years, more or less.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Was the grant more than that? That's
120, 100, and then like 90, so it's more like 300,000 of total cost, or 20% of that, so it would be like 60.
But you're right, on here, let me go back to that. Okay. So I wrote down 190 minus the actual 2021 plus 71,000 is what we got awarded for the year coming up. So something don't look right there. I'm off by about Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
You just won't give up.
Damn it, I was sleeping quite well too.
Okay, so we'll get back on that with sand. I think we've got that pretty well covered. And I say that we didn't spend any here. That's probably good. We did lower that because we're sitting in pretty good shape sand. Probably enough to get through the winter, but getting us buying some more, but that's. We can almost probably, we got plenty of sand to get through the winter.
Speaking of which,
Bill,
you want to go? I got the one. Same. Okay, now you got a hard.
Well, we cut that down to about 10 grand. The reason why is because I know we're sitting in real good shape. We got some at Harris, we got some we made it, Lloyd's, we got some. I think we got enough to get through the shape. Better up to that. Okay, mailbox is 250. If needed, one of those, we try to keep some in storage. See, it's maybe last year. Cattle guard, even though that shows 12.3, Dan's got another one he's just bought, so we'll use all that 25 grand that he's got. I think that, yeah, just leave that one alone. We're always do a couple of them a year. One good cattle guard's 14 grand. Pretty pricey. We try to buy like one of those and then a Forest Service with low more through, we're trying to do those. Less complicated. Leaving that for, Dan's got some stuff he's got to do. Seeding and fence. You can see we spend a little bit on the fence, but he's got a little bit more to do. Let those alone. It's been tree trimming. Did you have any more bills on that tractor?
No.
That should be closed. It's just you do one pretty good sized tree, just don't take long to burn that up. We're always need to cut that all. Miscellaneous materials. I don't remember what all goes in that. It's not, you can see it's kind of been more about what we've been spending. All right, the Title I stuff is really, I think in this part is what I showed is should be right here. Because we didn't use some, because you got more than what we anticipated. We budgeted 192,738. We actually got 519, 562, 599 for the large. So that difference plus the two amount was 181,400. And I don't know if you and I ever got on the same page here. I have 181,400 plus the 519 minus the 192. Whatever the matters is what I get.
But that would be on your expense side, not on the revenue.
Well, it's just that I've got to have the expense match the revenue,
But
so I
look at that as revenue again, because our receipt. So you can't put it in again.
I guess my problem is how do I spend that now in this budget? The difference between 519 and 192, we never get it back.
We just expense that much on the other side because it's already in our general.
So we carry it over.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
But you can't put it in projected revenue because I won't receive it again. So you've got to.
Right, so we'll put it on the expense side and carry it over on the revenue side.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do right here is all the expense. Maybe,
I can't see.
So, put in 181,400 plus 519, 562, $299 minus $192,738.35. This is the expense side. So I think that's,
included now.
yeah, they don't include it on the revenue.
Only the, what I'm
I think we're good.
Now,
And then we'll carry that over on the revenue side for next year.
hey, Brian,
Yeah,
Right?
I know what you're fixing to say, so it's due to our.
what's that?
Is that what you're fixing to ask?
Well, I think, doesn't that need to shift to chip oil rather than chips?
Yeah, that's a good point too. So take that, that total amount's good, though, that 508,225 instead of putting it on shipping it on Title I shipping it on. That'll be the first place to. Take that number right there, move it up, move it place.
Very good.
Now, the thing we gotta watch here, okay, now go up top to the chip oil, right? That second 761, take that number, minus that 508, that's what should. That makes sense. It's kind of what that is. And minus that 508. See what I mean? We'll spend that down there first, the 501 money, and then we'll jump up. That way we know total what we spend on shipping. Okay. Title 3, that's where I really need parts from. Okay, so we're carrying over the expense of 15,873 because we didn't use it. We're gonna use it this year. 15,873, but how much for this year? Will?
I have to go to the stairs.
Okay. I wrote down 45,
That's
461, does that sound right? So let's go 15,873 plus 45, 461, 76.
Should be on your revenue side.
Okay. We'll check the revenue. Okay, so that should be pretty close. Leases and rentals. We show, I think we can cut that down to 10 grand. And that's mainly because we've got some things we will need for certain jobs, but I think they're related to county road fund that I think we can pay for. We should be good there. Guardrail, places, festivals, furniture, we left all that is. We really don't know what we use that. It's fair to leave it for something. Cheerful. Bridge maintenance, we really haven't spent anything there. We do a lot of bridge cleaning, that kind of thing, but we do it in-house with our summer crew. Guardrail repair and maintenance. That actually, we probably got big bills in there. We've actually blown that 20 grand. So, I think we decided 50 grand is probably okay, just because we've got a lot done this year on guardrails. We probably look at this week. So I think we're okay with it. Culverts. Our problem there is just things are getting so expensive. But we think we're in pretty good shape. We're way ahead. Our inventory is good. You know, if we wanted to delete that, but I think we'll give some back because our goal is to not buy anything until price is stabilized. Things are way up on culverts. But if you guys wanted, we could cut that back. It's just, we're sitting pretty good. That I guess is a little bit of not a slush, but if we need them. He's already bought the one at the power, I guess. Yeah. We're doing the bridge in Bobcat land, so we can't really project anything. Our inventory's pretty good. We could get that. What? You're right. about $700-800 for a normal, 24-inch.
Cut it down to one.
Yeah, you can probably that, like Ben was talking, we might do a lot more buying of the parts instead of as we need, instead of trying to buy a bunch of parts. It's the price of it out of the floor. What is that for us down on the big list of the equipment? So keep in mind, we should have 80 grand-ish revenue budgeted for this next year, which I think we do have. We'll double check it, but that's for those trucks that we sell. That we still got in our inventory. And then that's 730,000 basically includes our motor graders. That's about 180,000. It's 1.3 billion minus 1.12 trade-ins. That's the 180K for the motor graders. It dumps. It was a single wind dump, and that's going to put us pretty good shape where I think that's the end of our old bowls that get us in trouble. We should be, might be able to get the end up soon. We're pretty good on the tractor. Same thing there, or that includes 100,000 for a new tractor with trade. And there are a couple of the Cody crew, one last year, we're in that 500,000 range. A couple of them, which they can go for a while. What's yours down with it?
I have 1.3 million of,
so, you know, you start spending more, maintenance, that's good. But that's, you know, that's what we got in there, trying to gradually start rotating some of those out. Belly down, we do have one that's like to send down the road, get another belly down trailer, that's about 20,000 with trade. The excavator, you know, our excavator's kind of old in there, but we have a lot of issues. Now that it's running good, and you know, if that's something we want to set back in, that's 200,000 we got in there. And we got one pickup. That's the 730,000. You know what, on the excavator, we can get into the landfill side, because they kind of could use one too. I don't know if there's some. I got to think about, does this really help us to sell it to the landfill? Because if we trade ours in and sell it, that's revenue to the general fund. It's revenue both ways to the general fund. So I know we have a lot of problems like that.
Is there anything you can share?
You can. It's tricky. It's like our loaders and whatnot. As soon as you get it over to someplace, if you need it, there's some cost kind of all around too, you know. I don't really do it.
so under the vehicle machinery that we have, truck, tractor trailer, tractor.
Yep.
And
Yep.
really down,
Yep.
two grader trades, radios.
4 grader trades.
4.
Yep. We've got 8 of them. We do 4 every year. So every
For
grader. Yeah, for every 2 years, but every year we buy 4, so if that makes sense.
Then the next.
And then the next, you know, and then okay.
What about this striper? Do you have a striper or do you have?
We contract that out, all of our strikers. We have TMI, they've done it, we costed it out, they're pretty big competitive.
So next year, we wouldn't have near as much because of the, we wouldn't have, well, we don't have the grading that we have on next.
No, the graders is every year. That's what we got 8. 4 this year, we'll do 4 next year. They're always doing 4 because they're 2 years out. Yeah, so we got 8 graders. And like I say, the hard cost, we've gone through that before, but you know, 25
We
years.
shouldn't have it in them.
Correct. I'm gonna say after this, we're sitting pretty good shape. As we've been
Watch
watching.
your tractor trailer that you're wanting to replace.
I wish I had that with me to say, there's two of them that are out there in that 500,000 range. The Cody crew, we got one swapped out of Altoon last year. I can get you a thing, how old it is and what it is. You know, they're holding up good.
Well, I'm just thinking, if we don't have incomes, they're more expensive than our tractor trailers. If we held on to the tractor trailer one more year, and then next year, we'll be more balanced. I'm trying to get something out of it. And then the material wise and what you gotta do,
I think we could do that. They're all running good without having, Ted does a good job of keeping it. We could way overtrack. No major issues that we don't want. Just get over it for a while.
I'm good for getting rid of the end though, because it's low and there's high end of high.
Yeah, like the rest of our fleet.
You're gonna get a good trade.
The rest of our fleet's all good quality trucks.
What would that subtract the tractor trailer?
That's gonna take 100,000.
So it'd take 100,000.
I'm good with that.
I'm good.
Guys. You'll have to break that shit.
I got one quick question going back up to it. What's your leases on rental? What's in that one?
That's like if we need to rent like a crane or sometimes a certain hoe, a low arm hoe or stuff that we don't have that we may not, sometimes like generators. Yeah, compressor. Most of the things we have, but there's certain.
I was just wondering, is there anything coming up that has potential increase in your spend?
That's a good.
It's, it's not a big item, but you've been spending.
We've been averaging 4,200 there.
Yeah.
We could probably cut that to 5. It'll need that.
Take it to work.
To 5. All right, we've been averaging 40.
I got another grant out.
You got 5.
This is our last rendition.
Maybe. Maybe. Okay, anything else in that subject?
Anything else?
I'm good. Boy, got it done, but,
This was the tricky one. I think this is the one you asked me about. We've got that 22,448. I don't know really what to do there. We're done with those projects.
But it has to be towards.
Yeah, maintenance or something.
So I don't know how to.
Should you do signs? I mean.
Well, but, Barb, Howell said they.
I don't.
Pardon?
By law, you're supposed to use it on that
I
project.
can't hear you.
By law, according to the resolution and what you guys voted on, it has.
I know, I'm saying Howell said they moved it and you allowed it to be moved.
No, I did not. I didn't give them permission.
Yeah.
If this was the Southport, was this the flat project?
This was go back over the flat project. That's what I was thinking there. Something up there.
Did that sit there until we decided we need to redo some
Well, maybe
gravel?
that's what we got to do.
No.
Just leave it all.
No, Brian,
This Beverly Drive.
I do have a little stuff related to our temporary construction that might qualify.
Keep in mind the gravel part.
I was gonna say, put that towards the gravel on
Gravel.
gravel.
Oh, serious, I would think that would fall.
Or drive slow signs?
They'll just get.
Slippery with wet, slippery with wet.
Hey, man.
That's what that
This-
is.
That is Beverly
Okay,
Drive.
3130.
SQV. What's
Yeah.
that?
If that's what.
It is, it's not just that, it's Southport, it's two bridges.
So it was all three.
Okay, this bill, it's got transportation alternatives. Let's open it up here. That's the only one over here. FLAP, we've already paid for, which is FLAP phase 2, Dell, that bottom part, we paid for it in this budget, the 10,000. Okay, so what we need to do on the tap is take that amount left over, that 7,082. Or let's say, no, I'm sorry, 40,000 minus, our total, I'm down there on the transportation alternative. So we've got, yeah, well, we feel that like that. We've got 40 grand, we spent 24, or whatever, 40 minus 24. So that should be, you get what I'm saying, 40,000 minus that 44, 68. That's what I'm coming out of this. Okay, and I think that's it for anything there. Steve and I were talking a bit on the revenue side. There's still 160, 170 grand out there. And it's revenue that will keep carrying this. And we're gonna get, it's been approved. Just gotta get it out of it. Yeah, in fact, we got a notice that that disaster project. And so I got nervous, think, well, they're closing it out, but they said it was just a standard response because we're all done. It was just saying we can't do it. They know that still. In fact, he said they got it in the system. But they were
so it's taking 3 years to determine that the project's complete. Is that what you're doing?
Best way I can say it is there's a lot of people that have to review it. So it's been all approved at the state. It's been approved at FEMA. They just haven't processed the. I don't know if COVID slowed them down. The last I heard, she probably have it by say July. Now I don't know.
Well, you know, with all the stuff we went through, period, how really big is that? How do those people ever get paid?
Well, some of it they have set up, like some of ours we got pretty quick. The stuff that's what do you call it, emergency response, things that you had to go take care of right then. And some of the repair things that go longer. But some of the things like this, when it's over 150,000, anything over 150,000 is a lot more. They'll go on actual cost and they scrutinize everything. I don't know if I ever wrote it down. Okay, so that's that budget. Let's see. And I think oh yeah, county road. I think all we did here is we got kind of some of these things. We got Willwood, Diamond Basin, Bobcat, Houlihan, Willwood, which is the engineering. We just been carrying that. We got a couple projects that we just haven't had time to get through those. That's those two. Bobcat, Houlihan, we've got in there. And you can see we didn't spend with our contract services fees. There was something else in there besides Good River. If we didn't spend the 950, we spent $750, 800. So there's something else in that trip. But anyway, so that difference, that 1.7 million, guardrail of the Southwood. Oh, that's right. But that's that Southwood guardrail. There seemed like there's something else. But that $1 million is Willwood, Diamond Basin, Bobcat. And I think we told you guys we were going to end up doing a bridge there on Bobcat Land. We've already bought a bridge. It's not paid. We've ordered the bridge. And it's going to be a short, off LIDOT's radar short bridge. And I think that's the best. It was the cheapest alternative compared to others. We looked at multi-plate, looked at concrete, 3-sided, 4-sided. That bridge is the cheapest.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, yes, right now we're sitting on county road about unencumbered about almost 4 million bucks.
I think that's right.
No, 3,971,524. And you're anticipating taking $1 million out of there.
Yeah, and I think this was the first year in a few years, we actually spent more than we took in this year. Like the previous year, we usually been under, and we're trying to save for those bigger
That'll
projects.
take it down to 2,971.
Then you can add another 750 that we're gonna get in revenue.
No,
Or
according to the
he's got it here.
projections, about 850. And then we're looking at somewhere between $1.5 million and $2 million for flat.
That's probably not gonna come into play for a couple of years, so I'm not planning on it until we get the scoping. So, yeah, a couple $1 billion for flat when we get there.
Okay, well, just on my blindsiding you, the budget right now is looking really good.
Yep.
And so what we've done today and what we anticipate possibly doing tomorrow, ballpark figure, I think we could come up $100,000 to $150,000 short. And so what I was anticipating doing, the easy money to get, was to go in and take $150,000 to $200,000, you know, as we talked about last year, the budget committee had a county, those funds back.
Yeah.
And, you know, use that money to buy material.
We could do that, we could, some of the gravel we made, we could buy that out.
And I, you know, and I'm hoping we don't have to do it, I just didn't want to blindside you on the last day.
We could do that. I guess, 100, 150, you think?
Hey, that's my guess, I don't know, Steve, you know a lot more than I do.
I've been pushing him all day long and we're good.
Pretty good shape.
Oh, yeah,
If I knew I was gonna rob your fund, I wouldn't have waited and brought the truck up tomorrow.
All good. I think, we can do that, we could buy gravel or something out of that.
Yeah, that's what I
We
was
can do
thinking.
that.
I thought we got fine.
Hey, right on schedule. I think that's it, Steve, did you want to check the revenue if we got that 80 grand of, trucks in there? You did with that? Miscellaneous revenue. You got somebody in there for that? 90,000 is good. And keep in mind, we're having our auction. We're probably doing an online bill in August, and between landfill, buildings and grounds, that's gonna be amazing, say, at Road and Bridge. Hard to say what we get out of that. 600. There's gonna be some good deals in there. But that, we decided to wait till August, just in the budget, and other things. We got all that going pretty good, get the point together. All I got, you guys are good. Like Greg said up here. Is landfill there?
Same goes right behind you, yes, it's next. Greg done.
I like Greg drive, but Greg is driving a landfill truck.
Oh, Greg.
He just gonna go down the bottom.
So, you have the update on that?
Yeah, he'll have it up there. And, just the things that I talked about, just, you know, the flag.
Cherry Lake.
No,
That's like.
Yeah. No, yes, he's on the different.
Yeah,
I
no, I won't do that. Just double check.
Okay, so he don't have it. Okay. I think we got it. Thanks.
Yep.
This is revenues.
Revenue go down. 227, projecting 220, I know that's pretty close, but.
You know, I just, what I did was, so this was, what I was working off of was, status as of March 31st. And so then I just took 70, I just divided by 75 and do the projection out. So these are more updated numbers than what I was working with at the time that I submitted. So what I actually had in there was 220, but at the time, the actual was 182. So that's why there was these are just updated a little bit more.
You could probably push that up to 230, you think, Greg? That's 227,
Yeah.
228 for this year.
I don't think that'd be a far stretch.
That's the same thing on that.
And the rest of them are pretty.
Contractors are busy right now. That's, what do you think on that one? You could raise that up to 440, Greg?
Which one,
The contractor fees? See, because you did 434 this current year.
yeah.
And that's actual today.
Yeah, so what, I would say go 440 there. If you disagree, say,
No, no, that's fine.
everybody's busy right now, contractors and stuff.
Don't see it slowing down.
No, I don't either.
And then, but the 434 is 1 month less than a year's
True.
revenues. So 440 would be we might hit 440.
True.
So you'd be safe.
Safe at 440, yeah. So the petroleum contaminated soil, it's all over the place. You know, you got some big contracts come in there, you see that. I think we tried to.
You can't budget for those.
Yeah.
That's pretty low.
All it takes is one, as you can see, all it takes is one cleanup project.
What's your actual, what did you say, 630? I can't remember.
Yeah, 680, 970. That's come up. It was 559 back at the first of April. So that's 2 months. It's still 130.
You think that 750 is too high, or do you think?
We're running 70 short, so I don't think that's a stretch.
Okay.
Okay.
Long as the city code, okay, sorry. I said, good there, huh?
Yeah.
You can see that average has been just under 5, so that's probably not bad. City of Powell. Kill, you're gonna be probably, you got that 485, probably good.
It might be a little stronger. It might be, 475 or something by the end, but
Well, you can take down 475. The rest of it's.
yeah, the only other one that is different is the salvage. With it, we have all the metal salvage this year, and the only other salvage we have will be batteries for the next 2 years. So
Good.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could you talk to me a little bit about the salvage sold? I mean, last year we budgeted 30, we sold $235,000 worth of salvage. And this year it's 3,000.
Oh, that's steel scrap iron.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind, we only do that every
Every couple of years.
every couple of years.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Yeah,
just wondered.
It's like Greg said, other than maybe batteries and
miscellaneous stuff like that.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of that.
You know, at some point in the future, you know, we may do a deal where we get on board with specific, where we put it out to bid where for so much and then renewable for the next 2 years or something of that nature with, you know, reviewing the.
No, we hit it good this year, the way steel was.
Yeah, we had some pretty good piles, so things are cleaned up, but, you know, we'll just evaluate it next time, and we'll likely go out to bid, we'll do it for a multi-year option kind of deal maybe, and that way we won't have to worry about it. And that way they don't have to spend as long as they were here for probably upwards of a month and a half between the 3 sites. All right. This is a little different.
Is there stuff more up above that, Steve, or is that everything?
Oh, there we go. It's a different order.
I guess, Greg, so they got everything plugged in on the salaries as far as that as people or?
Yeah, just not, where we're at right now, with the exception of raises and adjustments.
That's already in
Very
there.
plug in.
So I'm just gonna, and I don't know, maybe this is the right venue, but when it comes to the, provisional temporary people, is there a discretionary amount that you can use, to bump them as well?
Provisional chart has steps on it. I think it would be like the other hiring that the county does, where there's an entry level. If they have a couple years' experience, I guess you could bring them in a little bit more, but.
And the reason I say that is one of the things we struggle with, of course, is litter pickers, and one of the guys that we recently hired, I mean, he's doing a phenomenal job, and doesn't really seem fair that he gets paid less than what somebody that's been there for 2 or 3 years, because you're getting 25 cent a year steps. And so I'd like the ability to bump him a little bit more and reward him for the work that he's doing.
This is his first year.
Yes.
July 1 will only go to $12.
Well, it's still, everybody else will still be, 50 or 75 cents ahead of him that don't do near the job, so.
They've already put in the 2 or 3 years, no, so.
Pardon?
This guy, well, those others have already put in their 2 or 3 years, so that's why they would be.
Yeah, no, but
higher,
the only reason that we're keeping them is because we don't have, something is better than nothing.
He's got a whole crew like that.
Yeah. Historically, that hadn't been the way it's done.
Doesn't make it right.
Well, the other caveat is, the guy, he's got a CDL, is able to drive truck, and she's operating equipment, so Tuesday may wind up, I'll put him into a provisional equipment operator.
That's the rule.
That's the criteria.
All right.
Oh. So, anything else about anybody? I mean, we can start going through every line, but.
Yeah, but Chairman, I
Yeah.
have a question, trying to figure out which line it is, it's our contract services professional fees.
41.
Yeah, that's it. And historically, we haven't budgeted anything in there, what is that?
So,
Waddell being gone. Is it some of the testing that he did, or?
Not necessarily, we've got some things outside, I'm trying to remember here, service professional fees, is this where we put in some of the engineering for the scales and all that?
yeah, some of it, some's for those, some's picking up for the consulting on the, I guess it was primarily some of the scales and other things like that that we're having to repair and look at. The lagoons, the engineering associates, fees associated with that, to do a more high level study, things like that.
His bills fit, he fits in under the land.
Yeah, he fits in under the landfills, but like each one of those, like there's one for Powell, his groundwater costs are in that, and same thing with the TC and Clark and Cody. So that's all our groundwater monitoring related costs, annual reporting.
You know, I mean, I can understand the ones below that, Cody Powell and DC Clark. But I just didn't understand what that first line.
Well, it goes to things that like Greg said, the sewer lagoons was one thing, and then
We also put a little bit of money in there for professional services if we were able to find a vendor to help with the litter collection. Similar to what the stampede ground uses for cleaning up the stampede ground. So far, we haven't been able to get someone hooked to doing that, but that was an option that we thought
I
of.
see what you're saying, yeah.
some of those, like you see that, like Cody's a little bit higher. We do have some things like that, like you see how much we spend on like Nicholson or bringing in a third party to help us with some things. That goes into that too. Like
Contractor assistance.
Yeah, contractor, yeah. And I could see us possibly needing that again, depending on how things go. We had a big windstorm we had the other day. We took about 5 steps backwards.
So we want to make those adjustments now.
Yeah, I think so.
Anything you're gonna adjust?
So the 4346 tools and installed equipment, it's at 25,000. Now we bumped that to 36,000.
We didn't mean you could adjust in that direction.
Oh.
And we've got some fairly significant leachate and lysimeter upgrades that we've got to do that are repairs and renewals, replacements. Some of the stuff like out of Cody, it's getting up there in age and just there's like some of the control interfaces you can't get anymore, so we're having to update some of that. That's a big part of that.
The next one down, the road materials at 15, we upped that to 40. That was because the significant amount of roads out of the landfill and disrepair it, we get any rain at all. Have trouble keeping vehicles on the road, so we need to do some improvements on the roads. As well as we need to stockpile of material for when we do have wet weather for special, for putting it in certain areas.
And so you guys know we're also, that's probably, good possibility that'd be road and bridge, rebuild, doing the road, to get back on top, and then doing some work around the shop. It's kind of a mud hole, so reworking some of that, bringing in some dip run and some crush base and whatnot. But we'd still bill, like we've talked on other things, we
So much in the same way that if we were hiring a contractor, we'll just reimburse road and bridge, but have the work done in-house. The infrastructure repairs, it's at 70, we upped that to 150, and that includes the updated quotes we got to repair the Cody scale load cells. And how skills.
we're basically having to completely rebuild the one at Powell. We could reuse the scale itself, but we're having to.
Not even more, we have to replace some of the load cells.
Yeah, some of the load cells are shot too.
I think that's all the adjustments I had, that I copied down, but
I think that's all I have to do, Rick.
They're making the money to cover it.
I didn't say anything.
Is our revenues bigger than our expenditures?
no, not this year.
It depends on what you do on our equipment items, which we have to talk about.
So with that, what is included in 1.7? 1.7. 1,750,000 on equipment.
So I got twenty. Yeah, the compactors, 650. Excavator at 200, and then mine gets truncated off, the articulated dump truck.
It's 450 for the articulated dump, and the dozer is 450. And we do probably not, this is where we're headed, I think, in terms of, we're really transitioning our operation for efficiency, trying to run it like a normal landfill, like others do. And that's really the equipment we need. It's not like we need to do that all overnight. Priority is that compactor, we believe. Sooner we get that.
How do the compactor and the dozer go hand
The
in
dozer
hand?
kind of go hand in hand.
This dozer is a crawler loader, another.
No.
I think we're going
Just
straight
D6.
D6 dozer, and we eventually, we'll see how it goes. Might be able to part with one of the crawlers. We just gotta see how that works out. Get rid of one of those.
Get rid of one of the crawler loaders.
Yeah, I don't know that we're ready to this year, but I think, because there's.
They still gotta have some type of loader out there.
Yeah.
Lifting things
Yeah.
off.
Right now, we have a case wheel loader that we use for some of those
Get
kinds of.
rid of that.
What's that?
Get rid of that.
If we go to
And
the
really,
excavator articulate dump, we almost could get rid of that.
there's some, that you're right, I mean, there's some things that, like the loader, how it lends itself to, right now, they use it a lot in the C&D area, and then if you have anything that comes in on pallets, it has a pallet ports and things like that that should be used on other, the track loaders don't have quick attaches.
See, what happens when they get ready to try to haul dirt or whatnot, they get bogged, it gets, been to Cody landfill when it's wet, it can get really bogged down, and we're trying to get rid of any excuses to be sure we can get things covered, and a lot of it's them planning ahead and hauling dirt, but in order for us to use that articulated dump, which is what most landfills have, is an off-road type piece of equipment like that. Then we would probably not as much need the loader that we've got, it would be better off with a track excavator.
Have a savings account, correct, though, along with, a build up.
Oh, yeah,
beyond
yeah,
this year. So
yeah,
you've
yes.
got funds that can
Yeah.
cover this without having to cover it with current revenue.
Oh, yeah, and this, his right now, where you at, Greg, 6 million on your, that includes the savings, which is about 800 grand, I think, 900 grand for closure, post-closure care, so.
80,000.
Yeah, 80,000.
So it was like, enterprise fund balance was 5.3.
5.3 billion. Yeah, if we did the equipment, it'd take a hit this year, that still leaves us enough money projected ahead with the revenues in future years to be able to finance our self-construction, which is 4 or 5 years out. And,
Hopefully, with the better compaction.
yeah, with the better compaction, we're gonna extend it out.
Much like Lander was able to do.
Okay,
What are you guys thinking of the equipment? Is that an overkill, or you want us to try to
well,
phase that in over time, or?
One of the things we were talking about is, because I knew earlier, Brian mentioned that there's an excavator at Road and Bridge that they're talking about replacing, so I didn't know that one was in. He also talked like it started to kick the bar with nickel and diamond, so I don't know. It's not something we use hard, but then when you need it, you need it. It's,
Equipment isn't gonna get any cheaper,
no.
and it's only gonna go up in the years, and
Is this,
earning a ton of interest.
the excavator in question, is that John Deere that we've been having trouble with, or?
It is.
One of the things we talked about earlier, as far as that ABP, that articulated dump truck was using, right now we're using some of the older road and bridge trucks that are pre-def, pre a lot of emissions control stuff. And initially, we talked about transitioning one of their used dump trucks into our fleet. But the problem with that is, with all the sensors and emission controls, the way we run them at the dump truck or at the landfill where they're idling much of the time, our mechanics said, you have me out there all the time trying to clear codes and trying to run through regens, and it's gonna be a nightmare. It's like right now you're better off trying to maintain this old equipment and not undertake the headache of trying to incorporate something that's gonna have problems with it because of the way you run it.
When we get towards that articulate, they're made for that. They're made for the off-road, they're made for the short hauls, highway hauls. That's where we gotta get to. It just, we don't necessarily need to do it this year if you want it to wait.
Well, I think we leave it in for now. I mean, it's your guys, again, it's your guys' budget really, but, it's gonna pay off to get it now versus getting it later.
I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else for landfill? Okay.
Next year's budget would look a lot better.
Well, I'm not making no promises.
You guys gonna continue to move that 80,000 every year, or you gonna not do that then? Did we put it-
No, I think, yeah, just like you know.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
But when he says there's 5.7 million, that's in that.
Oh,
I just
yeah.
wanna
Okay,
make
gotcha.
sure that we're-
Oh, I got one more question for you, Greg. Where are you hiding your drug testing? In your budget?
That's administered by,
Road Bridge, but
Road
it is,
Bridge, and then our guys just fall into it because everybody falls underneath that same rule.
but I think what he's asking though is because we do break it out, so somewhere in this
Oh.
is your, because
Where are you paying it at, is what he's asking.
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, we'll have to
Good
ask.
find.
Maybe service.
I know it's minor stuff when you're talking 4 or 5 million.
Yeah, that may be that one services that Joe was talking about. Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out.
Where are you hiding yours, Mike Garza?
Contract services and fees.
That's probably what yours is.
We'll find 1800, 5142, I believe.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Should want my glasses on.
So what you're saying, we should go to
All right.
All right, we haven't changed much in the buildings and grounds budget at all. We're, it's tough to kind of compare it. This last year wasn't the best year for us. We had some failures that kind of snuck up and ran several of our budgets kind of into the negative, which we don't normally. Luckily, in the last few years, we haven't had as many as we've had this year, but we've just had some issues that we're hoping, the capital projects will address through some of the infrastructure upgrades and things of that nature. But for the most part, I guess a couple of the questions I have regarding some of the maintenance of buildings, are the museum particularly. I mean, depending on how, I know there's a big question like who owns what, and where those lines drawn, and there are things that we have to do to, keep them kind of up and running. I'm not so sure that $500 is going to allow us to do that. Well, this year especially, so we've got plumbers right now digging out the tile lines. So what happened is there were multiple breaks. One break broke down, one broke up. So it caused some peaks and valleys, which is why the snakes for the plumbers can get through. So they're down there hand digging the crawl space out so they can get part of the pipe jacked up and part of the pipe lower down. That's going to be a little more than the money you said I could spend, via text message.
What is this?
This is that museum, Home Center Museum there in Powell.
And what did we find out on the lease agreement?
I just read it again last night. Our lease is till 2033. We are responsible for all maintenance, upkeep, and use of the building during that time. If you choose not to do that, we turn it back to them.
So actually, I don't choose to do it.
And if you want to, we could move the homesteader into the town library or. Anyway.
So, and then that's the one thing I haven't really, We know we've got a problem with the air conditioner, the condenser on it. Obviously, this plumbing thing that hit just a few days after I talked to you about the air conditioning. You know, I mean, we're looking at several thousand for both of those. So we're gonna be way over this year, if the bills come in on time. I mean, we may see, we can be way over, start the next fiscal year, depending on when the funding bill comes in or when the,
Or we just plug in some right now, we're not way over.
right. And I don't know what that number is.
Yeah, because they have to be to us by Thursday too.
Right, and I don't think it's gonna, I mean, I know the air conditioning won't happen because they're still working on the estimate, and the plumbers are working on the pipe right now.
I look forward to bill us next year.
Yeah, it'll probably hit next fiscal. So, you know, I don't know if 5,000 is enough to cover that, or 7,000 is enough to cover that, and that's obviously considerably more than we've normally had in that building the last several years.
Are you gonna plug it in now, or is it gonna be one of those unanticipated expenses that we?
So we don't own the building, we lease it.
We lease it.
Nobody knows who's at 500.
Yeah, again, what I keep coming back to is, are we gonna, just for history of the expenditures, are we gonna continue to spend 5,000 every year on upkeep of that?
So if you wanna hide it, then put it in capital expenditures then, as opposed to.
Well, it's, the thing is that bill's gonna show up next year. It's gonna show up in next year's budget. If you budget for it this year, then it becomes part of the track record. And you can, it basically says, this is what we did. Whereas if we expect we're gonna spend $5,000 per year from now going forward.
No, my question is, so we gotta put it somewhere, so should we put it in capital?
Or it just gets paid out of unanticipated. So it's, all I'm doing is I'm just saying, it's the way I think is you don't put it in there unless you're planning on spending it year after year after year after year.
Or
You'll
you
get
put it
a
in
true
there.
picture of the cost of maintaining that
Yeah.
building.
Yeah.
I think 500 is still pretty
True,
good.
I believe 500 is probably gonna be low, but where do we land on that?
We still have the wall issue,
Yeah.
we still have the roof issue.
I mean, Chairman, my opinion is you put this into a line item like this, it's obviously gonna be public record once it hits the papers, and how many are gonna expect that money to be spent yearly. So whether we spend it or not, now it's like, hey, we know you have $5,000. We've got this project, and that wasn't necessarily what that money was earmarked for, you know, so I mean, it's kind of a catch, you know, double-edged sword there. You have capital project unanticipated, though, you know, something happens and I come in and say, hey, you know, bad things happen, and I need to use some of that money, and we have a line item that we can write it off to. It's harder to track,
Well, we can,
definitely.
no matter what, we can write it off to this next year and you'll know in that year you actually spent $7,000 to make these things on the grid. That doesn't mean they get it every year.
Right.
I mean, it's a maintenance cost, so either way, probably.
That's exactly my point. I agree with everything you're saying, but we gotta put it somewhere, and to me, it would need to go under capital projects. Is there a reason why it shouldn't?
Maintenance. I guess that's where I,
It's a major maintenance,
well,
no different than.
It is, but it's
so
just to
part
that
of it
building.
For the county, for the courthouse is under capital projects. What's the difference?
You could probably put the roof, I mean, that's a capital, you know, plumbing is more of a repair.
Yeah,
Versus.
more of a maintenance thing, yeah. But a roof is more of a capital improvement because overall we're improving that building.
And the capital projects were generally a planned sort of project.
Right.
Or an anticipated sort of project where my maintenance is kind
You
of
don't
the
know,
reactive,
yeah.
the reactive side, you know, something has happened and now we need to go in and. But, you know, saying that, we used to in years past had an unanticipated line item in capital projects that was just not earmarked for anything, you know, that, for instances just like this, that, you know, something happens.
Here right now?
We're not in the capital projects.
Yeah, that historically has been in the
Where
1810.
do you add the unanticipated?
In capital projects.
Oh, okay.
Yep, in the 1810 budget.
Okay.
Which we
So-
will be getting.
Okay, I thought it added it.
So So like this plumbing issue, what are you thinking, $2,000 right now? I mean,
Probably every bit of that.
so I would say that would be maintenance towards that building. A capital project would be, you do the whole new roof. I mean, that's gonna be something that's, you know, you could fix the plumbing and 5 days from now it could blow up and be needing fixed again.
Right.
You never know on maintenance stuff.
Right. And it is PVC in a tile drain, you know, so the tile had failed and it actually pushed and broke the PVC, so they're trying to jack it up and run a new piece of PVC in through the middle to make sure that we have a solid continuous run again. You know,
Well, Mr. Chairman, how much do you want to put in there, Mike?
Well, this is leased building, right? How can you do a capital project on a building you don't know? Really can't from a.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I have a problem with capital projects because it's a matter of semantics. Because how do you put a capital project into something that you don't know? So to me, I mean, it should be more of maintenance and repair.
yeah, and you know, I would maybe at the very minimum match the annex. I guess we could try to match the library at 3,000, but what gets the library passed is, you know, the Cody location falls under the complex. So they're kind of falling under that umbrella of the complex. So the complex, you know, we're sitting at 15,000 in years past, that was as high as 20. So the Cody library, we use a lot of the complex funding to take care of it. So if you look at this and it says BD library, that is strictly the PAL library. I mean, like, it's not an accurate representation of what the county is spending on the library system because we're splitting it over another budget, over another line item, excuse me. You know, the library has been a pretty low, I mean, they do have some plumbing issues on occasion, some elevator issues on occasion. I guess my recommendation would be right in that $3,000 to $4,000 range between the library and the annex, and we kind of roll the dice and see if that's enough to cover what we got going on. I know I haven't gotten the numbers yet on the air conditioner, so I'm assuming we're going to be over budget on that line item going into next year. I mean, probably pretty quickly.
So what I guess where I keep coming back to is what this document is for a historic representation of what it costs for maintenance on this building. And so if we're gonna spend $5,000 on plumbing and air conditioning this year, and we up that to $5,000, like you said, then it's something that's sitting there. If you didn't have this, if you had to go do an emergency repair to this building, where would the money come from?
Well, it should come from there.
I was talking like.
Probably contract services and professional fees. We're bringing in a professional plumber, or services for HVAC. Right now, we're using that as in-place contracts. So like our office shop copier maintenance, or our annual Wyoming fire safety. That's where we build those.
I just have a problem sticking an emergency repair
funds
into a permanent line item, unless we anticipate it's gonna cost that much more.
What is, we're not using maintenance of infrastructure.
No, and we haven't used that on this because we generally use that in 1810. There's 2 line items with the same heading, and we've always pulled it out of 1810. I've never used that out of this guy that I'm aware of.
But the sewer is part of the infrastructure of the building.
It is.
This isn't maintenance, so I mean, could go there.
But it's not our building, it's not our infrastructure.
Awesome.
I guess I would rather see it in the line item that it goes in with the museum, because it tracks the history of what we've spent there. And if I go have a discussion with the American Legion about what that building's cost us over the last 5 or 10 years, I need a true picture over what that building's cost us. If it's put under other things, I'm never gonna know that.
And then Tyler, we have to, like this morning when we had to go look up who we paid that inject. That's why, because then we would have to go into the Tyler system, if it's not under the museum, and figure out, okay, well, we have this bill, where else could we look for it and where did we pay it out of? So I think,
I agree. I don't like it jumping out there, being there just to be spent, but I like the idea that you would have the historical track, so.
and the
Is
only
it
reason we're
possible?
budgeting is because we know that expense is gonna be there this year.
Right, but if he puts in $2,000 and it turns out being $5 between the water and the air conditioning, and he goes ahead and line items it for $5 out of that line item, it's gonna overrun that line
Yep.
item, but it's gonna give us a true picture.
But it's a true
It's not gonna overrun the
Exactly.
bottom line necessarily.
Right.
I mean, we don't know that yet.
Yeah, and then if it does, you do an amend,
Right,
stating what the amendment was for.
Is that a recommendation?
that is a recommendation.
Good, I'll go with that recommendation.
I agree with Joe.
I can put a note on the file.
Okay, boy, they can't win that one.
I mean, and I guess on the complex, I didn't realize till Mike just said that we're taking library issues out of that complex. That should be coming out of the library line. It doesn't matter if it's Cody Library or Powell Library or whatever. That's a library expense. The complex should be from the basement, or not the basement, should be the floors up.
How do you do that with the HVAC when it's the entire building?
Well, there's gonna be some issues, but when you're actually doing a maintenance cost, is it a library? It should be in the library. If it's a complex, it should be in the complex. We can notice, I get our electric and all of that can't be divvied out, but
That's a real gray area.
it is a gray area.
Because library is part of it.
Well, I mean, if one of the heating or cooling units goes out up there, goes, for the whole building,
Whole building,
how
yeah.
do you take a percentage?
Yeah.
It'd be very confusing. But I-
Can you say LEC?
No?
No, I didn't
Let's
know.
not open that worm, can of worms yet.
So anyway, if we can close the door on it, how much you wanna put in there? I don't think I know. How much?
Well, and we can run a negative and you still have the record. I mean, just as long as you know that I didn't intentionally try to run a negative, but it's probably gonna run negative. And even if there's a chance.
We just forget this conversation.
That's right. Just omit this from the record and
And I'm guessing that might happen every year, the way that building is, it could be 2,500.
we've been very lucky on some of our other buildings. This year just happened to be not an awesome year, and we're looking at controllers and capital projects, and that affects our 3 Cody buildings, and they've been pretty good the last several years, so it's kind of hit or miss.
All right, glad we got that figured out.
I guess I'll ask the utility question for,
Oh, the Cody Shooting Complex.
What about that? Yeah, we did the utility.
Yep. And we have for as long as I can remember. No.
No, we shouldn't, but.
I know.
You know,
I
what's
saw it the other day, I
the,
didn't know if there was some agreement.
They don't run them, they don't run much.
it's just electric, no gas up there.
I think it's electrical
water tap,
and the water tap.
RWD.
Yeah, get us some numbers, but
Yeah, we
I'd
can,
like to know if there's an agreement, an MOU, something out there.
Those, when Dennis was still here and that was kind of passed off, I mean, I just kept on paying the bills for how they've been, and I mean, this is the first I've heard of the shooting complex being an issue, so. I mean, it's just been one of those that comes in, we've seen it come in month after month after month, we just fill out the invoice and shoot it on. I mean, we go from $30 a month, if it jumps to 700, we start questioning, just why, but if it keeps coming in at 30 or $32, whatever it is.
How much is it a month?
Water was about 70 from what I've seen in the vouchers.
Yep.
I thought the other one was
it? I'll have to go back
I
to
have
it.
to go look.
Yeah, we have a lot of properties that come in, our towers, the utilities and towers come in, we've just got a lot of them that come in.
Karen, if you see something like that, bring it up.
And usually when we do, Steve's caught it, or the city, we reach out to the city and they're like, oh,
Well, I mean, in all fairness, if it was a bill that they'd be paid historically,
Yeah.
I don't, why would you question it?
I didn't really question it
have to find an MOU of some kind or an agreement of some kind. I hope that from a past commissioner in a deal with Cody Shooting Complex,
You never know.
CPNL.
Would it be, no, for Cody, it would be,
Wouldn't it be Rocky Mountain Power?
Yeah, Rocky Mountain Power, if you Rocky Mountain Power.
yeah,
They may have paid a water bill themselves, because the only one that I see is one a month, and it's from Bridge Shop.
okay.
So that's the one you're paying.
We pay the road and bridge shop. But there isn't, like, there's gotta be an electric, I haven't seen the shooting complex.
Research and get back to us.
Okay. I haven't gotten any notifications, you know, in some years we'll get, you know, expect a 3% or 4% or 7% increase in base rates on utilities. I haven't seen any of that, so I'm assuming our utility rates are gonna be fairly consistent with where they have been. You know, we try to do as much energy, every time we replace something, we try to go as energy efficient as possible, but some days we're okay, and then, you know, weeks like this where we touch triple digits for a few days tends to throw our efficiency right out the window. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot in there. I know she ran, I think let's see, no. Materials and supplies are under, janitorial, she's been pretty good on. I mean, basically, it's been our buildings. I mean, that's just kind of the crapshoot, the gamble from year to year to year. You know, some days, some years we're 10,000 under, and some years we're pushing that, you know, or even a few thousand over. So the building just kind of tells us as the seasons go how much money she's gonna drain from our budget.
Yep. Here we go.
All right, and I'm still waiting, so I did reach out to the HVAC controller replacements. Long Technology called last week and was gonna start touring the buildings, getting their notes together. Still haven't seen any numbers. Called Friday before I left, and they still didn't have numbers for me. So we're still waiting on the HVAC controller replacement. I think those numbers there, we're showing 2 buildings, complex and LEC. Oh, there is a courthouse in there. And I'm guessing, based off those numbers, I think they were saying we're probably 10% low. So we're probably looking at closer to 250. And that's just a very, very rough estimate. And part of that is just, I mean, we're having trouble getting plumbing supplies, like any supplies that we need, or I don't know what's going on, but somewhere in the supply line it's taking a hit, and we're seeing that.
Some of this may go back.
What I'd really like to see is, you know, Dawson brought up too, is this, I see some of these capital projects keep showing up year after year. Get them done.
Okay. There is one on here that I have not listed yet because I got the numbers in way late and I forgot to upgrade the capital project list. And it's gonna be $65,000. It's a chilling tower for the Park County complex. So outside we have a basically big evaporative cooler that runs through first, and then it pumps it into the chiller to cool it down additionally to run our air conditioning. That outside unit has started to fail, so we're leaking more water on the ground that's being kept in the unit. The bottom's rusted out. We were gonna try to seal coat it. There's not enough material there for us to span some of those gaps. We got an estimate of what it would take, and it came in at mid-50s, not counting installation. So I'm guessing 65,000 would cover a new chilling tower for the Park County complex.
Things like the roof membrane, like Public Works, it's been on there for 3 years, it's not, I mean, it's $40,000, but Ryan's sitting there with a waste basket on his desk part of the time, I think we can fix that.
Heavy snow or heavy rain.
Yeah.
Could I ask a couple of questions? What's the replace the tin on the beef barn?
Yes, we've got tin sitting at the rich shop still. We were going to peel the old tin off the beef barn. It's been hit and looks like it's been through a demolition. We're gonna peel the tin off it and use the tin that was left and not used when we built the power room rich shop.
Okay, I know we discussed it in the past. I can be honest, I thought it already been done.
So we had tried to get in there and do it, and with some of the other things that have kind of come up this winter, there's just no way we could peel it all off. And with a couple of guys that we got at the fairgrounds, and at the time we were short-staffed in Cody, so I couldn't pull Cody away with the law enforcement center being where it is. We are now back to full staff. Probably the earliest we would be able to do that would be after fair is over, when the building's not in use anymore, it's just a storage location, then we can start probably peeling some of that off if we've got the manpower.
Okay, well, the next question I have too is about the Powell Library and the membrane on the roof. How bad is it?
You know, I guess it's depending on who you ask. I hadn't thought of it that long ago, and maybe we just had repairs done on it. But the report that I read from the engineer or whatever for the pre-library thing, you know, they're just basically saying it's at end of life, it needs to be replaced before they can move forward with adding anything else on. I did contact Bighorn Roofing, they looked at that, I was waiting on numbers to come back, but Bighorn Roofing came back and they're like, you're ready to replace this? And I'm like, I know there's us doing something to it. I don't think it was a complete membrane replacement, but I think a portion of it was.
Okay, well, I just don't want us to do something now that 3-4 years from now, if the project with the library goes forward, we're gonna be ripping it all up.
Right, well, in the report that I read, they were requesting we fix the membrane before they began any construction.
Okay.
Because I don't think they're planning on covering the entirety of the main floor, right?
Well, that was the original report when they were talking about just doing the remodel inside, to fix the roof before you remodel anything inside, but now the plans have changed to maybe doing things differently.
It's not failing,
Yeah.
and
It's not
they're
leaking.
not using garbage cans.
Yeah, we've got no major leak. The only leak that we know of is when we get a heavy rain or heavy snow and it melts quick, the outside drains to the building, it tends to pull up around the ground of the grass of the library. And we don't have enough slope to get out to the sidewalk in the street, so it's kind of sitting there and it works its way down the foundation. We believe we've got some rebar in there it's old enough that it's got a void and it's letting it into the hallway going into the basement of the Powell Library.
Well, I'll ask you this question, because you're in on the whole thing. I mean, is this something we really need to do now, or should we hold off until we get some preliminary plans about what the remodel is gonna be?
Let's look at the preliminary plans, because if it goes the direction I think they're going now, yeah, it'll just be fix the membrane, and we won't have to worry about too much remodeling inside.
Okay, so we can take that out.
Well, I don't know about take it out, but I'd wait a while.
Is the library something that might happen within this next fiscal?
No,
The construction's not gonna happen in the next.
No, it won't happen.
it won't happen.
Well, don't say it won't. It won't happen in my time.
There won't be any construction this year, I'll put it that way.
Okay.
But you would recommend leaving it in there?
I think so, just in case. I mean, if it starts, happening, then you're gonna need it.
You can fix it.
Get out the trash can.
That's fine, if you want to do it that way, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's, our philosophy the last 2
Right,
years has been
right.
emergency, that's what we ever do.
Okay, so take it off for now, and if we have to, we have to. We know the project's trying to move forward,
Yeah.
so.
What about the rest of the carpet for the courthouse? There's still some left to.
We've purchased all the carpet, we should have got an invoice like $85,000. So I believe what's left up here is the labor to install that.
That's carpet for everywhere.
That's carpet for, the patching that we do, like, if there's replacement of the complex. I don't see any good replacements happening there, so the majority of that is gonna go for here at the courthouse for the labor to.
Is it just for in front of the counters, or is it in our work areas too?
Yeah, well, from what I understood, it's the main hallways and the front of all your counters, not counting your work
Okay,
areas.
we want work
But we have enough, we ordered enough carpet for the work areas, we just never budgeted the labor for that at this point. Because it was gonna be a huge project, I believe, is what the talks we've had. So we will have the carpet on hand to do it, we just haven't budgeted for the labor to get that installed.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see the labor put in there to get it installed this year. Some of those in the break rooms and stuff, they're starting to stink, they're dirty, yeah. I mean, we don't even go with the 10-second rule anymore, it's so bad.
But at least your hand is done.
Mike,
You know, I mean, that's what we'd like to see that.
Mike, do you have any idea what the labor would cost to do that?
I have no idea. I would have to bring in,
Maybe
Eli
probably
Ahmed.
be more expensive than doing the larger area, I would think, from a labor standpoint.
Absolutely, because now we've got file cabinets and stuff, or tables and stuff that are gonna need to be moved. Buildings grounds can help with some of that, depending on what else is going on in the county, but, I mean, it's gonna be a lot more labor intensive than our high traffic areas are.
Okay, well, I'm gonna make a suggestion here. We took the 60 out, which I was happy about. But I think we should plug some more money back in for installing in the work areas, because we bought the carpet. So
They're scheduled to do this in September.
Is tentatively, yet they're saying probably September they can get and start working on the hallways and
Just the hallways.
the hallways in the front of the counters.
And the front of our,
And
in
we-
front of our counter.
Yeah, Coley, we purchased the carpet for everything downstairs.
But do it in September at the
Yeah,
same
do
time.
it, do it all at the
I
same
mean,
time.
you
I'm
know,
gonna-
start the process, I mean, like, you know, I mean, I'm fortunate, I have a few men, but, you know, if we know what weekend they're planning on doing it or something, some of us, we could get like all of our desks cleaned off, everything, we could move some of them file
But you're good with
cabinets in the
September.
fall. I
When
mean,
the
you know,
main
there's
crew
things we can help with too, we're not just gonna say, buildings and grounds has to do all of that, we can help with portions of things too, I mean.
Well, I'm gonna throw out a number, I'm just gonna throw a number on the table of $35,000.
Okay, if they're just doing certain areas, you'd probably have that.
Pardon?
If they're just doing the storage areas, it's a little bit more, it's not the full project over.
Well, it's 3/4 of every office, the front is only like a quarter of our office. The rest of it's like 3/4 of our office.
Labor intensive.
You know, and I don't see any reason, I don't think you planned on doing any of the vaults. Did you? Yeah, the vaults are, you know, the vaults are okay, they don't get as much public traffic as, but, you know, the rest of it, it's like, the sooner the better probably, I mean, if we bought all the carpet, I'd hate to see that carpet sit over there and get the mice into it.
Oh, yeah.
Then we're out the carpet too, so
If we got it, we might as well go ahead and put it.
I'd like to see the labor.
So my only question is, will that number cover it? I just throw it up.
You know, we can prioritize the break areas and do what that number would cover. And then next fiscal, pop in another number for the break areas maybe we didn't get to.
Is that agreeable with it?
Yeah, see how the numbers shake out. You guys can rock, paper, scissors, let me know. I don't wanna be the one that has to pick which way we go first.
No, we have to put in numbers.
Hey, can you go ahead and plug that in? 35? Okay.
Are you on all
What
caps?
do we got going on there?
I don't have my glasses on, so it's really messing me up.
I don't know, he reminds me every once in a while, I don't pay him for his typings.
Especially when we're all watching.
I know, right, that even makes it worse.
Yep.
He hates it when I'm standing at his desk.
Okay,
There's nothing else that I can see that's been brought to my attention. I did.
Do you wanna up these chillers?
Yeah, they need to go up by 10%. I think if we do 10% on each of those.
I guess that's a question for you, Mike. You have the 11th Street Vet Garage update. Are we still doing that, or did you guys rearrange something else?
No, we're still planning on doing, we've still got our enclosed trailer here with a lot of stuff in it, and we've got some things scattered elsewhere, but that puts us kind of in a bind and pal, because that enclosed trailer kept our equipment that we used for the annex, so we're leaving it out in the open now.
Okay, as long as you've got a plan, I just didn't know
Yep, and I know Brian reached out to the city, trying to get some, get a definite answer on what it's gonna cost us to add service, electrical service back there to that power pole, and he's just waiting on it. And apparently we're not real high on the priority list.
Well, their electrical guy just retired, so they're
Mhm.
replacing that.
I think they're in a. The only other thing I think that comes up will be that 1930 budget. Got a couple people have contacted us about copiers. Search and rescue just came in, like, I think this morning. They're requesting a new copier. I brokered a deal with public health. They need a new one. Theirs is old enough. Steve with IT got a hold of me, so they can't connect to the network and scan. However, the clerk's office has a newer one that I think we can shift down to public health. And the trade-in from public health actually gives us, and I got the quote on that, $8,500 to get a brand new one for the clerk's office.
Colored?
Yep, that was
You're
full color.
awesome.
And I talked to Steve, so it's the same speed or faster than what you've got.
And that's fine.
Because it needed something about speed issue. We needed to make sure it was fair. So I've already got people wanting usually we budget for 2 of them. Used to be able to squeeze 3 if they were going black and white. Black and white seems to be like, you don't even bring that up anymore. Because everybody wants color. So if we can usually squeeze 2 out of that, and that leaves us just a couple $1,000 in that line item. They usually come in $8,500, $9,500 each with a decent trade-in. I think we do paper out of this one also, which is right there close to it. I think we're doing fairly decent on paper. That's just one thing that we have to kind of watch. The paper prices can fluctuate a bit, and some years we don't use as much, and then like on election years and stuff, we tend to use a little more. So, and then we also pay contract services, I think, out of this too or copier maintenance, I'm sorry, 434002. We do some out of that. That's office shops, and obviously their prices went up a little bit. Part of that is we're adding more color copiers, not just the black and white, so the cost per copy is going up a little bit, so that their service costs are going up a little bit also. So in that equipment maintenance with copier maintenance, those machines actually communicate back through our system to office shop, and it lets them know like when they need toners, when they need waste cartridges. Those waste cartridges and toners are covered under this contract, under this maintenance contract. So we don't have to purchase any additional consumables except for like staples or, things like that. But as far as the toner and waste toner cartridges, that's all covered under that maintenance agreement, which is why you're seeing it up a little bit. We're using more color copiers in the county than we have in years past, but I think that's just technology. It's like a pickup truck, you can't find manuals anymore. They're all automatic. Like copiers, it's almost more expensive to buy black and white because you can get color. So.
You see an awful lot of vouchers for multiple things for 307 or multiple departments. The only thing you really deal in is the copiers and the papers. Each department actually deals in the other things, staples and paper clips and all that, okay.
Yep, and then the printers, so we take care of the copiers, IT takes care of the printers. So they do toners and stuff on the printers, we do toners and copiers. And I don't know how that split happened, whether because printers are more prevalent on a personal desktop or something, but that's how it's always been split since I've been here, so. All right. Cool. One other question for you, and it's, not really concerning budget, but we had H&H used to be a copier maintenance company that was here years ago. They're back. They've got a technician, 25-year experience. I guess he's just relocated back to Cody. I guess he was a tech that was here years ago. H&H now wants more of the slice of the pie. They gave it up to Cali Office Shop. And now they called and asked if there's any chance next time we do a copier bid or something, if they can. They don't deal with Canons, they deal with Xerox and HPs. But Office Shop's been the only one we've used for the 10 years I've been here, so I don't know if maybe bringing another vendor and having them sharpen their pencils a bit might help or. Nope. So if you're okay, I can,
Another option.
when we look for copiers, I can start to.
We're looking at.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Just a quick question, the community service report. What is that?
It's all the special
Our
funding.
general
That's our special.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're back to general accounts, okay.
That's not just my goal.
I've only got three of them there, Scott, so.
She's colorful, I guess.
Electrical sheeting complex utility for May was only $29. So I don't know what we have out there that they're charging us. It sounds almost like just a meter charge. I mean, we have to look at the invoice. $29 a month, I mean, I don't.
Depends on what month it is.
More than that.
Depends on what they're doing.
We've got assessors.
I'll trade.
We've got assessors coming in other areas.
Alright.
Would you like me to get you your breakdown on the utilities for shipping complex for last fiscal or something?
It's going away anyway. Doesn't matter what it is.
Right. No, I agree. I just.
We'd like to know how much we've been spending, we shouldn't.
Yeah.
I
Thanks,
have,
Mike.
hands looking for an MOU on that too,
For the
shipping
shipping
complex, yeah.
Okay.
See what's in it.
All right.
Assessors next. Oh. Oh, that's, yeah, well, let's, wait a second. Sorry about that. You wanted to, we ran over, let's try some here on her, if you don't mind. All right.
Terry loves to sit in here with us.
It's Susan's fault. Hello, Tracy.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good.
Thank you for letting me join via Zoom today. I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Is he there with you?
He is. Just a second, I'll show you.
See ya.
There he is. All right.
Oh, he's cute. Look at that little. When was he born, Tycee?
He'll be 2 weeks tomorrow. He was born June 1st. He was a little late.
Well, I don't see.
Hey, Tycee wasn't in all of our meetings or wasn't able to, and of course, her salary is dealt with the UW and stuff, but I think the rest of it's been dealt with in your budget as far as what the commissioners did with salaries.
Yep.
Okay. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Did a 50 cent per hour cost of living adjustment. And then there is a budgetary value of 2 steps to each department head or elected official to disperse within their department as they see fit.
Sounds good. We will go through and make that adjustment.
I think Steve's done most of it here. I guess you'll just need to get with Colleen and figure out what you want to do steps wise.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anyone got any questions on Tycee's?
Mr. Chairman, I do. On the contracts, are you guys looking to hire somebody else in Powell, Tycee?
Bobby has taken over the Powell hours, so she's gotten an additional 400 hours. And so that the contracts will all go to, it'll be divided between Bobby and I, and UW should be billing for Bobby's hours. They should have sent that bill last week.
Okay, we'll double check on that. Thank you.
I'm good. You good? All right. Everyone good? Okay, that was easy.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
When are you coming back to work?
Just 12 weeks.
Yeah, my maternity leave ends in the end of August,
Oh, okay.
but I've got a few things this summer that I'll be coming back for.
Harry gave me a UW extension hat about a year and a half ago and it wore out. I didn't know. It's my favorite hat.
I didn't quite catch that.
That's okay.
He needs a new
Okay.
UW hat.
7 and an 8.
Just send her an email. She'll be able to-
Yeah. Thanks, Dicey.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, now you.
Thanks.
There we go. So that throws you to the wolves?
Yeah, how about that? Goes off on vacation,
Yeah.
it's COVID lockdown revenge tour or something.
Yeah.
That's better.
Hey.
So.
Can't get better than that other than.
It's one of those, you look at hard copy and versus the electronic.
Oh, but,
Education training meetings.
Yeah. What's your training? If you're increasing training, new training?
Increasing it from last year because it was all ended due to COVID last year, so we're just going back to what it was.
You are. I see that.
And we do have new people, so they need to get those classes in as quickly as possible.
Still having a problem.
Mr. Chairman,
No problem.
other than thirsty.
Yeah. Need less water. Well, we're getting close to that time. Yeah. You got any concerns?
No, it's
Pretty flat.
So what you gotta do is, I've figured out over the years is the later in the day you can get your budget time scheduled, the easier it is.
The clerk sets them.
Everyone starts getting tired.
So
Oh, we went really fast I'm impressed with the day. We went really fast.
Well, they just came in
Like,
pretty flat, it wasn't bad, we're not trying to find every nickel right now. All right,
Well, thank you.
thanks. That's it for the day.
You don't have to tell Patrick that you know.
Treasurer.
You don't have to tell.
And do you, Bart?
Well, I'm not. We told you for hours. Oh, yeah. Every little bit. Thank you.
Oh, take your copy.
Wait a second, I gotta get out my stamp for the treasurer.
Well, Bart, just so you know, they do really good with you, so make them do it.
Treasurer, Joe.
Do you have my stamp still at the cancel? It should be one of the drawers.
What's that?
The cancel stamp.
I think I gave it to Joe, I don't have it in here anymore.
I don't know. You didn't get it.
I don't think. The old red stamp that said cancel?
No, I don't have it.
Yeah.
They do every year, it's okay. So, mine's pretty straightforward. We've had some overages just with everything going on the cost. Advertising, we were under, but I still have a few bills coming through for the last delinquent taxes that aren't paid, so that'll probably go up in that advertising and legal. The only thing I added was $2,000 for equipment and furniture, and the only reason I did that is because I asked this year for 2 new chairs and 3 for next year, and I was told that no. And the front end of my office, they have not had new chairs since we built it. They're breaking. So they took and pieced one together, the other one's tearing, and so I was told not to set a precedence for ordering furniture. You didn't want any other department to have a precedence for setting new furniture, ordering furniture. My girls' chairs are part of their equipment. That is part of what they need to work up front. So I got frustrated and I put in my budget because I got tired of being told no, I couldn't order furniture for my staff. And that's what that 2,000 is. And also for the filters that go into our humidifiers that the girls use. And so that's the only difference. I did add that in there. The 2,000, because the chairs are around 250 a piece. Well, closer to
And then what
300.
I'm asking is you bumped your materials and supplies by 500.
Yeah, if you look, we were pretty darn close, and I still have a little bit to come through. That's just everything in our office. With the increase of people coming to Cody, that's the envelopes, the tape, everything, so that's why I increased that. Of course, our meeting expenses, we didn't utilize them this year, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to travel again.
I'm good.
Lloyd,
Fine.
Thank you.
no chairs.
I sort of feel,
I was
sort of feel
even
bad about
tempted to
that.
take a needle and thread. I threatened them. I'll just bring in my own needle and thread because they're tearing around the edges. And I told them I just bring in needle and thread and sew it together, so. Not the
And
end.
the surplus auctions in August that we're having, the old.
We need those ones that, the old ones, they're broken. They pieced them together from the pieces in the basement.
Let someone else throw away then. And we
Well, I don't
charge
know
them
why
with
they didn't
landfill.
throw this crap away.
Dude, just sneak in the middle of the night, take Lloyd's chair.
But they don't go up and down, that's the problem. We have to have the ones that.
Bar height.
Yeah, and one sit down, the sit down one's the one they piece together and it's ridiculous.
Okay,
Please,
okay, done.
thank you.
It's way too easy.
I know. I know you were ready. Oh, did you put in for my provisional in there? Oh, okay. I was just wondering if we can look at WIC. The way the office is growing, I saw where you guys do provisional. I was wondering if there's a way to put one in my office budget for like Pat Ford, who retired, said she'd be willing to come back and work once in a while when I need a fill-in, or if I could get a high schooler to help come in and file and stuff. I didn't know if that was an option that we could look at. I don't know in my head exactly what we would need, but with the office growing like it is, we are struggling keeping up. So I didn't know if I could look at a 20-hour-a-week provisional or something, or if we can look at an intern. I didn't know for sure how we could go about getting that approved.
Well, I mean, are you making that, I assume you bring that request later.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of in this one. We're not supposed to consider other stuff right now.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
put it in.
comment on that first, I got no problem with it, I certainly see the need. You think you come up with a specific plan, come back to it.
Okay. All right, I will.
Gives me time to figure out a way to say no.
Okay. You'll find your stamp later.
I will.
Or I'll find it. Thank you.
Thanks, Barb.
Oh,
Thanks, Bob, for that. Mr. Chairman, you still playing up over there.
Anything else? We doing anything else?
None of them. Let's see.
Yeah, early, I gotta go to Casper. Check out our dogs.
We just have the three, district court, coroner, and public health.
Yeah,
Those
'cause
would be-
did you, we did, so yeah.
Did you get my note? Do you see that you have July 7th as a commissioner meeting date?
1:45, actually,
Upcoming meetings on our agenda. I don't know how long it's been there.
I'll change it. You heard.
what?
Yeah, I just was looking through and
Like I said, on our agenda today, July 7th, 13th, and 20th.
Okay, I'll make that change. Sorry.
What time, do we want to get a hold of district court, county coroner, and public health and tell them to all come at 1:15?
Already, yeah.
You already did, thank you, Susan.
Jack-
So 1:15, and we'll have those 3 in the afternoon, and then we're done.
yes, sir.
We're gonna handle our employees tomorrow?
Well, we don't have this, do you have the amounts for them?
Bobby is
Working on it?
working on it.
You might know.
Yep. If not, it could be something you could discuss on the 22nd really quick. Because you're meeting on the 22nd.
Because I'm not gonna be here.
We still have next Tuesday.
Yeah, which is the 22nd.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll be here.
So you'll be here for that one.
Yeah, I will be here all next week.
We do have about the natural
That is
resource
next
management plan, about
Isn't it?
our rooms.
Yeah, we know
22nd.
Yeah, next week, I'll be this week. I won't be done for the rest
The
of
rest of
this.
this week.
Oh, so you won't be here tomorrow?
Yes, no, I'll be here tomorrow, but then
And
after
then
that.
on the rest, and then you'll be back for next Tuesday, the 22nd.
Yes.
All right, perfect. I think I got it now.
So the only thing we have tomorrow is a corner and,
We have three,
Three of them.
coroner, district court, public health.
Each have a
Oh,
morning
district
that-
court.
And morning and public hearings and everything. Tomorrow's our regular
Right.
meeting.
Yes, we're a regular meeting.
So
And
on
I'll-
the 22nd, how much do you have for us that day?
Not much. We're gonna approve final vouchers. What else, Steve?
So we should be done by noon?
Oh, yeah, we'll be done. Oh, year-end, okay, so I have year-end vouchers. The RFP for the consultants, the insurance consultants should be ready.
Okay.
So you guys can look that over, decide. So Lee, you suggested to me a website. Do you have any idea what you were thinking there?
For what?
Because you said to put it on a website, the websites, with the RFP for the consultants. Did
No,
you
I
just
said,
mean
I said,
our
go
website?
find, no, I said, find someplace to advertise it. It's not gonna do a damn bit of good to advertise it in local papers. You know, I mean, I failed to see how that.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I don't even know where to begin to go.
Well, I would reach out, there's gotta be an association, there's gotta be, or a,
Maybe I can reach out to
talk to.
USI and talk to them and
Talk to
see.
others.
Yep, I'll reach out to
Because I mean,
USI.
I just can't, I failed to, I can't see that there isn't another place that they go to look when
Right.
those are posted. I mean, because they're not gonna pick up the Cody paper and hope that it's, sitting there.
There's gotta be something like the Casper Boot Center that does.
Yeah.
that they do.
Yeah.
All right. That'll work.
Okay, anything else?
Nope, and then whatever you guys decide to do, if you're gonna do staff or anything, you don't do staff on that one, do you? So just those two things,
No,
so.
yeah, I was
that's
just gonna start at 8:15 and be out of here by 8:45.
On
22nd.
it on the 22nd,
on the 22nd?
unless you guys have anything else, because it's not a normal meeting.
No. So.
We just have to finish up the year and stuff.
We don't have anything on the 21st, which we originally,
No, we were gonna do budgets then, but you guys switched it.
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So just to be clear as mud, even the harvest money is not anywhere shown in our budget.
No.
And it
That's
won't, I mean,
with public health tomorrow, we need to get Bill to tell me exactly what he's got left, because CARES Act grants still
I don't know,
due.
Glenn.
Right now, there's nothing,
Thank
he
you.
hasn't sent us anything, has he?
no, we got nothing on the
Well,
4115.
Mr. Chairman, he amended all of those contracts, they were all amended to extend for another year, so.
But he never sent us any dollar amounts or anything.
Oh, we didn't?
Nope.
No,
We wouldn't put any art money in here until it's encumbered. So it won't be in this budget. If we'd spent some of it, we would have put it in this budget, we have not spent.
Is it anywhere in reserves or any, like?
We haven't actually gotten the money yet, so.
I thought we got half of it.
No. Oh, you can apply for half of it this year.
Yeah, it's setting out there, we just have. to
Oh.
It doesn't get dropped into our account.
Until we ask for it.
until we
Until we
have
ask
to-
for
Oh,
it, yeah.
okay.
I believe Barb went.
I'd say, we ask for all of it right now.
I put it in reserves and got a big lot of money, but let's make.
Well, you're not allowed there any interest on it.
Nope.
It sounds like, so, yeah, why have it sitting there?
That's okay, we won't use it to earn interest, we'll use our reserves to earn interest.
But having that money in the bank costs us money for
Yeah,
Oh,
maintenance.
Yeah,
the
security,
pledging
securities, yeah.
securities.
It's always a catch.
Used to be good to have.
It's not
Not so
more.
much anymore.
It's not money, it's a number. Wrong, it's a digit.
You have to listen to this.
You show me what,
So I sent you that comment that came in today.
yeah,
Do you want us to report it or accepted into the comments that we received. My other question is, I am a little concerned about people on that room here. Yeah, I had a lot of calls that people coming for leaving comments.
For the NRMP.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you want to move to the ELC?
No, things, if they've got comments, they can,
Joy is, everything that we've received to date, Joy's putting on that.
yeah. And I told her, she said, said that we'd received that late comment. And I said, we can look at it, but I don't see where it's, it doesn't need to be reported.
Well, you know, with that whole deal, Danny Castro just last Friday put a thing on Facebook.
Over here tomorrow, we get.
All of this time now, now to the 10th hour.
Well, you'll get
on
to see it.
Facebook. You got a comment.
Okay,
Stand up for all right.
on the tires on the,
She has a
on my,